Hello. Nothing like this has ever really been tried before, where you just directly one-to-one compare everything in the entire game. So, for a video this long, because yes, the time is real, I recommend commenting your own timestamp. So let's say you stop watching the video at like 2.5 hours. You would type 2:30:00, and then that way, because your comment's always the top comment, at least whenever for yourself when you click on the video, you come back and you have your own little bookmark. All right. So, this is going to be a standard double tier list, and things will probably change as the tier list moves along. As we get to higher quality nodes from other classes, it's going to make other nodes look worse. So let's get started with Veteran. Also, I'm going to read out every node, so don't worry if you don't know every node off the top of your head. Longshot. Deal up to 20% ranged base damage. Bonuses reduce the nearer the target. This node is terrible. It's terrible for casuals. It's terrible for hardcore. It's terrible for everything, because as I show in my veteran breakdown video, the damage bonus doesn't kick in until like 10 meters, and it doesn't max out until like 20 meters. It is, first off, most engagements do not take place 15 plus meters away, and the ones that do are exclusively against gunners. Gunners max out at like 1400 health. I'm not going to count Reapers because you might only kill like 5 of them max, even like a Havoc 40. So the things you actually want the damage bonus against, mouse cursor, whatever. We're just going to pretend like that didn't happen. Sorry, the Indians are hacking my computer. But the things that you want the damage bonus against are not like relevant at the distances that this is going to take place in. And the things you do want the damage bonuses against, bosses, crushers, etc., close the distance too fast for you to ever gain more than a single hit at most off of this. All right. Close order drill. Up to 33% toughness damage reduction, the more allies in coherency. For more tryhard players, this is honestly going to be a C. And I think for more casual players, it's going to be closer to a B. So the reason why is honestly really simple. Coherency is a bad mechanic. The radius isn't big enough. It doesn't do enough. And you really do not care if you're going to be in coherency. And you're never going to go out of your way to really try to be in coherency once you really understand the game. So this node just kind of falls off super duper hard. One motion, 25% weapon swap speed. I'm honestly going to put this either at the top of C tier, maybe the low end of B tier. No, okay. In the context of being on veteran, this gets B tier. And this gets B tier because Weapon Specialist exists and is super fucking good. If Weapon Specialist was worse, like if it ever got nerfed, or if the veteran's best weapons weren't like Plasma Gun that take a while to swap in the first place, this node would go down. This node is super contextual. And for that reason, it's going to get C tier for people that aren't playing meta builds. Because if you're not using weapon spec and you're not playing with Plasma Gun like exclusively, then it's just kind of whatever. Exhilarating Takedown. Replenish 15% toughness and gain 10% toughness damage reduction for 8 seconds on ranged weak spot kill. Stacks 3 times. So this node is really good. The toughness damage reduction is great. The 15% toughness replenishment is good. The problem is, once you reach that stack cap, you kind of have to wait for the 8 seconds to go away to really start getting it again. But 30% toughness damage reduction is not bad. I'm going to give this B tier. And the only reason this is getting B tier, this is a preemptive, like, save for myself. Because when we get into Zealot and Psyker, guys, if you think 15% toughness 3 times with an 8-second cooldown between that sounds good, wait until we talk about fucking Psyker and Zealot. But this is definitely better than one motion. And I think for casual players, it lands the exact same place. But I think it's worse than just staying in coherency, because that's just so much easier to do. Volley Adept, 30% reload speed on elite and specialist enemy kill. This might shock some people, but I kind of want to put this D tier. So pathing is going to be a huge thing in the overall power of something. And Volley Adept is a decent effect. The effect is like up here, But there's two problems with this. Outside of the plasma gun and really the bolter and maybe the revolver, what really needs this? Now, the bolter, revolver, and plasma gun are some of the best guns in the game. But you have to take long shot to get this. So if we assume long shot is 90% of the time a completely wasted skill point, which, let's be honest, it is, Volley Adept is effectively requiring you to spend 2 skill points to take it. So you're getting one node you want, one useless node, so you're spending 2 for the price of 1. And that's just not good value, and that'll cripple a lot of builds. Then you consider that, as you see here, you consider that this 5% health is literal worthless garbage, and this stamina, super valuable because Veteran has terrible stamina management. 5% move speed can fundamentally break the game. So, like, you know, you have potentially game-breaking movement speed, letting you outrun hordes. You have stamina, which helps the weakest part of Veteran, or 5% health on a class that doesn't even care about having health at all. So you have to waste a point to get out of this node, and you have to waste a point to get into this node. So Volley Adept is actually 3 skill points for the price of 1. You are effectively spending 10% of your build getting worthless garbage that you do not benefit from in virtually any way to get one node that you really do want. And for that reason, this is honestly getting D tier for casuals as well, because this is the kind of node, this node is a noob trap. Just by taking it, you're arguably making your builds worse. I used to take this in plasma gun builds, but like, I was just doing that more so because I felt like people would, kill me if I took a plasma gun without a reload node. But honestly, you also consider weapon specialist exists, is the meta, and just comes with a talent where swapping your weapon lets you reload. So for the weapons with the longest reload, like the plasma gun, or even a revolver, the revolver has a few enough bullets that you just get one kill, swap, and then swap back. And like, you put more bullets in the magazine than you take. The plasma gun has so much ammo that even if you spend half of it, you just get like 10 kills, swap, and like, there you go. You just restored like 30% of the magazine. The bolter is the only weapon that really, truly wants these reload talents. Charismatic, 50% aura radius. This node is worthless garbage. There's just no reason to take it. It's garbage for both kinds of players. I want to put Volley Adept above the other two because it's definitely the best. Maybe D tier is too low for Volley Adept. It might move up to C tier as we get further in. Confirmed kill. Replenish 10% toughness on elite or specialist enemy kill and a further 20% toughness over 10 seconds. Oh, real quick. Charismatic, it just gives you 50% more coherency radius. It's not good. If coherency was a good mechanic, this would be a good node. Coherency is currently a terrible mechanic that should virtually be ignored under all circumstances, which means this is terrible. This node is going to get S tier, though. And it's going to get S tier for both. Because it's just... It's kind of crazy, honestly. So, this node stacks. So, like, you pull out the plasma gun and just kill a couple guys. And you're starting to regenerate, like, 20% of your toughness every second for 10 seconds. There's really not much to say about it. It is just a shit ton. It is a metric shit ton of toughness. I guess that's really all it needs to be. Just 30% toughness per kill and stacking. So after like 10 kills, you're getting like 300-something% toughness over 10 seconds. It's just ridiculous. Tactical reload. 25% reload speed if your weapon contains ammo. So this is going to get C tier for both. For the simple fact that I just don't value reload speed talents on Veteran because of weapon specialist. So again, you'd pretty much only be taking this for the bolter. And to be fair, you never want to reload empty. So this is always going to be better than Volley Adept for the simple fact that reloading when your weapon contains ammo is just a non-condition because fully empty reloads take longer than non-fully empty reloads. So, like, you already have a mechanical incentive to always fulfill the condition for this. So, like, I don't know, you'll get more reload speed using this and always reloading with its condition active than using this and letting yourself run out to 0. So it's got a better condition. One motion isn't great, but it's not terrible either for meta builds, that is. The issue really is what it's competing with. Out for Blood is insane. Your kills replenish an additional 5% toughness. So this is just not... This is like triple godly S tier. This is so much better than Confirmed Kill. Honestly, Confirmed Kill has to go down to A tier, I think, because Out for Blood is just strictly better in like almost every circumstance, yeah? I'm contentious on this. This might change as we go along, but Out for Blood is ridiculous. So it's just completely worded wrong. It should say your kills replenish 5% toughness. All kills for everything. Every plasma gun shot that goes through like 7 horde guys, each kill gives you 5% toughness. Every kill to your bleeds, every kill to your grenades, every kill from melee just restores 5% toughness. This node is insane. And honestly, no, you know what? You know what? We just need a tier above this. Add a row above. We just need a broken tier. Because let's be honest, that's what this is. Broken. Oh, sorry, that's my literally disabled speech to text thing. This is just completely broken and overpowered. Like, this node trumps basically every other toughness regeneration node in the game. Let's put it this way. All 4 classes would go out of their way to take this node if they could. Then you consider that the other 2 nodes, like starter nodes, long shot, and close order drill, are just kind of strictly worse than one motion with weapon specialist. And then you consider weapon specialist is the best keystone, and it's one of the best keystones in the entire game. And now you have a situation where the best starter talent that synergizes with the best, like, keystone also is the thing blocking you from taking one of the most broken defensive abilities in the entire game. And this is kind of why all veteran builds are homogenized going down one motion Out for Blood. Then you consider the movement speed boost right below that is like the only source of movement speed in the entire game. And movement speed can really quickly break the game by letting you run faster than all the enemies. And just the top right of veteran, this diamond on veteran is one of the strongest little like mini trees in all of Darktide. Okay, now let's talk grenades. And I'm just going to throw all of these in. And yeah, we're going to do the same thing for... We need a row above for casuals. We need a broken. Broken. Because it just doesn't feel right saying confirmed kill isn't S tier. Because it definitely is. It's just Out for Blood is so much better. And if it's like 100% better than something that's already like objectively insanely good, I think that's grounds to say this is probably overpowered. All right. Frags are broken. Cracks are terrible. And smokes are terrible. And this is true the entire way through. So let's talk about why. Because I know this is a hot button issue for a lot of people. People care more. Dude, people care more about the frag versus crack grenade debate than they do like abortion. It's crazy how people argue about this. So, Uncanny Strike exists, which means frag grenades can already do more damage to a pack of crushers than a crack can. That is consistent. Like, 2 frags with max uncanny stacks will kill 4 crushers. Like pretty easily. If it doesn't kill them, it leaves them with like 5% health. Which means they do a better job at dealing with large armor packs than crack grenades do. On top of being a million times better than them at dealing with hordes. On top of being more utility because of their massive stagger. Which means they're better at crowd control, better at damage over bigger groups, which, let's be honest, bigger groups are all you care about. And they just do more damage in general when you consider that you can just throw them for free at hordes, whereas you can't really throw a crack grenade at a horde. And that's really the issue here. Frags have too much utility in one tool. You can throw them at gunners to knock all the gunners over, which kind of invalidates smoke grenades existing. You can throw them at hordes to delete the horde, which means you never need to take a horde clear weapon. You can throw them at bosses to stagger them, which combos with shout stagger. You can throw them at bulwarks to stagger them. You can use uncanny strike to throw them at crushers to keep the crushers stun locked while the bleed kills them, or just kill them if you're dueling sword or whatever. The only thing crack grenades could do is more boss damage and kill one, maybe if you're lucky, 2 crushers per throw. And you can only hold 2 of them, which means you can't use like demo team and stockpile at the same time without invalidating each other by overriding procs, which is a problem frag grenades don't have to deal with because you get to hold an extra one. Yeah, no, frag grenades are absolutely ludicrous. And this is something Havoc 40 has really shown. Grenader Vet kind of just pops off in Havoc 40. And honestly, when something starts going crazy in Havoc 40, you can kind of tell that it's really fucking good. Smoke grenades are shit. Smoke grenades suck. And they suck for a very simple reason. Fat Shark cannot code consistency at all. So anything that manipulates the AI has a million asterisks in front of it. You have to say, if you want to accurately talk about smokes, you kind of have to say, well, it's supposed to work like this, but there is a chance that the AI just says no and doesn't care. And, yeah, let's say you're playing Havoc. You drop a smoke grenade. The AI just doesn't stop shooting you for whatever reason, and you die. Huh. Bet you wish you had a frag grenade you could have thrown instead that would have just knocked them over and potentially killed them. You know, it's just nothing. The only thing smokes do that are unique to smokes is make like 2 disablers have to run up to you before they can do their like special action. But like, who cares? That's such a non-benefit that it's like, who cares? Yeah, smokes and cracks are really awful. Like, the only viable reason to take a crack grenade is for build pathing. Smoke grenades have no viable reasons, and honestly, smokes are probably tied with Ogren's box for like the worst grenade in Darktide. They're really awful. They really do need a rework. Like, they need to either be a damaging gas grenade so that throwing them on gunners like deals a shit ton of damage to them and forces them to run out of the smoke. So it acts like a shredder in that it breaks their line of sight. Like, it effectively makes them stop shooting, and it deals damage to them. Because right now, the shredder makes gunners stop shooting by knocking them over or staggering them, and it deals damage to them, and it applies a dot to them that gets buffed by holding your melee weapon with Uncanny Strike. Smoke grenades do none of that. They just create an invisible barrier between you and the gunners that they sometimes ignore and can just walk around. And your teammates can't see through it. It's insane. The veteran grenades are insane because one of them is obviously so insanely overpowered, and the other 2 are just so absurdly bad that it really is like, I don't know, like whenever I see like a crack grenade veteran in a lobby, I'm just like, why? And then I watch as they throw like maybe 10, 15 of them throughout the entire mission, and I throw like 70 frags, and I'm like, man, imagine if we got to throw a combined total of 140 frags instead. It would just be so much more powerful. Get back in the fight. Stun immunity. Slow immunity for 6 seconds and restore 50% stamina when your toughness is broken. 30-second cooldown. This note's kind of bad. It's just kind of bad. Like, it's okay. It'll save you occasionally. But, like, if you're getting shot and your toughness gets broken from getting shot, yeah, the stun and slow immunity is nice to maybe if you have really quick reactions, slide out of the way. But I don't know, man. You're going to sprint into it. Your momentum's going to get stopped from getting shot in the first place. The stamina restore is nice, but if you're fighting in melee where you really want the stamina restore and your toughness breaks, you're probably going to die even with it. Like, it's a nice last-ditch effort. Let's put it this way. If it wasn't above Survivalist, like a mandatory pathing for a good build, no one would go out of their way to take this. And I think this is D tier for, like, the casual Guilo. I don't even know why the fuck they would bother taking this. They are not going to pull off anything. If they're in a situation where this activates, stamina is not helping them. Stun immunity might help them, and slow immunity, dude, ask the average Malice player what even slows you in this game, and they probably couldn't even tell you. Catch your breath. Replenish 5% toughness per second when there are no enemies within 8 meters. I think this is bad. I think this node is really not good. I definitely think. Hold on, let me get a little bit of organization going here. I definitely think this node is truly not good. I think it's better than Longshot though, but I still think it's fucking really not good. And I think it's not good for the average Guilo as well, because like the amount of times in like Havoc 40 because you need to fulfill 2 conditions for this node to do anything. You need to 1 be missing toughness, and 2 there needs to be no enemies within 8 meters. There are hardly never is going to be enemies not within 8 meters. And if there is, you're almost never going to need toughness. This has 1 use and 1 use exactly. It is really good if you're pinned down fighting gunners and that's all you're fighting, which is okay in a high stig. But outside of a high stig, you can't really, outside of a high stig like Maelstrom or Havoc, you just don't really get to benefit from this very much. So, is it worse than Longshot? Nah, it's probably better because there's at least a use case for it. These two are kind of tied. Yeah, I would agree with this. Okay. Remember, do it right so you don't have to take longer doing it again later. Yeah, this is pretty fair. Okay. Grenade Tinkerer. Improve your chosen grenade. Crack grenades get 50% damage, useless. Literally, objectively useless. They already one-shot everything that isn't a boss, which means you are spending 1 skill point so that like 2 grenades do 50% more damage to like the 1 boss you're going to fight. In Havoc 40, this node becomes much better, but like outside of that, crack grenades with this node, complete waste of points. Smoke grenades getting double duration is good, but then you consider that smoke grenades don't do anything, so doubling nothing is still nothing. However, the frag grenade radius increase, stacking like multiplicatively with the 1 bolt pistol perk, taking frag grenades go from like an 8-meter blast radius to like a 20-something meter blast radius, unironically carries this motherfucking passive on its back. And this passive straight up gets a B tier because of that. Gets a B tier for both. Because goddamn, that 1 synergy is so fucking strong. Yeah, I would rather have that over... Dude, I'd rather have that... I kind of want to put this in A tier. Because, like... The only problem... No, I have to keep it in B tier because build pathing. Build pathing... Dude, let's put it this way. If you had... Look, if you had a third option like this right here, going down like this, and you put Grenade Tinker right here, everyone would take this. This is better than everything in this fucking row. So yeah, I'm pretty fair giving it B tier. Covering fire. When you kill an enemy with a ranged attack, allies within 5 meters of the target replenish 15% toughness and receive 10% to all base damage for 3 seconds. This is dog shit. Dude, this is glorp shit, dude. This fucking sucks. Okay, this is garbage. So, I was convinced by a certain Mr. fucking E. Diddy that this worked for yourself. Bro, this black dude's getting teabagged. This guy was getting fucking we can't teabag black people anymore, dude. That's fucked up. Anyway, sorry, I just noticed that. I was convinced that this node worked for yourself. Like, if you kill someone with a shotgun, it would work and proc for yourself. And I said, oh, that's kind of broken. No, it doesn't, which sucks. Because 1, I promise you, dude, if the Zealot is already, like, fucking up, enemies in melee, the last thing he wants is the plasma gun veteran to, like, pew pew and kill all the stuff he's hitting. He would much rather you shoot the specials in the back, or the gunner shooting at him. So that's problem number 1, just fundamental design. Like, nobody wants you doing this. Actually, this is getting D tier. This is getting D tier, but like the highest level of D tier for both casuals and tryhards because of that. Because nobody wants you doing this. That is legitimately the thing. Who the fuck wants the veteran shooting the enemies that they're already, like, comfortably killing? And then all they get is some toughness back and a shitty 10% damage increase for 3 seconds. Serrated Blade. 1 stacks of bleed to the target on melee hit. So the biggest problem, this is getting D tier as well, but also very high D tier because it actually has synergy with taking Mercy Killer. This lets you proc Mercy Killer, which is a pretty okay blessing, without like giving up another blessing for a shittier thing. Because like Serrated, like Lacerate and the one that gives 4 bleed stacks, those are kind of shit. But Serrated Blade is also pretty bad. Because 1 bleed stack is nothing. And if it wasn't for Mercy Killer, this would be like one of the worst nodes in the entire game. 1 stack of bleed is just fucking nothing, man. This needs to be like 4 stacks minimum. Literally just make it Lacerate. The 1 blessing that gives you 4 bleed stacks on hit. Literally just make it that. But the big problem here is pathing. So you either have to take the worst grenade in all of Darktide on a class that is like crippled if it doesn't take a good grenade because of all this fucking good grenade support. So if you take the best grenade in all of Darktide, you then have to spend 1, 2 points on shit you don't really want to then take this. Then you have to grab an aura you don't really want to take a node you don't really care about, to either take a really shitty ultimate or waste a point going over here to take this. So you have to waste like 3 points just to get here and get out of this, which again is 10% of your build. Is it worth 10% of your build to grab Serrated Blade, 1 stack of bleed, when a blessing gives you 4? Absolutely not. And that's the other thing. That's going to hold back agile engagement as well. Killing an enemy with a melee attack grants 25% range damage. Killing an enemy with a range attack grants 25% melee damage. The actual effect of this node is like up here. This is like an A tier node. But pathing, dude. Pathing kills it. You have to go so fucking far out of your way to take this node. Let's put it this way. If this node was lifted up and put over here, it would be like an A or an S tier node. Same with Grenade Tinkerer. The problem is that you just have to go so fucking far out of your way to grab it. I think this goes right next to Grenade Tinkerer for that exact reason. Survivalist is broken. And Survivalist is broken because of Havoc 40. Havoc 40 lowers your ammo incoming, but like not Survivalist. Which means Survivalist, it also like juices the elite in special numbers. So like think about that. Ammo scarcity is a huge thing in that game mode because of the nerfs that it adds to your ammo pickup. But Survivalist is just chilling there, like ineffective. Like dishing out percents back of ammo to the whole team. And since there's so many more elites and specials, you're basically proccing this almost on cooldown, like constantly. Survivalist fundamentally changes how you approach the ammo situation on Havoc. Like, without Survivalist, you unironically have to be extremely careful when you actually shoot something. Whereas, with Survivalist, you can just kind of shoot for free. Also, this breaks weapons like the kickback, where the Ogren can just spam it constantly. You literally never have to pick up any ammo. And it's broken for casuals for the same reason. Because since this is dealing directly with ammo, it is like broken in the most literal sense. We now have a game mode where part of the difficulty is the reduction to ammo. And this node completely, like just taking this node, completely bypasses that. As if it basically wasn't even there. Which means like, it is fundamentally altering why something is difficult in the first place. It's like the truest definition of broken. And even outside of Havoc, it's still like overpowered. Because just one guy taking just one aura generates like 60% something ammo for like 4 players. So like 240% ammo total. Brother, if you convert all the ammo packs into percentages, there's only like 400% ammo that spawns in an entire run. And Survivalist is basically giving the entire team like 50% more ammo. That's like the other way to read Survivalist. Add 50% more ammo to the pool. Fire team is 5% damage for you and allies in coherency. This is glorp shit. This sucks. This is terrible. It's like D or C tier. Okay, compared to every other node in the game, this is like D tier. Compared to just other auras, it's better. The only time this can be used at all is if you're gonna play Grenader Vet and you're gonna focus on the bleed damage. So you just want generic damage increases, like Focus Target and like Fire Team and like Superiority Complex, just because base damage affects your dot damage as well. But outside of that, this aura is fucking terrible. Yeah, I think D tier for both is pretty fair, honestly. Like it is just so fucking bad. Yeah. Yeah. No, I really don't have anything. 5% is just not enough. If it was like 10%, it would be good. But at 5%, who cares? No, seriously, think about it. At 5%, who cares? One weapon perk is like 5 times 5 of this effect stacked. You know, it's just like, what? 5% is just not enough to reach any breakpoint for anything ever. Yeah, I think it's better than all this shit though. Yeah, it's like broaching on D tier. Okay, so the actual powerful effect of this aura, 5% movement speed for you and allies in coherency. This is like an A tier aura strength-wise, but pathing-wise, dude. Pathing is the problem here. The fact that you have to go so fucking far out of your way to get into and then get out of this node, like, I gotta give it like C tier, because it's better than Fire Team. But man, the pathing, like I kind of want to put it in D tier because of the pathing, dude. It is just so hard to justify taking this. Because the other problem you run into is you are always under your own aura effect. So 5% movement speed for you, especially if you're sticking to the right in the first place with that base. Let's say you have a knife, 5% move speed operative modifier, and close and kill for another 5% aura. Okay, do you know how easy it is for you to run away from your teammates and like get out of aura range? And the thing is, with movement speed aura, this is like a compounding effect. If you're running away from your teammates in any way, the moment you leave that aura range and you're under the effect of the move speed and they aren't, it's just like a stacking effect of you're getting further away faster. So like it's like anti-synergy with what an aura even wants to be. It helps you stay away from your teammates and away from them for longer. But the actual effect of the aura is fucking godlike. Okay, kill zone. 20% base range damage when there are no enemies within 8 meters. This is another terrible node. But at least it's better than long shot, so I'm going to put it in like C tier. But like the lowest end of C tier. Because like you at least get all the effect right away, and you only need to be 8 meters away. The problem is this requirement is almost never filled. To be fair, though, when this requirement is filled, you fucking feel it, man. 20% base range damage is nothing to scoff at, especially with like the plasma gun. So like the effect is good, the pathing is pretty good. The problem is just like meeting the conditions to activate it. Opening salvo. The first 20% ammo after a reload has 10% range critical hit chance. This is gonna be controversial, and I might catch some flack for this. But this node also kind of sucks. 10% crit chance is just not a lot, and 20% ammo is also not a lot. This node has one use and one use exactly. It's really good with recon lasguns, like really freakishly good. Problem, it has anti-synergy with Weapon Specialist, and that's kind of a big deal. You don't ever want to use this on anything other than a recon lasgun, and you never want to use this on a Weapon Specialist build, which means taking this node locks you out of Veteran's best guns to stick with the recon lasgun, and it locks you out of his best keystone. And those two things just kind of compound. Though I will say this node is noticeably better for casuals. In fact, I'm going to put this like at the top of B tier because like when you combine that node with Shock Trooper, it really does just make it fucking brain dead. Like if I was gonna introduce a friend to Darktide and they wanted to play veteran, I would straight up get them on. I would hook them up with that Microsoft Fendt baby oil. Let me get you right with that baby oil, bro. Like Diddy over here. But I would straight up pull a fucking P Diddy on them and like groom them to play Recon Lasgun because like you never have to worry about ammo. It does a shit ton of damage. It does easy damage. It's easy to play, and this node is a big part of why. Field improvisation. Ammo crates restore grenades. Med packs heal 100% faster. They cleanse corruption. And they replenish 1% toughness per second. Okay. This node is A tier for tryhards. And it's like B tier. No, it's going to be C tier for casuals. And that's like a low C tier. And the reason why this is C tier is very, very, very simple for casuals. The average Malice Guilo is not standing in this shit to replenish their corruption. They are not even noticing their corruption bar going down. The average Malice Guilo is not noticing that their grenade is increasing when they use the ammo box. And honestly, the biggest problem with this node is it's just not fucking clear when someone's using it. Field improvisation ammo boxes need a visually distinct effect, separating them from every other ammo box in the game. It also needs to be clear that every crate dropped by every player everywhere, regardless of coherency, gains the effect of field improv, which is what makes it so good. If those two things were made clear to everyone, that everyone's crates get this effect no matter what, and the crates are different and doing extra effects so people can take advantage of them beforehand, like, I think those two changes would make this node so much better. But the actual effect is really good. Getting toughness back, even 1% toughness per second, is honestly not terrible. And a big part of why it's not terrible is gold toughness. Now, this is very niche what I'm talking about here, but you get 50 gold. Look. Let me get you right with that fucking Fendt baby oil real quick. Let me put you on this baby oil shit like P. Diddy. This gives you 50 toughness. Do you know how much damage a Poxwalker or like a trash mob does to you on Damnation, dude? It does like 50 damage almost exactly. And when you consider that, close order drill or like Iron Will means you're basically always going to have some kind of toughness damage reduction, means more often than not, their hits are hitting you for like 40 or less damage. But even if they hit you for exactly 50, think about that. You take that melee hit. That takes all your gold toughness. You take no bleed through, no nothing. Then you stand in this box for literally a picosecond, and you restore that 1% toughness. You just get a single point of gold toughness back. Well, the thing is, 1 point of gold toughness stops all bleed through, all pox bucket bursters, all snipers. So field improv means you can like shout, take a melee hit, and then immediately get your gold toughness back right away, which just adds a layer of consistency to your survivability that I don't ever see people talk about and I think is really underappreciated. Twinned blast, 20% chance to throw an additional grenade. This still only consumes a single grenade. Okay, in Havoc, this is like up here in Havoc. But I'm going to put this at the very top of B tier because it's just okay in Maelstrom and below. But in Havoc, it's much better because, one, grenades are stronger in Havoc and you throw more of them. Throwing more of them means more procs of this, and each grenade being more impactful means every proc is just worth more. So it's worth more when it happens. It happens more because you're throwing more. And Havoc really gives this node a big glow up. I think for casuals, though, this node is fucking garbage. Because if they're playing frags, they're just straight up not min-maxing their frag usage. And if you're not min-maxing your frag usage, don't even take this. If you're taking this for cracks, for boss damage, stop. Because even if you throw 2 cracks, that is 2 instances of 20% chance to proc. You're talking like when you do the probability math, if you dump both of your cracks, it's like what? Like a 37% chance for it to proc or something? Or no, I'm sorry. It's like a 31, because 2 instances of 20 does not make 40. 2 instances, it's you're throwing a 1 in 5 chance. You have a 1 in 5 chance twice. So like the math is weird. I'm sure someone who's like an actual math guy will correct me in the comments, but it's some shit. It's like 29 something percent or 30% or some shit like that. Anyway, point is, you're basically spending a skill point for like a 30% chance to get 1 extra crack grenade. By the way, you get 3 frags. Just FYI, just feel the need to point that out there. So like for cracks, it's basically never gonna proc on a boss. When it does, it feels good. But then you consider that you'll go an entire game without it proccing like once on a boss. And a boss is the only time this benefits cracks. And it's like, okay, that's a problem. Smokes literally gain nothing from this, so we're not even going to talk about it. Like it's basically like just broken, dude. Like it's actually kind of fucking wild that this made it into the game because it just straight up doesn't work with smokes. You don't gain anything from throwing a second smoke because smokes don't have an effect outside of manipulating the AI. Okay, demolition stockpile. Replenish 1 grenade every 60 seconds. This shit is broken, and it's broken for both. So the reason why this node is so broken is because it fundamentally alters like the grenade economy. Veteran just picking this one node never has to pick up a grenade ever again if he doesn't want to. Because this one node means that he will always generate more grenades than anyone else can pick up, even if they pick up every grenade on the entire map. Because there's hardly ever 10 or more grenade drops. So like, you have to be using a grenade where you have 3 of them, and you have to pick up 10 grenade drops to get around the average for this node. So, a veteran with like the plasma gun and survivalist and enough damage to one-tap gunners and specialist basically never has to pick up ammo if he plays conservatively. And with demo stockpile, you never have to pick up grenades. This means that veteran can single-handedly exist on the team while utilizing all of his resources constantly without taking any resources away from teammates. That is why Psyker is so strong, because of the stabs and the blitzes. Think about it. Veteran basically just has the Psyker staff and blitz effect going on, just with the option to be greedy and take more if you want to. Grenader. You can carry 1 extra grenade. This shit sucks, but not really. The actual effect is honestly like up here. Like the effect is good. Again, the problem is pathing. Shout is like the best ability in the entire game. Everybody already knows this. So, like, you already want demo stockpile in every single build, and voice is the best ability in the game. So, again, you're either wasting points, you're either taking this aura and wasting these points, and then just committing and going down here, taking one of the worst abilities in the game. And, like, there's just so much shit working against this. Just the opportunity cost of taking this node alone makes this node not great. So for tryhards, I'm going to give it a very low B tier. And for casuals, I'm going to give it a very high B tier. Because casuals care a lot more about having that extra grenade. Because casuals tend to just dump grenades more. So having more grenades to dump and just having more of them fights off that effect where you're scared to use it. Leave no one behind. 20% assist speed and revive speed. No one cares. 20% movement speed and stun immunity when moving towards a knockdown or incapped ally. Whenever you revive the ally, they receive 33% damage reduction for 5 seconds. This is glorp shit, dude. This fucking sucks. This actually is fucking terrible. And I don't think it's intuitive as to why this is terrible. So, revive speed is nice. It's good. I'm not going to pretend like it's not. Move speed is good. I'm not going to pretend like it's not. 33% damage reduction is good. It's impossible to pretend like it isn't. The problem is, 1, it's only active for 5 seconds, and 2, it only starts being active when you are moving in the direction of a downed ally. Building to fail, building to go down, building to recover from downs sucks in these games. It sucked in Vermintide, it sucks in Darktide, it sucked in Payday 2, it sucked in Killing Floor 2. The only time it's better It is always a million times better to invest in something that is repeatable and prevents downs. Remember, guys, preventative medicine is better than a cure. Guys, would you rather? Okay, let me explain why leave no one behind is bad in a very simple analogy. Would you rather let the doctor fondle your balls for 5 seconds once every couple months, or would you rather go through chemo? Need I say more? Do I need to say anything else? Because, yeah, this note is basically chemo when someone goes down, or you could just not path to the right, take shout, and stop them from going down in the first place. And if you're going to take shout and this, you're going like boom, 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 I want you in my room, just to then waste a point and then spend a point here. So that's like 7% of your build evaporated. It's just not that good of an effect, brother. Okay, now let's talk abilities. Executioner's Stance gives you 20% range damage, 20% weak spot damage, like recoil immunity, and your spread and recoil are greatly reduced. It also highlights enemies, and killing the highlighted enemies resets the cooldown. Like, resets the ability. I think this kind of sucks, man. I think for tryhards it's shitty, and I think for casuals it's better. But I think it's not good for either. And I think it's not good for the simple fact that, like, first off, 25% damage isn't really that much for an ability, for an ultimate. And then you consider that, like, the nodes above this are really bad. So you got to take really bad nodes just to start taking this. That's problem number one. Problem number two is, one, this doesn't fucking reload your weapon anymore. They nerfed this. This used to reload your weapon. You used to be able to take this with, like, the bolter and, like, press this, instantly whip the bolter out and reload it and, like, mag dump, then put it away, and then just basically only pull it out instantly with the reload when you activate the ability. Yeah, this needs to go back to doing that. Because if it did that, then it would be like up here as like a genuinely good option. But as it stands, it's just shitty and clunky. It's just press this button for like 30% more gun damage. Like, there you go. That's all it is. Okay. Whoop-de-doo. You know, who cares? Okay. Executioner Stance now outlines elite and specialist allies for enemies and coherency for 5 seconds. This is fucking dog shit. At least you can argue smoke sometimes do something. Nah, this is better than smoke still. This is garbage for both kind of players. Because if you're an Executioner Stance, popping elites and specialists is how you maintain the stance. This just announces to your teammates, like, hey, here's the most dangerous enemies that you're naturally going to want to kill because they're highlighted and dangerous. But, like, think about this from the veteran's perspective. You want to be killing those guys with your enhanced damage and your wall hacks, so you can refresh your duration and kill them with your new breakpoints. This just lets your teammates steal those fucking kills, which, one, will end your stance early, making the stance worse. Two, make them spend their ammo when you'd rather spend your ammo because you have all these damage buffs. Like, this is paying to make it worse. Counterfire. Executioner Stance now outlines all human-sized ranged enemies. I actually think this is, like, okay. I think this is, like, better than the base ability. Because it just lets you, like, constantly refresh and shit. Like, if you're gonna take this, you're probably gonna take this as well. I don't really have much else to say about this. Because, like, it's just so you can pop this when there's gunners out around. And, like, you just keep the stance on the entire time as you counter kill gunners. Like, it's okay. Executioner Stance now outlines all Ogryn enemies. This is fucking dog shit, dude. No, this is just fucking garbage. Like, this is garbage for both, and it's low D tier garbage as well. And why is this such low D tier garbage? Because think about it. Unless you're using, like, a gun specifically for killing crushers, like a revolver, a bolter, or a plasma gun, which, why would you even use this with the bolter anymore? Because no reload. So, like, you have to go through the long bolter pull-out animation, the long reload animation, then you pop this? Fuck off. That is a terrible build. So, like, you're basically only capable of killing crushers with the plasma gun and the... what's it called? The, other thing. The revolver. You can also, if you're gonna take onslaught, kill them with the 2 good machine guns, the Columnus and the fucking Recon. But, like, eh. And none of those weapons other than the plasma gun can even kill bulwarks. So my point is, unless you're taking specialized tools to kill crushers, most guns can't really deal with crushers very effectively. And only one gun can deal with bulwarks at all. So the only enemy that you can consistently benefit from this on, that like you want to kill, is Reapers. Reapers are fucking rare, dude. Alright, mentally, like, if you're gonna use Onslaught or, like, a hand cannon revolver, this is, like, C tier. Alright, let's just get this over with. Shout. Shout is S tier. However, Duty and Honor is broken. And I think that's true for both casuals and tryhards. Okay, so let me explain here, because this may require a little bit of an explanation. Just a smidge of an explanation. Just a little smidge. Okay, so Voice of Command, all it does is replenish your toughness, and it staggers everything within 9 meters and has a 30-second cooldown. That's really good. Like, that alone would be really fucking strong. It's great pathing. It's above several strong nodes that every build wants. So you're always going to be taking, like, Demolition Stockpile at the very least on every build all the time. Then you consider that the actual effect is really good. What's going on? And now we get to the big pie here, the big cheese. Voice of Command now also provides you and allies incoherency with 50 toughness for 15 seconds. And that toughness is gold toughness, and it becomes your base toughness. There are a lot of things making this broken. 1, Voice of Command's cooldown can get below 15 seconds stupendously easily. Second off, making the gold toughness your new base toughness means all your percent increases now increase with that new base number, and all your increases and restores and shit now restore to that new number. And it's giving it to all 4 players. Duty and Honor is... honestly, dude, this shit is going to the top of broken. Just the ability to endlessly spam a crowd control gold toughness on your team, like, it fundamentally breaks Darktide at a core level that I don't think can really be repaired. Like, this one node warps the entire game around it. It is that fucking good. And it doesn't help that the ability it's tied to is also really strong. Pressing one button and getting 300 toughness back is nothing to scoff at. And pressing one button and basically dropping a grenade at your feet that instantly blows up and knocks everything over with, like, stagger level 3, that's also nothing. This is like if you pressed a button, instantly pop smite, and everything around you just got knocked over. Like, damn, this is fucking good, man. Only in death does duty end. Voice of Command revives knockdown allies within radius, but also reduces that radius by 33% and increases your ability cooldown by 50%. This is gotta be one of the worst nodes in the entire game, yeah? Like, it's gonna be interesting when we get down to these other classes, but bro, this is probably the worst node in the game. And it's terrible for everyone. So what makes this node so bad? Well, for one, reducing your radius by 50% even, or sorry, by 33%, means this goes from a 9-meter radius to a 6-meter radius. I don't know if you are aware of how small 6 meters is, but go in game and ping your feet, and then walk backwards until you see 6 meters. Now ask yourself, how often is there like 2 allies down within that radius of each other? The answer is basically fucking never. And then you consider that just to gain this effect, you're making the cooldown go from 30 seconds to like 45 or like 50 seconds almost. And it's like, holy fuck, man. So you get to use the ability less, which means you get less crowd control, less gold toughness spam, the stuff you actually want from it. You get less radius to give everyone all that shit. It's just like, fuck, man. You get less radius to knock down with. You get to use it less. And all of that so that you can revive one guy instantly. Basically, that's all this does. Like, dude, this is garbage. Honestly, to fix this node, just remove all of this text. This needs to say, voice of command revives one knockdown ally within radius. That's it. That's all it needs to say. Just period. If it said that, then I would actually consider taking this in like every build. But the fact that it doesn't say that, and that it comes with those downsides, like, fuck, man. All right, Infiltrate. Replenish all toughness, that's good. Enter stealth for 6 seconds, stealth breaks the game. Gaining 25% move speed, okay, who cares? Leaving stealth suppresses enemies, that's good. Attacking makes you leave stealth with 45-second cooldown. You will never be Shroudfield. That's basically how I view this. You will never be Shroudfield. So, you don't really care if you have movement speed on top of stealth. Like, dude, that deer's about to fucking walk on a goddamn trip mine, dude. What the fuck? What the fuck? This deer is on like a drone's thermal sight walking into a landmine. Focus, Tanner, focus. We have to talk about shitty darktide abilities. So, Infiltrate. I bet this deer wish he had Infiltrate. Focus! So, getting all your toughness back is really good. And entering stealth is also really strong because stealth breaks the enemy's AI really badly. The problem is you don't gain anything for this stealth, and it's not spammable. Shroudfield is overpowered because as soon as you leave Shroudfield, you can be right back in it within like 5 seconds, and you can go back to fucking with the AI or getting another try at an objective. It also gives you like a 200% damage increase. Like, Shroudfield on its own is insane. Shroudfield's modifiers make it absolutely broken. And it's like, Shroudfield has the support needed to basically be pre-nerf Shade from Vermintide 2, where you basically spend the entire match invisible and like nothing can really attack you. And the few seconds you're not stealthed, you have extra toughness regeneration and damage reduction. So like, if you somehow are out of stealth when there's a fight happening, and you somehow get hit, that hit hits you less than it hits every other Zealot for. Literally, every other Zealot build possible. Like, okay, thanks. Low profile, minus 90% threat for 10 seconds on leaving stealth. This is dog shit. This is going down there with only in depth does duty end. Because, like, basically this just makes it so that your teammates now have to deal with 10 seconds of you basically being in stealth and everything running towards them, even though you're not in stealth. And, like, this doesn't do anything for you. Like, you're not made stronger by this being active. You're just making it harder. Bro, this is your teammate. You see this right here? This is your teammate. This is all the crushers and bulwarks going to ass rape your fucking teammate because you're using this node. What's the next node? Hunter's Resolve. Infiltrate provides 50% toughness damage reduction for 10 seconds on leaving stealth. This is like an A tier node. And honestly, this needs to be saying like 20 seconds. Because at 20 seconds, you could reasonably maintain this buff like by constantly popping Infiltrate whenever the buff's about to end. Which is kind of the reason why Shroudfield is so good. Because even if you get caught out without Shroudfield, and you have to wait like 12 seconds for it to come back, you still are getting toughness damage reduction and regeneration and extra damage. So you don't really care if you have to fight without the cloak for a little bit. Whereas this goes down like the second the fighting really gets started, because it's only a 10-second thing. And you can't just freely spam it forever. Infiltrate now also grants 30% damage for 5 seconds when leaving stealth. Okay. This is called surprise attack, by the way. This node fucking has the potential to be like S tier. Currently, however, it's like C tier. And I think both of these ratings are true for the same like league of player here. Because 5 seconds is literally nothing. You're going to leave Infiltrate, swing twice, and this is going to be gone. Shroud Field gives you like 300% damage after all things are added up for that one attack after you leave stealth. This is 30% damage for like a few attacks. 5 seconds is just not long enough. This needs to be 20 seconds. If this were 20 seconds and this were 20 seconds, I could honestly see Shroud Field being a broken tier ability. Genuinely, I could see it, or I'm sorry, Infiltrate. I could see Infiltrate compete with Shroud Field if those both lasted for 20 seconds. Overwatch. Your combat ability gains +1 charge, but 33% cooldown. This is A tier. Honestly, this might even be S tier now that I'm thinking about it. Because, like, you would always take this. If you could take this for Shout, you would. Because +1 ability use increases the flexibility of how freely you can spam the ability. Because you can use one to gain its effect and its bonus effects while the other one is cooling down. So, like, you can always use it. It's honestly kind of hard, at least for me right now, mentally, to, like, word this in a coherent way. But even though you're gaining a 30-second cooldown, which sucks, you actually gain more uses by taking this. Because this increases the window where you can use this while the cooldown clock is still running. Because let's say you have one use in the bank and 20 seconds on the next use. Just pop it. Because by the time you're like done with the effects of the first one, that second one's going to start. And it's going to be available if you need it. So it just massively increases the viability of the ability. Precision strikes, 30% weak spot damage. This is like A tier. Like top of A tier. So this just gives 30% weak spot damage to everything. And weak spot damage is kind of shitty. It's worse than base damage. But all things considered, this is basically just like a 12, 13+% damage increase to all headshots for everything. That's good. 13% melee damage, which with the potential like on crit to be like 20% melee damage increase. And then the same thing for like guns. Like that's just good. That's just A tier for both. The fact that it affects both guns and melee is honestly really super powerful. Like, I think that's really hard to understate, honestly. Determined. Gain suppression immunity. This is dog shit. This is like the lowest tier of dog shit possible. So, one, all the meta guns do not even get affected by suppression in the first place. Like, the plasma gun basically doesn't get affected by suppression. For suppression to affect you, you have to, like, be taking toughness damage from gunshots while ADSing with, like, very specific weapons that aren't, like, classed as super heavy or whatever. So, basically, there's only, like the las guns and, like, the auto guns. Kind of. Even then, the auto guns don't really get affected. The brace don't get affected. The infantry hardly get affected. Basically, the headhunters and the DMR las guns get affected by this. Those are literally the worst guns in the game, next to shotguns. So, like, this is giving a buff to, like, the worst dog shit in the game. And the buff itself is like, who cares, dude? Just fucking aim better. You know? It sucks for both. It sucks for both casuals and tryhards. Like, it's just not good. You should never, ever take this. Hey, guys, remember that one? I remember that one build from that one YouTube guy He stopped playing the game. He moved on to Helldivers. He took Executioner Stance and Determined in the same build, and I remember pointing out that was one of the reasons why I started like really going hard on uploading, was because I was just like, dude, have you even tested this shit? Executioner Stance disables suppression. Why are you taking two of the same thing? You're just wasting points. And then he like bitched at me in the comments and called me a stinky doo-doo head. And I was like, huh. Deadshot. 25% critical chance and 60% sway reduction while using your ranged weapons alternate fire, ADS, but lose 0.75 stamina per second and an additional 0.25 per shot. This is garbage. This makes your build weaker. There was a time. There was a time when you could have been good. Okay, so 25% crit chance is more than enough to justify having a downside. The problem is the downside is debilitating. Giving up all your stamina for this much crit chance is just not worth it. Honestly, dude, this needs to be like, but lose 0.1 stamina per second and an additional 0.3 stamina per shot. Then it would be okay. Because if you're going to use this with, say, a machine gun of any variety, you're going to lose 70% toughness, or I'm sorry, 70% stamina in literally like 2 seconds. Not even. Like a second and a half. This is moderately okay on revolvers. Because you can just quickly ADS, pop the head, swap off. This is moderately usable on shotguns and revolvers. The problem is, when the fuck is the last time you've seen a revolver vet out in the wild? They are basically extinct, dude. The plasma gun and bolter are just better, plain and simple. They are better in every situation all of the time. And shotguns are literally the worst guns in the game. Why would you ever care about making them better? That's like polishing a turd. It's still a turd. Born Leader. Allies and Coherency replenish 15% of any toughness that you replenish. The problem is this is a fucking coherency skill. I'm going to give it C tier because it is actually kind of useful, but it's still a coherency skill, so it still kind of sucks. For the Emperor, your combat ability gives you and allies in coherency 10% melee base damage and 10% range base damage for 5 seconds. I like how they worded this to say melee and ranged so that it wouldn't apply to bleeds from like your grenades. Thanks for that, Fat Shark. So yeah, 5 seconds is nothing. 5 seconds is glorp shit. 5 seconds is not usable. 10% is not a super substantial buff for something this conditional. You have to use your ability. You can only use it during that 5-second window, and it's only a 10% buff. Do I need to remind you that surprise attack, this node right here, is 30% damage for 5 seconds, and it affects your grenades? No, I'm sorry, bros. This sucks. I regret ever putting this in my builds. I feel stupid for it. Keep their heads down. 50% ranged attack suppression. This is getting A tier for tryhards. And this is getting like D tier, honestly, for like noobs. But like top of D tier. Because fucking new players don't even know how the suppression mechanic works. But experienced players can basically use suppression like a smoke grenade. You just shoot in their general direction and they all stop shooting. Suppression is probably like just the most underrated mechanic in the game. People don't really understand it very well. But when you do understand it, boy, is it good. Also, I like how this guy is kneeling. So he's like doing the NFL. He also kind of looks like a SWAT sticker. Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. I've never noticed this. Bro, he's literally doing the Hitler. What the fuck? Look. And then his arm is going back like down up. Bro, if his arm was bent upwards, he'd literally be making a SWAT sticker. Hey, Fat Shark, maybe you want to change this icon a little bit, bro. We are literally 3/4 of the way to a fucking Nazi thing. What's going on here, Fat Shark? I have literally never thought about that before, but bro, we're a couple fucking quarters away from a goddamn Elon Musk moment. Okay, what's next? Reciprocity. 5% critical hit chance for 8 seconds on successful dodge. Stacks 5 times. This is going to the top of S tier for both. This is just too good. So this is 25% crit chance that lasts for 8 seconds. 25% crit chance is the same as this keystone. That's right. Zealot's keystone and like Scourge, like Zealot's crit chance bonuses, basically this is just one node that gives Veteran Zealot's crit chance bonuses. Okay. Does anybody have questions? Does anybody have problems with this? That this one node on this class that isn't even supposed to be crit focused is as good as the crit focused keystone on the crit focused class? Like, does nobody see why that might be just a little bit ridiculous? No? I mean, I don't have a problem with it if you don't have a problem with it. I play this class. This is my favorite class. So, I mean, if we want to if we want to keep this as is, I'm totally fine with that. But this might be worth looking at in a balance. Like, maybe it should only stack 3 times. Close quarters kill zone. 15% close damage for 10 seconds on combat ability use. So the biggest problem with this is that you have to not take reciprocity to take this. So it's getting C tier for that reason. That's literally all it is. 10 seconds is enough with Shout that it's 15% damage is enough damage, and 10 seconds is long enough for that kind of damage when you consider that you're using a Shout every 15 seconds. So there's only 5 seconds of downtime. So this is basically up for 70% of the fight, and 15% is nothing to scoff at. The problem is you would just rather have 100% uptime on 25% crit chance than 60% uptime on 15% damage. That's really all it comes down to. Duck and dive. 30% stamina on avoiding ranged attacks by dodging, sprinting, or sliding. This is honestly kind of A tier. This node is nutty. The only problem with this node is that, again, you have to not take reciprocity to get it. And I think for casual Glylos, this is C tier, because what the fuck does Lady Gaga know about cameras? What the fuck does a Malice player know about stamina abusing? You know? There's just nothing they can really do to abuse stamina to make stamina super worthwhile. Though I will say, this node has synergy with the one sprinting node on, machine guns, and it lets you just endlessly sprint through gunfire, which is really strong. Really, really strong. It's called Strip Down. Duck and Dive and Strip Down is an S tier combination. It's one passive point and one trait. And let's be honest, the second trait on the columnist doesn't really matter in the first place. So Strip Down and Duck and Dive gives you permanent ranged immunity. Sounds pretty good to me, bro. Fully loaded, plus 25% ammo. This is getting S tier for both. So plus 25% ammo is one of those crazy things because this means Survivalist gives you more ammo back. This means ammo packs give you more ammo back. And this means that, this also makes it so that you're always prepared from Weapon Specialist reloads more because you have more ammo. It's just... I'm sorry, that's not true. That's not true. Fully loaded doesn't increase your clip. I'm stupid. Sorry. So, you get more ammo back from Survivalist procs, and you get more ammo back from just picking ammo boxes up, because Survivalist is 1% of your total ammo. Increase your total ammo by 25%, and now Survivalist gives 1.2 back instead of just 1.0, because it's 1%. Same with ammo box pickups. This is basically just increasing their effects by 25%. This also makes it so that your buffed bullets from all your range damage buffs, you just have 25% more of them to work with. So, fully loaded is not equal. Fully loaded on, say, Zealot, who has less ways to get range damage than Veteran, would not be nearly as good. Because one bolter shot from a Veteran is worth 1.5 bolter shots on a Zealot. You see where I'm going with this? So having more ammo on a class that benefits the most from bullets, usually, it's a really strong combo. Then you consider that it double dips, and it's really well placed because it's above another node that you really want. Beautiful node. Love it. Tactical Awareness. Combat ability cooldown reduced by 6 seconds on specialist enemy kill is broken, and it's broken for both. So, a big part of what makes this so fucking broken is, let's just be real, guys. Let's get real, as it were. 6 seconds is a lot. Specialists aren't that rare in Havoc 40 and like Maelstrom. And ability spam, I think I've won this debate. I think no one's going to argue with me anymore. Combat ability cooldown is crazy. Ability spam just snowball breaks the game. 4 shout vets that shout every 3 seconds, spaced apart, is literally an unlosable combination. And tactical awareness enables that. You kill 2 guys with tactical awareness and combat ability regen on your Kyrios, and voice of command gets under that 15-second threshold for duty and honor. So that makes this node even more broken. And considering how this is arguably like one of the best talents in the entire game, this making this much better makes these two crazy. Desperado, 10% melee critical hit chance and 25% melee finesse bonus. Melee finesse bonus is your weak spot and your critical hit damage. This is S tier. So something I get to brag about a little bit is Duelist. If you go back and watch videos before I started posting, literally no one ever told you to take Duelist. You look at like Real Asian Robot guides, you look at like Wild Spice guides, none of those guys ever even mentioned Duelist. Till your boy came around. Showed him what's up. Duelist is fucking bananas. It is nuts. Desperado is half of Duelist's effect plus giving you 10% crit chance. That stacks with that 25% from reciprocity. So these two nodes are giving you 35% critical hit chance and like 30% increase to your critical headshot damage, which then stacks with precision strikes, which is like a 15% increase to headshot damage. So these 3 nodes, precision strikes, reciprocity, desperado, superiority complex, those 4 nodes add up to be like fucking critical headshots are now doing like 70% more damage to elites and specialist, and now you're critting 35% more often. What the fuck? You know? Like, veteran is relatively well balanced until you get down here, and it's like, this is where all the bonkers shit is. Okay, Shock Trooper. Critical hits with las weapons consume no ammo. Honestly, this is S tier. The build that's associated... And honestly, dude, this is broken for casuals. Because, like, holy fuck, man. Not consuming ammo on crits when you're critting relatively commonly is kind of nutty. This one node makes that build have virtually no ammo problems. You consider Shock Trooper plus fully loaded plus opening salvo plus Survivalist, and it's like, sheesh, you know? Sheesh. That recon lasgun shit basically never runs out of ammo. But it's also capped in how good it can be, I will say. I definitely think there are stronger builds that just output more and take less. But man, it is a beautiful noob-friendly build. And the effect is just strong. Because it doesn't, like, take ammo and put it in your magazine. It just straight up doesn't take the magazine ammo. Which increases how much you can fire. Which is the same as a DPS increase. Because reloading is the biggest decrease to DPS. Superiority Complex. 15% base damage on elite enemies only. This is like A tier. Honestly, the only thing holding this back is the fact that it's only on elite enemies. Like, this increases your bleed damage, this increases your gun, stamina, crit, all that, because it's base damage. So it's like, dude, if this said elite and specialist, it might be S tier, honestly. Marksman. On ability use for 10 seconds, any weak spot hit grants 20% strength. This node kind of sucks. Like, let's just be real. Let's get real here, guys. Strength on guns in Darktide, that shit's a fucking meme, dude. Okay, can anyone in the audience, apart from like maybe like fucking like Dorn or like Reginald, can anyone in the audience actually tell me what guns in Darktide even benefit from strength in a way that isn't just increasing their damage? No, you fucking can't. No one can fucking tell you that. Dude, there might be like 30 fucking people on planet Earth that can answer that question. Okay? So, like, you just don't care. And even if you just look at it as a 20% damage boost, again, 20% damage only on weak spots. I just don't care. I would rather use close quarter kill zone and get 15% damage for everything, even non-weak spots, including my bleeds. You know what? This shit's getting D tier, actually. Just because I don't like this goddamn node. Fuck you. This node sucks. Iron Will, 50% reduced toughness damage if above 75% toughness. This is going to be controversial. This gets A tier. I don't think Iron Will breaks into the S tier. Let me explain. 50% reduced toughness damage is really good. But above 75% toughness, even if you have like 300 toughness, that's only like 40 toughness that's gaining this effect. Which is only really usable versus gunners. Because like one hit from a trash mob and you are permanently outside of Iron Will's range. So you see the issue here? Because I'm seeing the issue here. It just needs to be more like 30% reduced toughness damage if above 50% toughness. That would make it a lot better. The issue is that you just fall under 75% toughness so fast. And the moment you're under that 75% toughness, you're just like out of ability. Like you just don't get this for anything, you know? And the moment this goes away, that's it. That's all your toughness damage reduction basically is just gone. Demolition Team. Demolition Team for casuals is like C tier. Like they could not make use of this very well. This is honestly broken though for for tryhards. Because especially on Havoc, this shit generates more grenades than Demo stockpile. Dude, on Havoc, I've recorded this shit giving me like 40, 50 grenades back. It is fucking insanity. And more grenades breaks the grenade economy. Grenades, the frag grenade is one of the most powerful tools in Darktide. Spamming it, this like doubles the amount you can spam it. If you're actually on top of using grenades and like consciously being aware of when there's a lot of elites around, this is going to serve you really well. Exploit Weakness. Melee critical hits apply 10% brittleness to the target. This is a terrible node. This is one of the worst nodes in the game. I remember when I was correcting that like Commissar build, I remember pointing out how bad Exploit Weakness actually is. Because most every good melee, be it chainsword, shovel, fucking dueling sword, knife, is killing a crusher in no more than 3 hits. 3 hits is the absolute maximum a weapon can take to kill a crusher and not be considered absolute abysmal dog shit anymore. Most weapons that are decent are killing them in 2. And the broken stuff, like the power sword and the dueling sword, are killing them in 1. So, okay, the Punjabi Indian just tried to take control of my PC again. Sorry about that. So, like, when you really get down to it, applying 10% brittleness is not a lot. And you don't particularly care about being able to do just 10% brittleness. If this was like 25%, because brittleness is just rending for the whole team, rending is just armor penetration. Think of it like that. 10% brittleness is fucking nothing. And there are blessings that apply 20% brittleness like instantly. So this has to be a melee hit, and it has to be a crit. Okay. You also need to get 1 crit to then apply the brittleness to benefit on the next hit, which also needs to be a crit to get the second stack, which is then only benefited on the 3rd hit. How many times are you planning on hitting the crusher exactly? Because, dude, I'm just going to walk up and one-shot it with the dueling sword or the power sword, you know, or the heavy eviscerator if I'm playing Zealot, or the dueling sword again if I'm playing Psyker, or the pickaxe if I'm playing Ogryn. Every single class, their best, most used meta weapon one-shots crushers. Dueling sword for the 3 normal classes, pickaxe, which is basically dueling sword for the Ogryn. They all one-shot the crusher. And outside of the Crusher, when do you give a fuck about 10% brittleness? Onslaught. Continuous hits to a single target apply 2.5% brittleness for 5 seconds, stacked 16 times. This is an S tier node for both, and it's much higher rated for casuals because this single-handedly enables auto guns to be high tier. Without this node, infantry, auto guns, and recon las guns would be literal unusable dog shit against all armored targets. You'd have to put them away and pull out your melee. Honestly, this node's kind of unhealthy for the game because this node, along with Shock Trooper, kind of just enables you to hold one weapon the entire game and very effectively deal with every target. It's your only way of dealing with gunners. It's great at killing crushers. Basically, everything but the bulwark can be dealt with your gun with this node. Which honestly is kind of unhealthy game design now that I think about it. Sorry, I was just checking the time on the recording. I don't want these to drag on forever and ever and ever. Okay, wait, fuck, I lost my place. Okay, Competitive Urge. 2.5% chance of 20% base damage, 20% melee impact, and 20% suppression. We only care about the base damage. For 8 seconds whenever an ally kills an enemy. Okay, so Competitive Urge is not terrible. It's very mediocre. It's very B tier. It's definitely better than this. Definitely better than these two. Nah, I'd say it's about on par with these. I think that's true for this as well. All right. So, the biggest problem is Competitive Urge doesn't proc when you get kills, which fucking blows. But that 20% base damage affects your bleed dots. So, Competitive Urge plus Focus Target plus Fire Team plus like Close Quarters Kill Zone, and you can give like 100% damage to your grenades, which is nuts. The problem really is the fact that, you can't proc this. If they made it so that your kills counted for proccing this node would be like A tier, maybe low S tier, honestly. And that's purely because of Grenader Vet. It benefits so much from this 20% base damage. Rending Strikes is dog shit. Rending Strikes is fucking terrible. This node, after getting nerfed, is one of the worst nodes in the game. 10% rending fucking blows ass. Because if your weapon strikes quickly and decisively, if your weapon strikes quickly, then Onslaught is objectively better because it's 40% rending that the entire team can gain from because it's brittleness. And if your weapon fires slowly, then 10% rending doesn't substantially increase the damage because it fires slowly, deals a lot of damage, and every weapon that fits this bill has high punch through. Think revolver, think bolter, etc. I'm sorry, it just has high base armor penetration. Okay, so this leads to this scenario where what the fuck wants rending strikes? And then your melees, why do your melees want rending strikes? Again, good melees already one-shot every armored target. And the melees that don't one-shot them, two-shot them. And the melees that don't two-shot them, three-shot them. There's not a single melee or build in the game where Rending Strikes takes a 3-shot on a Crusher and turns it into a 2-shot. Maybe there is one niche fucking like Shock Mall setup where it does, but I'm not aware of it. Rending Strikes is literally, objectively, a do-nothing dead passive. It is a waste of a goddamn skill point. And I'm being very harsh on this because fuck this node. The entire first year that I uploaded darktide content, I had people telling me I was an idiot. Oh, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. This guy's stupid. He thinks Rending Strikes is bad. And now, 2 years in the fucking future, nobody takes Rending Strikes. It is dog shit. This was mathematically and just easily provable in-game why it's bad. Take it, walk up, hit a Crusher, count how many times you need to hit it to kill it, take the node off, count how many times you need to hit it to kill it, see that it never fucking changes, and 10% rending is only like a 2% damage increase on non-armored targets. So like bosses like Unyielding, Rending Strike's only like a 3% damage increase. Again, who gives a fuck? It's nothing. Rending Strikes is so terrible that the only way you can think it's not terrible is if you're just ignorant to how terrible it actually is. The problem is, normally I would be kind to people like that. The issue that I have is that, like, okay, when you argue, when you're willfully ignorant and then you argue that you're not ignorant, fuck you. Bring It Down is 20% damage to Ogres and Monstrosities, and this is about as B tier as a node gets. Do. 20% damage to Ogrins is good, and 20% damage to bosses is good. Combine that with focus targets damage, and now you have crazy damage increases. Yeah, I really don't know what else to say here. 20% damage to bosses and Ogrins is just good. Oh, by the way, though. Again, so you remember how I said the Crusher is the only thing you really care about having Rending to try and get over? Because sure, Rending gives damage. Yes, I know this is the other thing people try to hit me with. They always hit you with the Rending increases your damage to everything. It's like every 10% Rending is like 1% damage, dude. It's fucking garbage. But 20% damage to Ogrins is right next to this. So if the primary reason to take Rending Strikes is to have Rending versus Crushers, you also have to prove that the 20% base damage from Bring It Down doesn't just give you more damage than the Rending would, which in most cases it would. The other thing is, Bring It Down, that damage works on your grenades because it just says damage. So guess what? Uncanny Strike, you now have 20% extra damage to your grenades against packs of Crushers, which makes these things even better than these against Crushers. There's so much synergy here. It's a synergistic orgasm. Everything is just synergizing. So much synergy. Trench Fighter Drill, 10% attack speed. I'm just going to tell you this right now. Every single one of these nodes, honestly, should I just get this out of the way right now? Every single one of these 10% attack speed nodes for every single class, like this and like this, these are going to get S tier. It's going to get S tier on Ogren. It's going to get S tier on Veteran. It's going to get S tier on Zealot. It's going to get S tier on everyone. Because attack speed is the single most important stat in determining your DPS. Attack speed is crazy. It's not broken, because it's only 10%, but every single build wants the 10% attack speed node on every single class without exception. The only exception may be Psyker, because you kind of have to spend a lot to get to it. But other than that, other than the occasional one-off Psyker build, every Ogren build wants Heavy Hitter and the 10% because of the 10% attack speed if they can afford it. Every single Veteran build needs to take Trench Fighter. Every single Zealot build needs to take their version. I forget the name of it. Because 10% attack speed just makes everything happen faster. It just makes damage come out quicker. Skirmisher, 5% to all base damage for 8 seconds after sprinting, stacks 5 times. This node could be S tier. The problem is there's an unlisted delay of like 5 seconds of continuous sprinting before you start gaining the damage. And you killed it. Thank you, Fat Shark. But I will say, though, for all my grenade vet guys out there, for all my big Dom fans out there, 5% to all base damage. Base damage. This applies to grenades. So Skirmisher is just a 25% damage bonus to all your grenade damage that you could just start adding to your builds. So, I'll give you that one for free. All right, Marksman's Focus. Marksman's Focus is not bad per se. The problem is there's just, right now in the meta, there's just nothing to use it with. That's literally all it is. There's nothing that really wants this right now. All of Veteran's overpowered strong weapons just don't benefit from having this. That's literally the end of the story. The problem is nothing with how it works, because all of the weapons that benefit from this, you just spam down the horde, build the stacks instantly, and ignore the downsides, the like playstyle changes you try to have to do. You just ignore those, and then you're like, oh, okay, cool. It's just free damage. The problem is, nothing really reaches any breakpoints anymore with this damage. If the meta changed, and weapons like the Columnus came back into like the top position, this would go like up here. And I think it's even worse for casuals. I think they should just not even bother with this shit. Chink in their armor is literally just rending strikes with a conditional. Fuck you. If rending strikes isn't good, then rending strikes with a limiter, with a fucking, like a goddamn power limiter bracelet on it, like he's Tyrant from Resident Evil, is, you know, is even worse. Long range assassin increases maximum stacks of focus target from 10 to 15. Okay, 5 focus target stacks really aren't that impactful. So we'll throw this in C tier for now. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Camouflage is garbage. Fuck this node. This node should not exist. Gain 1 stacks of focus every 0.75 seconds when standing still or walking when crouched. Do not stand still. Do not crouch walk. Do not do any of this shit. Pick a weapon that can kill enemies quick enough that even if you have 0 stacks, you can go from 0 to 10 stacks in like a second or less. Just do that because all the good guns can do that. Plasma gun can do that. Recon lasgun can do that. Columnus can do that. Even the revolver can fucking do that if it's punched through. So can the bolter. You just click the head range like 2 or 3 times with bolter and you build up like 8 stacks. There is not a single time you should ever use camouflage. This node is a gigantic noob trap. Tunnel vision. 5% toughness replenishment for each stack of focus. In addition, weak spot kills restore 10% stamina. I think the idea is to use tunnel vision with Deadshot. So I'm going to give tunnel vision like a B tier. Because it is nice getting the extra toughness back. And the stamina does enable you to do some shenanigans with Deadshot. So, like, it's not unusable garbage. It's not abysmal dog shit. It's only minor dog shit. All right. Focus a target. Gain focus target every 2 seconds. Stacks 5 times. Tagging an enemy applies the focus target stacks to them, causing them to take 4% additional damage for each stack. And reset your focus back to 1. Okay. This is actually a lot of damage. And this shit eviscerates bosses. Focus target is not in a very great position. Just like Marksman's Focus. Though actually, that's not true. So these nodes are really good. These stamina increasers, right here, these stamina regeneration delay reductions. Now, I'm going to say this right now. There is a vocal, stupid part of the community. I'm not going to say stupid, more like elitist, overzealous, that think every veteran build needs to take one of these because stamina management is just that bad on veteran. But honestly, guys, if you don't waste all your stamina beforehand, you won't have that problem. I know I never do. But hey, what do I know? So, the stamina regen is good above Marksman's Focus. Problem is, Rending Strikes kind of sucks, Competitive Urge is mid, and Bring It Down is nice, but niche. So, Focus Target doesn't have stellar stuff above it. That's the big problem. However, the effect is really good. Like, I'm going to give it an A tier for tryhards and an S tier for casuals. Because it's literally just free damage for the whole team, and it helps direct their focus onto things that actually matter. Target down. If an enemy you have tagged dies, replenish 5% toughness and 5% stamina for each stack of focus target applied to you and allies in coherency. Okay, so this can genuinely give like 40% toughness and stamina back to 4 players. This shit is crazy. Honestly, Target down is getting an S tier. The fact that you just kill one enemy that you were going to kill anyway, and everyone on the team is getting like 30+% toughness back, that is a ludicrous amount of toughness. Like, this node would be okay. It would be like B tier if it only applied to you. The fact that it applies to all your teammates is insane. It is ridiculous. Focused Fire. Focus target max stacks increased to 8. This is going to be a little controversial. I actually think this is bad. I don't think this is good. I think it's much better for casuals, though. So if you're playing focus target optimally, you're probably never going to build up to 8 stacks, honestly. You're probably going to be cashing them out at like 3 or 4 stacks. Because think about it. 4 stacks is still like 16% damage, which is plenty. Like, that helps you reach a lot of breakpoints. You're never really going to wait for 8 whole stacks every single time. You're only going to do that for a boss. So really, outside of bosses, this isn't too useful. This encourages you to not spend your stacks. Problem is, you realistically only need to spend a couple stacks to reach a new breakpoint against most targets. So, Redirect fire. If an enemy you have tagged dies, grant 1.5% damage for each stack of focus target applied to you and allies. This is ludicrous. This is like an S tier node. So what makes this node S tier, but the other like 10% damage increases, what makes them so low is the fact that this has 100% uptime and is applied to all 4 players. So the fact you also aren't going out of your way to take this. There's no real opportunity cost here because this is like the last thing you grab. So it's not really competing with much. It's giving everyone damage, and it's giving everyone damage for all their dots. So if the Zealot's using a Flamer, the Psyker's using a Flame Staff, and you're using Bleed, you're giving like 10% damage to all of those. 100% of the time. I still don't know if I can really give it. I don't know if I can really give it S tier, because that is sounding more like an A tier effect. Just, man, 10% damage on 3 dots is pretty noticeable. I'll keep it an S tier for casuals and an A tier for more tryhards. Though I imagine a lot of this stuff is going to move around when I have to compare it directly to, like, good nodes on other classes. Weapon Specialist is S tier. This shit is crazy strong. It's S tier, A tier. It's A tier for casuals because they aren't going to make full use of the effect. It's S tier for the good players. So what makes this node so redonkulous? Gain range specialist on melee kills stacks 10 times. Gain melee specialist on range kills stacks once. When you wield your ranged weapon, you activate your range specialist effect to gain 2% attack speed as well as 30% critical hit chance on your next shot. And that's only for one shot, by the way. Which does mean that 3 stacks, swap, pop the guaranteed crit, use that guaranteed crit to kill, swap back, you've now got the loop going. Last 5 seconds. When you wield your melee weapon, you get the melee specialist effect. You gain 15% fucking attack speed. So, weapon specialist plus trench fighter drill is 25% attack speed, bros. Understand this, my guys. 25% attack speed, that's what the fucking Zealot gets from his ultimate that increases attack speed. That's also what he gets from Martyrdom. So this is Martyrdom's attack speed bonus, or Fury of the Faithful's attack speed bonus, the Zealot charge ultimate, or, just think about it like that. So Weapon Specialist plus Trench Fighter Drill plus Reciprocity plus Desperado gives you half of Zealot's crit damage bonuses, it gives you half of Zealot's crit damage bonuses, about half of his crit chance bonuses, and you're getting like the same or half of his attack speed bonuses. So basically, if you took half of everything that made Zealot super good and powerful in terms of offense and just slapped it on Veteran with these 4 nodes, then you take everything that makes Veteran good, and now you've got a really strong build going. Always Prepared is game breaking, in my opinion. The fact that you can use this with the plasma gun and restore like 70 shots back to the magazine makes it so if you reload 5 times per game and you optimally use Always Prepared, you're going to go from 5 reloads down to like 1. And if you consider reloading during air ducts, you might never have to reload during a fight with this node. I don't think I need to tell you how big of an upside that is when you consider that the biggest downside of the plasma gun, which is the most broken gun in like the history of Darktide, The fact that you can give like arguably the best gun ever, the most overpowered effect ever of never having to stop to reload, when the reload is supposed to be like the only downside of the weapon, yeah, that's pretty insane. But even outside of plasma gun, this like extends your magazine shelf life so much. Think about it. You pull out the revolver, pop the trapper in the head, one tap it, go back to your melee weapon, kill, 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 swap back to the revolver to re-kill to get the attack speed, and like you just put a bullet back in, so you never have to reload it. If you're playing with a weapon that struggles with reloading, then always prepared removes that downside. Always prepared weapon specialist trench fighter makes so many clunky things just feel good to use. And it makes them feel good because it makes them actually good. All right. Invigorated. Activating melee specialist restores 20% stamina. This is like C tier. This is just not that good. The 20% stamina is good. Stamina is good and all. But like, man, the amount of times in my life where I have said, dude, I wish I could press a button and just get a quarter of my stamina back right now. Very few. Usually when I'm stuck blocking along a wall, back walking out of an engagement, that's usually when I'm saying that. And that happens maybe once every like 3 games. On your toes is S tier. This shit is crazy. Activating melee specialist and or range specialist replenishes 20% tough down. Each one has its own independent 3-second cooldown. Okay. I just want to put this thought in your head. So, let's say you're using Out for Blood, right? You get like 4 kills with your melee. That's like 25% toughness right there. Swap your weapon. That's 20% toughness. You got 40% toughness back. Shoot your plasma gun once. It kills like 5 guys. That's like another 30% toughness back. Swap back to your dueling sword to refresh your buff. That's another 20% toughness. In the span of like a second and a half, you just went from 0 to 100 toughness. And that's what On Your Toes enables. Absolutely ridiculous node. Fleeting Fire. Activating range specialist grants 20% reload speed for 5 seconds. You have to take Always Prepared to take this node. This is getting D tier for anti-synergy. You have to take a node that makes it so you virtually never have to reload to then take a follow-up perk that makes your reload better. Huh? This is anti-synergy. This sucks. Go away. Get away from me. Conditioning. Activating melee specialist grants 25% stamina cost reduction for 3 seconds. This is also D tier. So you might ask, what makes this one D tier? It just, who cares? So this does make sprinting cost less, which is nice, but it's only for 3 seconds, so who cares? So this is clearly used for pushing. The clear idea here is you swap, pop Invigorated, use that stamina you just got, plus this, to like get an extra push attack out. But man, it's so much work. No one does this. It doesn't matter. It doesn't ever help. It's just, who cares, you know? All right. Now, let me look at the list for tryhards first. And now, let me organize this list. And then we can stop with part 1 of this. Oh boy, that's like 70 skills down, like 200 more to go. Yeah, this is definitely the most broken, followed by this. Then I think the grenade generation talents. Yeah, Out for Blood is crazy. Yeah, okay. Okay, I agree with this. Shout, Reciprocity. No. Weapon Specialist is definitely better than this. 15% attack speed can't be understated. It's just too fucking good, man. Oh no, I closed my tab. I just got pwned. That Indian Punjabi hacker from before, he just closed my Games Lantern tab. Fuck. Let me Let me pull this back up. Hold on. Games Lantern. Darktide Veteran. Some of the shitty nodes that nobody ever plays. I need them for reference. Okay. Reciprocity is definitely better than I would rather take this over this. I would rather take this over this. If I had to choose between Out for Blood and Fully Loaded, not Out for Blood, probably Confirmed Kill. Oh, this is tough, man. No, I'd rather have Onslaught over this. I'd rather have Trench Fighter over the Lasgun ammo thing. And then I would rather have On Your Toes. Yeah, probably something like that. That's pretty good. Iron Will, this damage, I'd rather have this over this. Yeah, I'd rather have the base damage than the weak spot damage. Field Improv. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I agree with this. I don't think anything here is better than something above it. Twinned Blast. Nah, I think Exhilarating Takedown is top of B tier. 15% toughness and gain 10% toughness damage reduction, stacking 3 times on weak spot kill. That is borderline an A tier effect. If it wasn't below long shot, it would be A tier. Genuinely. One motion. Competitive Urge is not as good as Grenade Tinker. I'd rather have Grenade Tinker any day of the week. It's not as good as this. I'd rather have this for Weapon Specialist any day of the week. I'd rather have an extra grenade. I'd rather have an extra grenade over... I don't know about that. Nah, for Havoc, I'd rather have the extra grenade. This is... I'd rather have the 20% universal damage to these guys than just this. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Yeah. No, this is like the bottom of this tier. So is this, because of pathing reasons. This skill is Killzone. No, wait, Killzone is fucking... Okay, this is... Which one is this? This isn't Volley Adept. Wait, what fucking skill is this? What skill is a picture of reload plus shooting a guy? I'm totally brain fogging. Oh, someone is screaming at their monitor right now. They're like, "It's this fucking skill, you idiot!" Wait, I'm actually not seeing this skill. Dude, am I retarded? Oh, there it is. Opening salvo. Yeah, no, that's pretty fair. The abilities, yeah, no, this is actually the worst skill in this tier, easily. This is probably D tier, honestly. This is Close Quarters Kill Zone. I mean, I'd rather have Close Quarters Kill Zone than this shit. I'm not gonna lie to you. Fuck Marksman's Focus, or fuck Executioner Stance. Marksman's Focus, yeah, I'd rather have that over Focused Fire and Invigorated and this shit. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Oh my goim. Oh, this is gonna be rough. All right, what is the best thing in D tier? Oh my Soyance. Oh my Fauci. What is the best thing in this tier? All right, give me a second. This is gonna be hard, dude. What's the best of the bad? It's not gonna be anything down here, that's for damn sure. Is there a chance? It has to be Volley Adept. It just has to be. Because Volley Adept's effect doesn't really belong down here. It's just pathing is garbage. Okay, what is the next worst thing down here? What is the next best of the bad? Oh my slant. Dude, you never realize how hard this shit is until you're in the hot seat doing it live. Tell me in the comments what you would do here, because this is fucked. It's gotta be Kane, dude. It's gotta be Kane, right? It's gotta be Infiltrate. Probably Infiltrate above Volley Adept. What is this skill? This is the charismatic. This is the coherency. Yeah, this is the coherency increaser. Uh, let's see. Okay, let's start working from the back here. Let's hit it from the back. You want me to hit it from the back? Fucking video. This is definitely the worst goddamn skill so far in the entire game, until we get to the other classes. Camouflage is terrible, but I think smoke grenades are worse. Uh, this is definitely shit. Yeah, rending strikes and this are definitely down here. No, this is worse than these two. Because at least with these, at least with rending strikes, you could argue these are doing something. This shit, the fact you have to hit them once, then hit them again to benefit. What fucking weapon in modern Darktide takes more than 2 hits to kill a crusher? And 10% rending? No, fuck off. Deadshot is definitely shit. This is worse, because at least you can do things with this. This is anti-synergy with the ability. This also sucks. But dude, the coherency aura radius, this is literally worthless. No, I'd rather have smoke grenades than this. If you put a gun to my head, I'd rather have a smoke grenade than a coherency aura increase, dude. Like genuinely, I really would. I really truly would. Crack grenades. No, dude, this shit's worse than crack grenades. I'd rather someone use crack grenades than this crap. Long shot is looking a lot better now. What is this? What is this crap? Catch your breath? Okay. This has some synergy. This can be useful. This works with bleed. What is this again? Dude, am I stoned? Gormless? Skirmisher is the best thing on here because this works with bleeds. You could just throw 2 grenades and just start sprinting, and those grenades become much stronger. So this actually is okay. 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 Hold on. Wait, I kind of like this. I think this kind of goes like down here. Maybe below crack. And this is right there with it. Okay, you know what? I think that's good. I think that is fucking good. Okay, now, oh my god, I gotta do the same thing twice. I gotta do the same motherfucking thing twice. Bro, kill me. Kill me, broke by broke. Okay. This goes here, dude. It's like fitting a puzzle together. This goes here. This probably goes here for casuals. Then this, then these. You know, then this, then this, then this. Okay, I agree with this. This, this, this goes here, definitely. Okay. Yeah, this goes here. Because they love machine guns. Casuals love machine guns, and this makes machine guns so much better. Yeah, everybody dodges. Everybody wants toughness back. Yep, fully loaded. I'd say fully loaded is probably better for the casual Guilo than this. Desperado is just always active, massive damage increase. Trench Fighter is better than this shit. It's just attack speed. It's just attack speed. You don't have to do anything. It's just attack speed. Focus target. Nah, it can stay down here. I like this. I like this. Casual swift weapons a lot and always need more toughness, so this goes up here. This is not. This is at the fucking bottom. This is good. This is good. This is okay. Is this actually good for casuals? Am I getting advertised fucking condoms? Brother, I suck dicks. What are you? Why are you? I don't need these. Why are you advertising these to me? Um, focus, Tanner, focus. I just can't believe how off Google's marketing is. Anyway, fuck. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, right here. Am I stoned? Gormless. Okay. Uh, let's see. Yeah, this is good because it's just free damage. Hunter's Resolve. Okay, this is good. This is good. This is all good. I like this. Extra Grenade is definitely better than anything else because they don't have to think. Grenade Tinker goes here. Yeah. Yeah. No, this goes at the bottom. This is fucking garbage. Um, what is this again? Oh yeah, Close Order Drill. I think this goes like up here, dude. Close Order Drill's good. Fuck, but this is also good. This is definitely better than this. Okay, you know what? I agree with this. Demo team is not good for casuals, bro. They are not good at using their grenades. And one motion is also very whatever. So is this. Okay. This is terrible. This is terrible. But what's more terrible? It's got to be Killzone. Killzone, then Aura, then Duck and Dive, then Demo Team, then this. Okay, then this. What is this again? This is Long Range Assassin. I mean, if they're gonna use it, yeah, okay. It's just there. Close Quarters Killzone should be way higher. And what is this again? This is the reload. This instills good habits. We're keeping this here. We're like Master Roshi in this bitch. Okay. Oh boy, D tier. Also, I called this African nation food tier list. I just wanna point that out. Oh yeah, I'll be making this public for everyone to use whenever I'm done with this video. Just FYI, if you wanna make your own. Okay, right. Holy shit. This is gonna be fucking difficult. This is gonna be hard, dude. Oh lord, I could cry. Okay, this sucks. Smokes are terrible because casuals will fuck their teams with them. This is awful because, again, what weapon even benefits from this? This is a noob trap, so this is even worse. This is just whatever. This actively hurts your teammates, so this goes even further down. I could see suppression immunity being good for people that can't aim. Chink in their armor and rending strikes are definitely worse than a crack grenade. Crack grenade is definitely better than this shit. And this. No, this is actually okay for casuals. Like, unironically, this is probably top of D tier. This is way worse than a fucking crack grenade could ever hope to be. This is long shot. So this is not bad. This is catch of breath, I think. Yeah, this is not good. This is get back in the fight, also not good. Volley of death has to be up here. Serrated blade is at least doing something. These are not doing things most of the time. I'm gonna raise crack grenades up a bit. Is this worse than a crack grenade? No. Actually, yes. Frags are just so much fucking better. This shit is worse than a crack grenade. Dude, this is my benchmark, okay? Is it worse than a crack grenade? These are definitely better than crack grenade. What is this? What is this skill again? Skirmisher? Skirmisher's good. Goes up here. Like, comparatively, it's good. The Nazi ability, keep their heads down, is definitely worse than Infiltrate in the Aura for people who don't know how to use it. This is actually going to be up here because casuals really need help with stamina management. All right, you know what? I like this. I like this. I like it. I like it. I really like it. I really like it. Okay. All right. I will see you guys in a bit, and I'll have to edit these clips together because it's fucking 1 in the morning, and I'm not gonna continue this shit. Next comes Zealot. Oh boy. Yo, what up? It's time to talk about Zealot, Preacher Man, shouty guy. All right, let's just get right into it. Disdain, 5% damage on your next melee attack for each enemy hit stacks 5 times. So this is just 25% damage for every other attack for clearing hordes. It's not bad, but it's not good. And the biggest problem with this node is that it doesn't really go anywhere. That's like the biggest problem. It doesn't actually lead to anything you want. So you are just purely spending a point for this and only this. But it is a top skill. So like, it's right at the top of the tree. So I think this is a good baseline. But where in B tier? I mean, I would rather have Disdain over everything. Yeah, you know what? I agree with this. I would rather have Disdain over everything up until here because this is the same damage boost, but just better. And I think it's going to be the same thing for Guilos. Ching. Anointing Blood. Up to 25% base range damage reduced the further you are from the target. This skill is really fucking good. Like, this is basically just 25% increased gun damage. Honestly, this is kind of an S tier skill. And this is like S or A tier, honestly. Because 25% is one of the biggest damage boosts on the entire skill tree. And sorry, I'm just trying to think about where it should actually go. Is it S or high A tier? Superiority? No, it's definitely better than Superiority Complex. Yeah, no, this is just an S tier skill. But I mean, I would kind of rather have it than like the toughness and defense of this stuff. Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. I think it's even better for casuals, man. You literally just stand there and do damage, and you get a huge damage increase. This works great with the Flamer, and it works okay with Recon Lasguns. Sorry. Really, it's the fact that it works with the Flamer, and, like, it's the only gun that really matters for Zealot. It also works with the Bolter really well, which is the only other gun that really matters for Zealot. So it has amazing synergy with the two guns that actually matter. And everything else is just kind of irrelevant. But I'm thinking, like, dude, imagine if you could put Anointed Blood on Veteran and you could give just 25% more plasma gun damage. Like, this node would be ridiculous on any other class. Dude, imagine this on Psyker, 25% Purge Staff damage. Like, what the fuck? Backstabber, 20% damage on melee backstab hits. Dude, this is ass. This shit sucks. But I would rather have it than this stuff. Yeah, I think this is a pretty fair placement. It rests around here. And for casuals, I actually think it's even worse because they're just not exploiting the janky backstab hitboxes. And yeah, I don't really know what else to say about it. It just backstabs are not that common, and outside of like burgles, you don't really want to be backstabbing most of the time if you can help it. So it's just kind of a whatever damage increase, but it is still a damage increase. There was a time when this with the knife was ridiculous and you could like one tap bosses, but we don't live in those times anymore. We live in dude, my OBS, can I show you guys something? My fucking OBS down here, it doesn't have the red recording thing going on. So it's like freaking me out. It makes me think that it's stopping to record. Okay, enemies within, enemies without. Replenish 2.5% toughness per second while within 5 meters of at least 3 enemies. This is dog shit. But how dog shit? This is not good. This is actively like shit. So we're starting to get into the pathing issue. Everything in this side is worthless. Because this grenade, the issue with Zealot, right, and this is going to become apparent as we rate these next couple of skills, is Zealot is extraordinarily one-dimensional. Like, like right here, Voice of Terra is okay. This is like a B tier passive, but it is in such a shitty position on the skill tree that it's gonna be like a C or a D tier. Just because like your build is so much weaker if you take it. Regardless of how good the skill is, not taking this stuff, the opportunity cost that comes with taking any of this shit, which means not taking this shit or not taking anything down here. Like if you want to take like, Scourge, Enduring Faith, if you want to take these nodes, you either have to willingly not take like any of these nodes or not take your keystone modifiers. And like Zealot is some of the best. I think Zealot has the best keystone modifiers in the entire game. So just keep that in mind as we go along. So enemies within, enemies without. It's definitely better than this garbage. Yeah, I don't think it's better than the ability modifiers. I do think this is better for casuals, though. Because this is just non-stop toughness regeneration at the time when they actually need it. So I'm going to put this, like, up here. Like, it's definitely worse than Disdain. Oh, yeah, there's also going to be a big discrepancy, I think, with Zealot between, like, casuals and non-casuals. Because for every, like, non-casual person, Zealot has exactly one build. And you guys already know, like, everything in the one build, like the one ring over here, everything in the one build is going to basically get S tier or higher. And everything else is going to get, like, C tier or lower. Like, you already know that's how Zealot is. However, when you aren't good at the game, some of the tools open up and become a little bit better just because they're really easy. You'll see when we get there. Fortitude and Fellowship, 50% coherency, toughness, regeneration. So coherency, toughness, regeneration shuts off when enemies get within a certain distance with you. I made a video talking about the slot system and how all this works. Just know that coherency regeneration is fucking worthless. Completely ignore it. Pretend like it doesn't exist, because it effectively doesn't. So, yeah, no, this is awful. Like, oh, the Punjabi hackers. This is awful. Like, I think I would rather have rending over this shit. Yeah, this doesn't actively hurt you like this stuff does, but this is about as bad as an ability can get. And honestly, I think coherency regeneration is so bad, it's down there for casuals as well, just because the mechanic is garbage. Purge the Unclean, 20% increased damage against infested and unyielding enemies. Honestly, dude, this is literally right there with this. So, okay. What makes Purge the Unclean so good? 20% damage against infested. Infested makes up like dogs and poxwalkers, really. So this is 20% damage versus bosses and the tankiest trash mobs, which on Havoc and Auric Maelstrom, like 80% of hordes are poxwalker hordes. So this is basically just generically 20% damage to everything, dots, range, melee, against most of the most dangerous horde and against bosses. So you know what? Instead of giving this S tier, we're going to give this A tier. But we're going to give this like a high A tier, like above superiority complex kind of A tier. And I think it's the same thing here. What the hell was that sound? Okay, let's see. Blood Redemption, 50% toughness replenishment on melee kill. This is good. Like, this is A tier good. The problem is that Scourge is literally right next to it. And Scourge, let's just get this out of the fucking way. Scourge is broken. We'll talk about it in a second. But, yeah. But how good? Definitely better than veteran stamina shit. Yeah, no, yeah, it lands about there. Okay, Scourge. Melee critical hits apply bleed. Okay, so this is literally already, by the way, though, guys, remember this shit on the veteran tree? And do you remember how awful this was? This is one bleed stack on melee hit. And that was super out of the way. That was, like, over here on veteran. Like, you had to waste points to get it or get out of it. Scourge is along the best pathing for Zealot, arguably the best pathing. And this is the effect. Melee critical hits apply bleed. So this is already literally on par with that veteran talent. It is already doing the exact same thing as that veteran talent because Zealot crits like 80% of the time. But then it has this bonus effect. Melee hits on bleeding enemies grant 10% critical chance for 3 seconds, stacks 3 times. Then you consider that Zealot always starts every single engagement with a charge, Fury of the Faithful, which is a guaranteed crit, which gets this loop going. Like, this is basically just permanent 30% critical hit chance and a bleed stack on every hit. Okay. Right. No, okay. 30% critical hit chance? Dude, like, top 3 best blessings for just weapons in general in the game, one of them is Riposte, which is it's like 20-25% crit chance on a successful dodge. This is basically just a permanent fucking 30% crit chance. On top of giving your weapons bleed functionality. And the reason why that's so good is because this combines with Shredder grenades, so you could just hit them once like a boss, and that reapplies 1 stack of bleed with the veteran 16 stacks of bleed. Like, it just makes it so you're always bleed capping enemies. You're always getting critical hit chance. You're synergizing with veteran super hard. Like, Scourge is ridiculous. And honestly, I don't think Scourge is quite as good as frag grenades, but this shit is ridiculous. For Guilos, Blood Redemption is definitely worse. It's kind of like around here. And Scourge is still broken. Honestly, Scourge is more broken because Scourge is as strong as it is, and literally all you need to do is just mash the mouse 1 button. Scourge is ludicrous. Alright, Bleed for the Emperor. Damage that would take your health to the next wound is reduced by 40%. This is dog shit. This is abysmal dog shit. So, what makes this so terrible? Pathing. Pathing is the first thing. This skill is okay. This skill is terrible. This is alright. And then, like, let's say you actively want this. You think this is good. Okay, so now you either have to spend 1, 2, 3, 4 skill points just to get down here because these 2 are mandatory in every Zealot build ever. Which means you kind of want to take throwing knives. But, like, even if you think this is good, then you got to take Stun Storm, which is okay. This is good. And, like, you can go down here, which you want. The problem is throwing knives are insane. Stun Storms are kind of garbage. But, like, I don't know, man. It's just pathing is such a problem. This entire Zealot skill tree needs a rework, dude. Like, these grenades are not made equal. Enduring Faith needs to be nerfed. And Scourge needs to be nerfed. And then these skills would probably be a bit more. But then again, this is... Dude, even if you made this 5% critical hit chance, I'm still always taking it. And if you made this 25% damage reduction, I'm still always taking it. Bro, this could say 15% toughness damage reduction, and this could say like 3% critical hit chance, and this is still probably like the overwhelmingly best option. It's just the fact that crit chance and toughness damage reduction on demand that's always active is just so much better than anything you could ever provide as an alternative. That, like, even if you heavily nerf these, I'm still gonna take them. It's just gonna make the class way weaker. Anyway, so the issue with Bleed for the Emperor is, like, most hits with all of Zealot's toughness damage reduction, most hits that take you to your next wound are either going to be like minor chip damage gunshots or some toughness bleed through shit. Zealot, every meta Zealot build at this point is getting like 80% toughness damage reduction with like an extra 20% damage reduction on that final, like the final calculation. Which means for most good Zealot builds, the 50 damage hit that you take from trash mobs is only going to actually end up doing about 12 damage. And then you consider it might only bleed through like 7. So you're really only taking, Bleed for the Emperor is never gonna resist more than, like, realistically, even if we account for no bleed through, realistically, unless you have literally no toughness, which you're probably gonna die as Zealot with no toughness, Bleed for the Emperor is never giving you more than, like, 20 health. And even if you're playing Martyrdom where you have like 6 wounds, it's only proccing what? Maybe like you're only losing a wound like that isn't self-inflicted to proc the buffs. You're only losing a wound to enemy damage. You're either going down and this isn't saving you, or you're like it's only happening like what, 5, maybe 7 times maximum. Like this effect just isn't good, honestly. If this effect was like damage that would take your health to the next wound is ignored, I don't know, 5 times per game or something, then it would be pretty good. But as it stands, this is really fucking useless, even on Martyrdom. Like, this is really fucking useless. Like, kind of hard to explain just how useless this actually is. Vicious Offering. Replenish 10% toughness on heavy attack kill. This is okay, but pathing kills it. This is D tier because of pathing. Like, these two are just gimped so heavily by their pathing, but this actual effect is much stronger. Like, the actual effect carries this to be up here. Guys, I'm starting to think maybe we need to separate D tier. There's, like, D tier because bad pathing, but strong effect, and D tier because, like, it's just bad. Like, a smoke grenade is just bad. It's in the worst place in the veteran tree. You never want to be in that section of the tree, like that far right, at that, you know, like that layer of the tree. So it's got the worst possible pathing, one of the worst possible effects, and it deprives you of one of the best effects in the game. Like, smokes are weak in a vacuum. They're weak compared to every other option. They're weak when you consider what they take away, and they're weak because it's a waste of points to get to them. So, like, smokes are just bad. Sorry, smoke grenade fans. But, fucking, like, something like Vicious Offering. Like, this is a good node. If this was let's put it this way. If Zealot builds weren't one-dimensional and super basic, this honestly probably, like, goes up here, especially with the dueling sword meta. The problem is Zealot builds are ultra one-dimensional. Zealot and Ogryn basically only have one build. And then, Zealot more so than Ogryn. Ogryn, at least you can argue Gunlugger is, like, a build. Even if it's not functional at the highest levels, it's still, like, a thing. Zealot has literally one build. And that build is just made up. It's just comprised of fucking staples. Zealot is a class where 80% of the nodes are garbage. And they're garbage because you can't take them, because taking them means you can't take the stuff that is so insanely overpowered. It's basically a staple and used in every build. Zealot has like 2 or 3 skills maximum that he can play around with. And then you consider that those skills always go into Anoint in Blood and Purge the Unclean, and it's like, oh, okay, cool class. All right, what's next? The Voice of Terra. Replenish 4% toughness on ranged kill. Hey, this is another one of those things that is, like, honestly really good, especially with the Flamer. Like, this is going to get C tier just because. But a very low C tier. And it's low because of pathing. Restoring... oh, yeah, wait. We're doing 2 tier lists. I think this actually is better for casuals because flame grenades are better. So pathing is less of a problem here. It's still not good. Pathing still fucks it. Restoring Faith. On taking damage, heal 20% of that damage occurs over 4 seconds. So this is just a better version of the wound thing for all intents and purposes because it applies to all damage. It's still not good, but it can't be as bad as the wound thing. Bleed for the Emperor is what it's called. Second Wind. Replenish 15% toughness on a successful dodge. This shit is nuts, dude. Like, this is S tier, honestly. This is better than attack speed, definitely. This is honestly on par with the weapon swap. No, it's better than the weapon swap because you're dodging more than weapon swapping. This node is redonkulous, dude. And honestly, I feel like this is what I mean. Like, boom, you waste the skill point here. Okay, you don't care about this. This is wasted. But then this is legitimately overpowered. This is borderline overpowered because every time you dodge is a successful dodge when you're fighting. So this is just like every second get 15% toughness. And then this is make all that toughness effectively twice as durable. Like halves all incoming damage. And it's just like, what the fuck? How could you ever not go here? Bro, this needs to be this needs to be lifted up and put like over here. This needs to be lifted up and put like over here. And this needs to be lifted up and put like down here. That way you have to choose. Do you take Scourge, Enduring Faith, or Second Wind? That would be so much healthier for the game's balance. The fact that 3 S tier nodes are right next to each other, going down the same line. Honestly, dude, they're not even S tier nodes. They're just straight up broken. Like, is Second Wind broken? Because you can like dodge gunners and proc this shit. Dude, Second Wind is borderline broken. Like, Second Wind is like fucking up here. This shit is ridiculous, man. Yeah, no, I think this is like absurd, like absurdity. Enduring Faith is 50% toughness damage reduction on critical hit for 4 seconds. Do I even need to explain where this is going? This single node, single-handedly, this is almost as broken as gold toughness for casuals, because it's like training wheels. And it's just as broken for everyone else. I think Enduring Faith is a little bit less broken for tryhards for the simple fact that generating ammo and maybe grenades is more impactful because you're just getting hit less. But dude, I just want to talk about this fucking node for a minute. 50% toughness damage reduction is a lot. Veterans, Iron Will. Everyone agrees Iron Will is a good node, right? Everyone is in agreement that Iron Will is good. Iron Will is only active for the top 25% of your toughness. Then it immediately stops applying. Okay? This is active for all of your toughness, all of the time. This single node basically just halves the damage Zealot takes, period. By the way, though, Ogryn, the tank class, their keystone, their big capstone that finishes off a build, only gives 25% damage reduction. Just FYI. I just feel the need to point that out. It's 25%, and it actually resists less damage the more you get hit. This is just permanent 50% for everything all the time. This is one of the most insane skills in the game. And the fact that it's right next to one of the best toughness generation skills and one of the best crit generation skills. So, like, it's right next to a node that gives more crit than Zealot's Keystone, which is dedicated to giving crit. It's right next to one of the nodes that gives the most toughness in the game, and it makes your toughness more durable than basically anybody else's in the entire game. Why is all of this shit literally right next to each other? This is, like, when I say that, like, all of this shit is unusable garbage, it's because this stuff, any one of these nodes would be, okay, any one of these 3 nodes would be so fucking overpowered that just having one of them in your skill, like your pathing, would be enough to consider not taking any other pathing for any reason. But having 3 of them here, these are basically mandatory skills if you want a good Zealot build, which means spending 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points minimum here. Then you'd have to spend 1, 2, 3, 4, another 5 points minimum. So you are 10 points in, and you haven't even gotten to any of this stuff yet. You are spending 5 points on minimum mandatory sentences. What a crazy reference. But anyway, you are spending 5 points at a minimum on mandatory overpowered skills that make Zealot like arguably the best class in the game. Without these, Zealot goes from arguably the best class in the game to like tied with Veteran, like the 3rd best class in the game. And if you want to take any other grenade for any other reason or any of this stuff, you now have to spend another 5 fucking points just to get out of this. Which means you are spending 30% of your build just to start getting to auras. The difference in power between a zealot build that takes, say, stun storms or immolation grenades is insane. And it's not because stun storms and immolations are bad. It's because you either forego those 5 minimum mandatory points, which just cripples the build and makes it basically non-functioning, or you just eat the cost and then give up basically everything at the bottom of the tree. Or you can just do none of that and just use throwing knives, which are already game-breaking in their own right. Okay, stun storm grenades. So everything that I just said about pathing applies horde to stun storm grenades. These are D tier, but they are the top of D tier. Let me just clarify right now. If I was rating things in a vacuum based on how good the effect is, these would be like A tier. But I'm not. I am counting pathing as part of a skill's effect. So these are sadly D tier. This is one of those things that I could understand people having a point of contention with, because stun storms are obviously not D tier. The problem is just the opportunity cost of taking them and enduring faith together makes your build so much fucking worse. Like, I want to actually get this through your head. You're spending the 5 points here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points just for the grenade, because you don't really care about any of this stuff. So this means you're giving up 5 points at the bottom of the skill tree. Okay, so that means you're giving up, like, your keystone. That means you're giving up potentially Invocation of Death. That means you're potentially giving up. Here, let me show you. Let me show you why this is such a big problem. We're going to literally make a build. Shit, wait, I forgot. This is Firefox. Oh, they fixed it? Holy shit, dude, this is coming in so clutch right now. Okay, so look, let me just make this boom, bam, bing, bang, bop, boop, beep, bang, or no, wait, this sucks. Bang, boom, bang, bizzle, bam, pop, boom, pow, kong chow, xing, shou, chow, chow, ching, to, fow, wop, sing, zom, zam, boom. And we have 2 skill points left. These are the 2 skill points that I was talking about. You can either take this for 5% melee damage, and this for basically constant 20% melee damage, and this is just a 25% melee damage increase, or you could take this and this. Okay, this is the most generic meta zealot build of all time. But let's say we absolutely want stun storm grenades, right? We absolutely under no circumstances want stun storms. So hold on, let me just do this. This right here is the big issue. Right? This right here is the massive fucking issue. What do? You have to give up this, and then maybe you take this and this. So now it's like, okay, you have no keystone modifiers. You can't take sustained assault. You can't take this, which is just like 40% bolter damage, which lets you like kill a boss in 2 mags. Now it takes like 4 mags. And it's like you're giving okay, maybe you give up good balance. Okay, so this is a huge part of your defense going away. And then you take this. So maybe you do something like this. But again, like, why? You're giving up 25% flat damage reduction. Like, this is the compromise you have to make for a stun storm. Stun storm alone does not make up for giving up good balance. No, think about this, dude. No spread, no recoil, 25% damage reduction that gets applied after all of your toughness damage reduction. You're giving up throwing knife, which is the ability to just, no matter what situation you're in, press a button and delete any threat in front of you. You're potentially giving up 30% like melee damage that is just always active. You're giving up like half of your you're making your bolter do half damage. You're potentially making your melee do a third less damage. You're giving up 25% of all of your defense, which is, like, it scales because your toughness damage reduction applies. Then that final number is reduced further by this. So it's just like, you're giving up perfect accuracy, a shit ton of defense, 30% melee damage, and 50% gun damage. Your gun is doing half damage, your melee is doing a third damage, and you're giving up an extremely useful layer of defense just for a... Oh, and the ability to instantly delete any specialist or elite in the game no matter what's going on. No matter what animation you're in, no matter if they're in the middle of disabling you, like, you're giving all of that up. You're giving all of that up just for a stun storm grenade. That right there, that is why stun storm isn't good. Holy yapping, yap man. All right, let's move on. And immolation grenades are in the exact same position. They're good. You're just giving all that shit up. Though actually they get C tier because you're giving less up. Because you kind of want to take Anoint and Blood and Purge the Unclean anyways, you only have to spend 2 skill points. So if we were to do the same thing with... If we were to do the same thing with Immolation Grenade, we just get 2 nodes that we actually want leading into it. So we're not giving up that like 50% boss damage on the bolter. Oh wait, hold on, I lost my thing. Okay, there we go. Okay, Right. Oh, that's my special needs thing. Okay, there we go. I just wanted to get that out of the way. And for casuals, I think the Immolation Grenade is much better. But how much better? It's definitely better than Competitive Urge. Yeah, it just kind of goes up here. And this goes below all this stuff because of cost. Okay, throwing knives. Throwing knives are absurd. Throwing knives, they don't break the game in any way, but goddamn, they're good. Like, I'd rather have them over Weapon Specialist. So, throwing knives. What makes throwing knives so good is honestly very simple. Throwing knives, you can immediately, you click a button, right? You just press one button, and assuming you don't have terrible aim, every problem goes away. Your fucking Trapper, deleted. Mauler, deleted. Rager, deleted. Dog jumping at you, deleted. Your fucking Flamer, deleted. Bomber that's about to chuck a bomb right on the objective, deleted. You don't have to go through any animations. It's like hit scan. You could be shooting a crusher with a bolter. No. You could be shooting a boss with a bolter and run out of ammo and then see a trapper running up to you. You just turn your mouse a bit to the right, press a button, boom, deleted. Problem solved. And because it's interrupting the animation of the bolter, it's automatically animation canceling it. So it's making your bolter reload faster, killing things while you're most vulnerable and reloading your weapon. It's just throwing knives do so much for the Zealot. And you never have to pick up grenades, ever. Because you never run out of them, because just killing elites just gives you them back. So they're effectively unlimited. You cannot even pick up grenades in the first place. So you just funnel grenades. Think about it. The Psyker can't pick up grenades. The Zealot, using the only really good grenade option they have, they can't pick up grenades. The Veteran generates more grenades than you could pick up in the first place. So basically, Ogryn just gets funneled all the grenades. Ogryn and or Veteran. They just kind of get funneled all the grenades. Blades of Faith are insane. They're perfectly placed. Honestly, dude, these things would be S tier. Let's put it this way. If you put Immolation Grenade or Stun Storm Grenade where the throwing knives are, they would be taking the S tier spot. But knives just add that extra layer of versatility. Because think about it. Stun Storm Grenade. Like, it just stuns an area. So does the shock mauls. So does, like, just bashing. So does puffing with M1 with the flamer. The Immolation Grenade literally just does what the flamer does. Oh yeah, knife also enables flamer. Because let's say you're right-click, left-clicking with the flamer. You're in its alt fire. And a dog starts running at you. Well, you can't... It takes so long to swap off of it. You're not going to be able to deal with that. But instead, you just... throw a knife, problem dealt with. This enables the flamer to be as good as it is. And the flamer is arguably... It's tied with plasma gun for best gun in the game. Alright. The Emperor's Bullet. Gives your melee attacks 30% impact strength and 10% attack speed for 5 seconds after emptying your ranged weapon. This is abysmal dog shit. I'd rather you use Rending Strikes than this. Because 10% attack speed is good. 30% impact strength might as well not exist. But 10% attack speed is really good. But 5 seconds is a nothingness duration, and only after mag dumping your gun, which is something you shouldn't do. And the guns that you do mag dump, like the bolter namely, take so long to swap off of. By the time you swapped off even like a revolver and you've pulled your weapon out, you've already gone through like 30% of the buff's time. Garbage. Garbage. Abysmal garbage. Abysmal fucking unbelievable garbage. Just insanely trash. Dance of Death. Minus 75% spread and 50% recoil for 3 seconds on successful dodge. This isn't very good. But it's like okay. It's like top of C tier. I think for casuals it's worse. It's good for revolver. The main time Dance of Death is good is you pull out revolver or just any quick swap weapon, really, like a shotgun or a recon lasgun or whatever. Well, that's not really a quick swap. But you get the point. It's good for, like, it's really good for the cowboy revolver. You dodge an attack, pull this out, deal with the disabler incoming, then go back to melee. Like, it's really, really shockingly good for that. It's also good for the bolter, if you can ever take advantage of it. Duelist. I'm just going to say Duelist is broken, dude. 50% finesse damage, basically, with finesse damage being, like, arguably the best stat in the game. This is redonkulous. It's less redonkulous for Guilos, for the simple fact that you actually have to manually dodge, then hit a weak spot, and have enough crit. So it's kind of like a build check. Like, if your build doesn't support it, it's not going to be good. But you're playing Zealot. If your build doesn't support it, your build sucks. I'm sorry, that's just the fucking truth. Until Death is broken. This may be a shock to some people, given how I usually talk about this node. But if you objectively look at this node in a vacuum, it's literally the definition of a broken skill. It takes a game mechanic, Death, and turns it off. The same metric that makes Survivalist broken makes this shit broken. And I think this is ultra broken for casuals. The ability to just get a second chance at life is huge. Okay. What's next? Unremitting. Minus 20% sprint stamina cost. Motherfucker, this is a curio. Bro, curios literally do this same effect, but better. You are spending a talent point on something that a curio does. No, it's definitely better than the revive thing. Shield of Contempt. Whenever you or an ally in coherency takes damage, they gain 60%, which is huge. Damage reduction for 4 seconds triggers every 10 seconds. If this wasn't procced after taking damage, this would be like up here. If this fucking ability was just a shield that like every 5 seconds it just applied. Okay. This should be like they gain 60% damage reduction for 5 seconds, triggers every 15 seconds. And it's every ally, you and every ally in coherency gains a shield of 60% damage reduction for 5 seconds, triggers every 15 seconds. That would make this like S tier. That would make this super good. Like, that would actually be interesting because it would be insanely powerful, not really worth going out of your way for, but really good. However, as it stands right now, this is only good for someone that's taking multiple hits of damage, which means this is really only good for someone getting shot to death, which outside of Havoc isn't super common. And this is good for someone in gas. Gas or fire. Okay. Gas and fire are dangerous. Getting shot to death is dangerous. The problem is, from my perspective, that doesn't happen very often. Here, I'm feeling generous. I'm feeling ultra generous today. I'm going to give this like top of C tier. I'm going to give this top of C tier just because I'm feeling really generous today. Yeah. Thy raft be swift. Every melee and gun attack cannot stun you. On taking damage, gain 15% movement speed for 2 seconds. This is going to be controversial. But I don't actually think Thy Raft Be Swift is very good. I think Thy Raft Be Swift is actually kinda bad. Not getting stunned by guns used to be really good. But I always want to point out to you guys, they removed gunner like stagger and like gunner stun with the last patch. The one that added locked and loaded. They removed gunner stagger and stunning and shit with locked and loaded. So melee attacks cannot stun you is cool, but outside of a Reaper, I can't really recall myself in like my last 20 games taking chained melee hits to where I would actually want this. The movement speed is nice, but 2 seconds is so inconsequential that it really doesn't matter. Thy Raft Be Swift used to be really good, but nowadays it is a placebo. Thy Raft Be Swift, I'm thinking high D tier, low C tier, man. It's just not fucking good anymore. There was a time when gunners were used to like getting even just shot by a gunner, not even hit, just shot, like them just shooting you, used to like dead stop your momentum and like stick you in mud. And this was really good back then. However, that doesn't happen now. Like, unless your toughness is broken, this node never comes into play outside of gunners and your toughness being broken. But honestly, man, even with this node, you might be dead. Thy Raft Be Swift is probably the most overrated node in darktide. And I think a lot of that has to do with people not recognizing that fundamental mechanics of the game have changed. If you asked me how good this was a year ago, I probably would say it's very good. However, in the current meta climate of the game, this is just not useful at all. This is one of those nodes, though, that depending on the version... Like, okay. If we load it up, right? Let's look at it this way. If we down patch the game to, like, patch 12 or patch 13, this would be, like, in the S tier. But in patch whatever the fuck we're on now... Dude, it's a black baby. What the fuck? Dude, day and night protection. They made the black baby the daylight baby and the white baby the nighttime one. Bro, they are so scared of being called racist. Anyway, Thy Raft Be Swift. Yeah. This node is like top... Nah, it's like up there. I think this is better for casuals. I think this is like up there. It's not as good as something like Exhilarating Takedown that just straight up gives you a metric fuckload of toughness back all the time. But it's not as bad as some of the other stuff. Good Balance. Good Balance is the new Thy Raft Be Swift. Don't even fucking at me. Okay? 25% damage reduction, so it applies to your health as well. And it applies after your toughness damage reduction. Good Balance is what makes Zealot as tanky as he is. I think if we look at effective HP, which is the amount of damage you need to take to die, a Zealot build without Good Balance is like 30 to 40% less effective HP. Because Good Balance takes a quarter of the damage you take out of the equation after toughness damage reduction. Which means your toughness damage reduction applies to your... So let's say you take hit for 50 damage. As long as you have 10 points of toughness, that's getting reduced to like fucking... With Zealot, you have like 70%. That's getting reduced to like... It's like 17 damage. Even if all 17 of that bleeds through, Good Balance takes that bleed through and reduces it further. So you're getting all kinds of damage reduction from this. It's just insane. It's genuinely insane. And honestly, I think it's just on par with the other thing. Then you consider that dodging. Oh, yeah. Think about this shit, by the way. Think about how this shit works. Think about the order of operations here. So you dodge, you proc second wind, you get toughness back, and that dodging also applies good balance. You get the toughness before you take the hit. So you dodge into the hit, you get the fucking you dodge one hit and then get hit by the next guy attacking at the same frame. Like you get the toughness, then you get the damage. So you get the like bleed through effect. Like it's just such a crazy order. Okay. What's next? Desperation. 20% melee damage for 5 seconds and stamina is depleted. This used to be somewhat okay. When knives could one-shot bosses, you would go Shroudfield, do push spam to dump your stamina, and then get one huge hit that would insta-kill the boss. However, that isn't a thing anymore. And this node sucks because of it. Honestly, it's kind of D tier. But like high D tier. Holy Revenant. When Until Death ends, you regen health based on the damage you dealt during Until Death to a maximum of 25% health. Melee damage dealt heals for 3 times that amount. Holy Revenant fucking sucks. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Holy Revenant is just okay. Like it's just kind of mid. The fact that it could only heal 25% of your max health, it's good. Don't get me wrong. But like I think a lot of people would jump the gun and put this in like broken or maybe high S tier. I think it's just kind of mid A tier. Dude, Iron Will is not looking good at the top of A tier. This is definitely going to take Iron Will's place as the best skill in A tier. Where was I? Oh, yeah. Okay. I think for casuals, it's S tier, though. I think the worse you are, the more this is proccing, the more health you're getting off this, the crazier you think this is. So it's probably like up here, the worse you are at the game. Sainted Gunslinger. 6% reload speed on melee kills stacks 5 times. This is actually good. But pathing. Like, the effect is, like, honestly A or S tier. But pathing throws this shit into the C tier. It's just so fucking far out of the way. It kind of sucks. Hammer of Fate. 30% impact strength. This is one of the worst nodes in the entire game. It's not an active detriment, but it is literally spending a skill point to do nothing. Grievous Wounds. 50% stagger on melee weak spot hits. This is also completely worthless. And I know there's going to be some fuckhead who's like good at the game who's going to be like, nah, bro, staggered impact is good. You just don't understand. Look at this combo you can do. And it's like, yeah, dude, that's cool. But like, I'm not going out of my way for all this garbage. There is nothing that stagger or impact can do on Zealot, especially on Zealot, that is going to make you actually want to spend points to invest into it. Ambuscade. Damage to ranged backstab attacks is actually pretty good. And this is more a matter of happenstance. So if you have the skill point to spare, grabbing this node is literally just rename it to Beast of Nurgle Racism. Beast of Burgle Racism, dude. This is a racist skill node because you are never ranged backstabbing basically anything but Burgles. But holy fuck, bro, if you use the Bolter with unyielding damage, Anoint in Blood, Purge the Unclean, and Ambuscade, and a red damage stim, holy fuck, Lois, I'm coming. You can literally do, I think, especially with the bleed, you could do like 50,000-ish damage in one Bolter burst, depending on like crit luck. It's ridiculous. And I hate Burgles enough that I'm honest to God, even though it's super fucking niche, I am honest to God going to give this B tier. This is honestly going to get like mid B tier. just because Beast of Nurgles are that fucking annoying. They they are just that suspicious connection. Dude, the Punjabi Indian is back. They are that fucking annoying to deal with. That being able to just like one mag dump them and kill them is so goddamn nice. It's also kind of nice against demon hosts because they're usually turned away from you because people are running away with them with their aggro for whatever that's worth. Benediction. Benediction is S tier, and it's high S tier, man. So 15% TDR is good. Even if it's only applying to yourself, it's good. But applying it to all your teammates as well is fucking bananas. So everyone has those nodes. They're called operative modifiers. And those nodes give you, like, every class gets 10% toughness damage reduction from those. So this is one skill point that is giving the effectiveness of 1.5 skill points. It's 10 plus 5% toughness damage reduction, and operative modifier is just 10%. So this is giving 1.5 skill points worth of value for one skill. So that's already objectively a pretty good deal. But that's if we assume it only applies to you, which it doesn't. It applies to your whole fucking team. Now we get into crazy shit. So I just want to do the value proposition for you here. It's 1.5 skill that is getting applied across 4 people. It's 1.5 times 4. So that's like 6 skill points worth of value in one aura. That is insane value. And honestly, it's even more insane for casuals because, like, you just throw it on and people die less. Just all of the time. Okay, let's see. Beacon of Purity. This is fucking terrible. You use it to counteract one modifier in Havoc 40, but, like, I don't think that justifies rating something highly at all. I think it's in you have to take some of the worst nodes in the entirety of Darktide just to get to it. Then you have to take, like, dude, you know what would go far? If you lifted this right here and put it right here, and then, like, if you lifted, like, I don't know, maybe like something. If you got rid of this, hold on. This would be reload speed. This would be friendly damage reduction. I don't fucking know, man. If you took, like, sustained assault and put it here, and it took Sainted Gunslinger and put it here, so you could go Gunslinger, Shield of Contempt, what did I say? Sustained assault, and then Beacon of Purity. Like, this would actually be pretty fucking good. But the fact that the 2 nodes you actually want are on opposing tracks, which means you can't take them both efficiently, and then the actual aura effect is literally garbage. Heal 1.5 corruption from the current wound for you and allies every 1 second. This is glorp shit. This is terrible. This is the worst aura in Darktide. I'm convinced of it. No, it's tied for Loner for the worst aura in Darktide. Let's just talk. Okay, so first off, Beacon of Purity. Healing the corruption is, like, nice if you take a shit ton of corruption. But outside of Tox Gas, I don't really know how you could take a shit ton of corruption. Like, genuinely. Just, you do not... Corruption damage outside of Tox Gas and, like, Burgle just isn't that common. However, Toxgast and Burgle deal so much corruption so fast that it's going to start locking your wounds. And if it locks a wound, Beacon of Purity just needs to unlock wounds. That's really all it needs to do, and it would be so much better. Until this aura, bro, even if it needs to say, like, you know, heal 1.5 corruption from the current wound for you and allies and coherency every 1 second, being under this effect for 20 seconds without taking corruption like unlocks a wound or something. Like it needs some effect like that. And until it gets that, it's just going to be fucking terrible. Loner, you always count as being in at least 2 coherency. This might be the worst aura in the game. So, this is exactly one build that can use it for anything. Every other build, this is an active detriment. Coherency is not a good mechanic. The only things that you want from coherency are buffs that coherency provides from skills people are taking. Just being in coherency on its own is literally worthless. It literally does nothing. So always count as being in at least 2 coherency means nothing. And let me just dispel a rumor real quick. This node does not make less special spawn. That is a myth. It doesn't do that. This node does not change any spawning logic. It doesn't do any of this shit. That's all a myth. Cooley's guide is pretty clear in explaining what this node actually does. It literally just makes it so that your coherency toughness regen is set to 2 instead of 1, which is fucking worthless. So, Loner actively does nothing for the other 3 players. Even if you aren't benefiting from auras commonly, when you do benefit from them, they're usually pretty good. Loner is like, let's just not benefit from this at all. Loner is taking a potential fucking 6 skill point level of value and turning it into something that literally isn't doing anything. It's just so terrible. Like, I don't know why you would ever really want to use it. There's one stealth build where you go full coherency toughness regen and you take Loner so that it's always active. And like, I guess it's okay. The problem is natural toughness regeneration is just foundationally flawed as a mechanic. Like, it's just foundationally flawed from a conceptual standpoint. Because think about it, dude. If your coherency is naturally coming back, you're not fighting something. It's like that mermaid man thing. Someone even made the meme for it for me and posted it on the subreddit. I should fucking put it up. I wish I had grabbed it and pulled it up. Because, like, toughness coherency regen is such a crappy design mechanic. Think about it. You need to be in a fight to take damage to lose toughness. So restoring toughness only matters if you're fighting something, yeah? Dude, it's like Man Ray talking to fucking Patrick. You know, like I'm Man Ray, okay? I'm holding the wallet, and I'm like, you need to take damage. You need to be fighting to take damage. Patrick's like, yep. And then, you know, I'm like, and you need to be close to enemies for them to damage you. Makes sense to me. So something that doesn't give you toughness back, something that turns off when you're fighting enemies, isn't valuable. Like, you're not actually generating anything because the generation stops and the only time when you'd lose damage, when you would lose it to regenerate it. And then you like put a picture of Hank and he's like, no, coherency toughness is S tier. Or like the one shitty Steam like Psyker Ethereum guide or whatever. They're like, no, it's S tier. It's like, oh, okay, guys. Fury of the Faithful. Dash forward, replenishing half toughness and gaining 20% attack speed for 10 seconds. Your next melee hit gains 25% damage and is a guaranteed critical hit. What? Also, the guaranteed critical hit has 100% rending applied to it. So it's like a super critical. It's a critical that deals extra damage and ignores all defense. This is S tier. And honestly, this is like high S tier. Yeah, no, I would rather have this over the defense. Because this has defense baked into it. So what makes this so good? The fact that you just click a button. Oh yeah, it also has another unlisted effect that it kind of staggers enemies as well. It has like a miniature stagger effect. Like if you're about to take a crusher overhead and you're out of dodges, if you get real good, you can just time it to where you Fury of the Faithful into them and it pushes them back and it interrupts their overhead. Well, really, because it's pushing them very slightly, it's like stagger level 1, but still, that's enough to interrupt any attacks. So big, dangerous windups that instantly kill you, this just nullifies. It also enables you to one-shot them, which, okay, that's cool. But the fact that you could spam this because of Invocation of Death, you can just spam this shit endlessly over and over and over and over again for nonstop toughness and constant attack speed. Like, this shit is redonkulous, dude. Redoubled Zeal. Fury of the Faithful now has 2 charges. Okay. It's just that times 2. Actually, you know what? I don't think having a second charge of this is nearly as impactful as having access to the ability. Because of Invocation of Death, you get to spam it so hard. Holding 2 isn't like the most useful thing. Yeah, this is actually going to go down a bit. This is definitely going to go down a bit. Zesty Book, Chorus of Spiritual Fortitude. Wield a holy relic that releases glorbs of energy every, we'll just say every fucking second. 0.8 seconds is such a weird time. While channeling, allies in coherency have stun immunity and invulnerability. I feel like people forget about that invulnerability part quite often. Each pulse replenishes 45% toughness to allies in coherency. If the ally is at full toughness, they instead gain 20% gold toughness up to 100. 60 cooldown. My ninja. My ninja. My Nidhogg worshippers. This ability is okay. It's not nearly as broken as Shout because you have to physically stop what you're doing, hold something out, and just uh, uh, you know, while it pulses. However, stun immunity is great. And invulnerability, I mean, it's fucking invulnerability. Need I say more? Then you consider each pulse replenishes 45% toughness. So this means you are basically even if you didn't have invulnerability, you are basically fucking invulnerable. Even with am I stoned? Shut up, Tanner. Look, the point is, this gives you 100 gold toughness, invulnerability, and when the effects end, you're guaranteed to have all your toughness back. So, all of the things that gold toughness does, honestly, man, I think I might have underrated this a little bit. This is like A tier. This is like upper A tier. This is good. This is real good. We're giving Book. Honestly, for casuals, I think Book is like S tier. Book is like up there. Because it's just a source of gold toughness. Like, the only thing stopping it from being Shout level of good is the fact that you have to stop and channel, and it's not as spammable. The 60-second cooldown is a bit of a drawback. Okay. Banishing Light. Each pulse from Spiritual Fortitude also staggers and suppresses enemies. Range increases with every pulse. This shit is S tier, though. Like, this shit is crazy. This was the whole reason I wanted 2 books for my world's first Havoc 40 run. This was the main reason right here. Suppression means that for like 30 goddamn meter radius, all gunners are just turned off. All gunners are just straight up turned off while this is active. And it's active for like 7 seconds. Staggers also means like all bosses in melee is turned off. This is like Smite if it gave you gold toughness and suppressed gunners and wasn't target capped. Okay, so this is like if you had 3 people using Smite, 2 of them used it on the melee horde and 1 of them used it on the gunner horde, and it was giving you gold toughness. Yeah, that's pretty fucking strong, I'd say, don't you think? Cuz I think that's crazy good. Holy Cause. Channeling 5 pulses grants 30% toughness damage reduction to you and allies in coherency for 10 seconds. This is dog shit. This is terrible. So, what makes this terrible? You might. Oh shit, dude, the Punjabi hacker. Oh my god. Okay, that just happened. But where is it? This is not good at all. So the biggest issue is one, you have to channel all 5 pulses. Why? Why? Like Sam Hyde. Why? Why? Why is it like this? So this should be every pulse you channel adds a stack of this. And every stack should last for like 5 seconds. It should be something like that. Because as it stands currently, you spend a longer time channeling than the ability is active for. It's just a 10-second buff on a 60-second cooldown means this is only, and then you have to like pulse and hold it for like another 10 seconds. This only has the potential to be active for like 20% of a run maximum. And that's assuming you spam it on cooldown and never interrupt your pulses. 20% uptime on 30% damage reduction is who gives a fuck. And you just got 100 gold toughness, so who cares if you get more toughness damage reduction? Like, it's just not a big deal. Like, it's a nice stack, but it's just like, who cares? I'm not taking bleed through anymore. Channeling 5 pulses grant 20% damage to you and allies in coherency lasts 10 seconds. Ecclesiarch's Call. This is just better than the other thing because, one, it's base damage, so it applies to everyone's dots. And the reason why this matters is because you just have Ecclesiarch's Call going, and that's just 20% damage to all dots. All dots, all of the time. And since you can apply your flame dots, as the Zealot, you apply your flame dots, Veteran applies bleed, Psyker applies fuckboy shit, thingy, they do Soulfire, and then they do Smite. And then you do this. And now everyone's literally invulnerable. Everything is stunned. And they're just taking all that dot damage for free. And by the time you're done channeling pulses, you go back to flaming. But enemies still have the fire dot. So like you're at least gaining from the damage boost a little bit. I don't know. This is a shitty explanation. The point is, giving people 20% base damage is actually really nice because it applies to dots. And dots are unscaled, untarget capped, and they apply to everything all at once. So it's just like dropping a truth nuke on people. All right, let's talk the Shroud. Shroud Field is broken. In fact, I think Shroud Field is the most broken thing in the game. Shroud Field's actual effects aren't the most broken thing in the game, but it's the fact that it's every Shroud Field is a lot like the Cold War. It's not actually that interesting. It's the situation and everything surrounding it that is that interesting. Shroud Field in any other game would be it would just be good. However, Shroud Field in Darktide is our good Swedish boys, our Swedish, our rotunda fucking Eclopsicore or whatever the fuck the scientific name. Bro, the fall of Diddy, dude. The fall of E. Diddy, bro. Hey, somebody screenshot this and put fucking Mr. E's profile picture on this, please. Please and thank you. Anyway, so Shroud Field. Enter stealth for 3 seconds. While in stealth, gain 20% movement speed. Dude, literally Giga Chad with an 8-inch BBC versus like fat obese guy with like a 2-inch fucking millimeter defeater, dude. The only thing that this does, and this does it just in the first line of text, but on top of doing everything that does, you gain 100% backstab damage, okay? 100% finesse damage, which stacks with the backstab damage, and 100% critical hit chance. I hope my clapping comes through the microphone. Wow. Thanks, Fat Shark. This is No, these two skills are definitely equal. Even okay. Oh, it also has less of a cooldown, 30-second cooldown. Okay, so going into invisibility immediately breaks aggro with everything. So this means you could do whatever objective you want. You could do whatever you could get your teammate up. You could deal with whatever specialist you want. You can kill whatever boss you want. You can even you can like, bros, I need to explain this with a SpongeBob clip. Okay, I'm gonna explain this to you because this is just so ridiculous. Let's imagine this, right? Every enemy is chasing you. You pop Shroud Field. Every enemy stops moving and they take at least a second to like get a new target. Okay? So they stop chasing you and then they're like mental autism for like half a second to a full second. They pick a teammate and then they go after said teammate. Then, while that's happening, you break stealth so that they reacquire you as a target. And while you're doing that, you're getting Invocation of Death. So this is like a 7-second cooldown maximum. Do you guys know what this is? Literally, it's fucking this, bros.
Not so fast, archvillain. We still have the orb of confusion.
It's literally this. You literally just activate the fucking orb of confusion, dude. Like every enemy's chasing you, you pop stealth. You come out of stealth, they come back onto you. And then 2 seconds later, you go right back into stealth. And then you come out of stealth again, and then they go back to chasing you. And then you keep doing Invocation of Death, and then boom. This shit literally lets you make the AI mentally retarded. It literally lets you make the AI mentally fucking neuro deficiencies. You scoop their goddamn brains out. Like the AI physically cannot function anymore when you go into Shroud Field. Then you consider that 6 seconds is enough to do the objective. It's enough to get a teammate up and revive. It's enough to do basically anything you reasonably want to do that leaves you defenseless. So this gives you a guaranteed objective clear. This gives you a guaranteed revive. If there's like 2 disablers around you, you ever feel like you're in any danger, you just pop it. All the enemies go like, die, where'd he go? And then you deal with the thing you need to deal with. You quickly come out of stealth, and if you do it really quick, the enemies will just reacquire you as their target, and they're just like in an autism loop. They're like normal functioning people, and then you're like Shroud Field, and they're like for like a few seconds. Then you come out of Shroud Field, and they like snap back to reality, and they're like, oh yeah, let's kill this guy. But then because Shroud Field comes back so quickly, you just loop that shit over and over and over and over again. Also, anyone who disagrees with just how good Shroudfield is, if you are sitting there thinking Shroudfield's not that good, I just want to point this out. Go upload a true solo run where you're using Shroudfield and watch as the comments cope Steve Mold. Bros, if you doubt Shroudfield is that strong, upload a true solo with Shroudfield, Dueling Sword, and like Bolter, and just watch the comment section. You'll get like at least 3 comments from people that are like, oh, this doesn't count. You fucking suck. This is shitty. It's crutch. It's garbage. Then upload a true solo run with motherfucking like just non-stealth and watch as it gets no views because no one cares. Okay. Anyway, after that long tangent, what's next? Perfectionist. Shroudfield grants an additional 50% finesse damage and 50% backstab damage, but increases ability cooldown by 25%. I used to use this, and I think this is okay. Like, I think this isn't the worst shit on planet Earth, but I don't think it's good. I think it's like top of B tier. I think it is top of lay B tier. I had the things backwards. Master crafted shroud field. Stealth duration is increased to 5 seconds. This used to be 6. This is broken. Actually, no, this isn't broken. This is only S tier. So what makes Shroud Field so broken is the fact that you just quickly go into and go out of stealth. Going into and out of stealth breaks all line of sight. It retardifies the AI. That is the only way I can describe it. It just mentally retardifies them for a few seconds. And it's like, there you go. So increasing the duration, this just enables you to do basically whatever objective. Invigorating Revelation. Replenish 40% toughness over 5 seconds. Okay, that's crazy. On leaving stealth. Also gain 20% damage reduction for 5 seconds. My brother in Christ. This is damage reduction. Just like this. This isn't toughness damage reduction. Why does that matter? Because of diminishing returns on stacking percents. So the more percent you stack, the less effective every percent becomes. Well, since this is damage reduction, the only thing this has to stack with is this, which means you now, you take away 40% damage. So if you're using like Martyrdom and like this, if you're using I Shall Not Fall plus Enduring Faith plus Good Balance plus Invigorating Revelation, you are plus Benediction, plus like one of these, you are dealing with a zealot that reduces damage to their toughness by 80%. Then, after that 80% reduction is applied, that damage is halved. And then the bleed through is halved. So if you get hit for 50% damage, hold on, let me pull up a calculator real quick. If you get hit for 50 damage from a Poxwalker, then we take away 80% of it. 80% of 50 is 40. So you are now only taking 10 damage. Then we take 40% off that 10, which is 4. So now you are taking 6 fucking damage. It is possible for zealots on Havoc 40 to be taking less damage per hit than motherfuckers on difficulty 2 are taking. Like, what the fuck? How is this balanced? Fat Shark. What is this, dude? This is bullshit, man. What the fuck? For that reason, this is top of S tier. Do 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 do. Do. Invigorating Revelation. Also, the fact that you just get this for leaving stealth and you go in and out of stealth so often means it's never not active. It's crazy, man. What's next? Oh shit, boys. We're only an hour and 17 minutes in and we don't even have 2 full rows left to talk about. Fucking high five. We're getting through this pretty quick. Punishment. Melee attacks that hit at least 3 enemies, okay, grant 5% impact strength for 5 seconds. Stacks 5 times. At max stacks, gain uninterruptible. Uninterruptible is cool, but this node is garbage. This is like C tier. And it's only C tier because... No, fuck that. If you're getting melee interrupted, stop taking damage, scrub. This is not good. This is not good at all. Faithful Frenzy is 10% attack speed. It's S tier, and it goes right next to the other one. Like I said, all of the 10% attack speed nodes are going to be right next to each other, and they're all S tier. Because attack speed is the best form of DPS increase. Because not only does it let you just mow down hordes faster, it lets you target different enemies faster, it's attack speed. Attack speed is the single biggest modifier for just every DPS formula in like every game ever. Because if you hit hard and crit often... Bro, get the fuck off my screen. If you hit hard and crit often, then attack speed becomes a force multiplier. It becomes a multiplicative damage increase. Sustained assault, 4% melee damage for 5 seconds on hitting an enemy with a melee attack, stacks 5 times. So this is just a permanent uptime. This is just permanent fucking uptime, dude. It is never down, and it's constant 20% melee damage, which is really good. So honestly, this is going to get like S tier, dude. But I don't think it's as good as the attack speed nodes. The fact that it's just 20% damage that never goes away is kind of ridiculous. Let's put it this way, dude. If every skill was on the level of this, if you could just spend a skill point and every skill point just said do 20% more damage, everyone would one-shot everything all the time. What's this ability again? The Master's Retribution. Knock back the attacker on taking a melee hit, 10 seconds cooldown. This has one use and one use only. And I mean that. I really do truly mean that when I say this has one use and one use only. This stops dogs from basically ever being able to pounce on you. So this means trappers are like, dude, can you stop doing that? This basically makes it so that trappers are the only real thing that can disable you. I'll give it B tier, man. Never ever having to worry about getting dogged is actually kind of nice. I'm not gonna pretend like it's not. It's pretty good. But everything else, why was Russia in Syria in the first place? I don't know, bro. Tell me your schizo conspiracy theory. Was it because like fucking Der Jude told them to or some shit? Is that what you're gonna try and tell me? Anyway. Sorry, I got distracted. Uh the the trick with the Master's Retribution is to never let it activate on anything that isn't a dog. It's also good for, I think, doesn't this work on other grabs? Doesn't this work on the Chaos Blood? Yeah, it's probably B tier. It's probably around B tier. I don't personally use it because I prefer to just always try to dodge the grabs, but you know, this is nice insurance. Invocation of Death. 200% ability cooldown regeneration for 4 seconds on melee critical hits. This is absolutely broken. This is absolutely broken. So let me try to do my best to explain just how broken this shit actually is to you, because it's kind of okay. So this makes it, this is always active because you're always getting critical hits. While this is active, it gives you like quadruple faster time. I had to rephrase how I'm going to word this because I was almost sounding like a dumb fuck. Okay, so this makes it so every second takes away 1 second of time for your ultimate. Yeah? Invocation of Death. You get a critical hit, which, let's be honest, you're always going to get. So the way this reads is not what it does. 200% ability cooldown regeneration means it is starting a second track. Okay, dude, I need to pull out MS Paint for this. Hold on. I actually need to pull out MS Paint for this. MS Paint. All right, so look. This black line, this is your, imagine this was straight. This is about, listen, dude, I'm so fucking gay. This is the straightest line I can draw. Imagine this line was your, imagine this line right here. This is your ultimate cooldown, right? So this is 30 seconds. This line represents 30 seconds. Well, Invocation of Death is like this, in that it starts a second line. So every second, your ultimate still ticks down by 1. Invocation of Death makes it so that also every second, your ultimate also ticks down by 2. On top of the natural ultimate ticking down by 1. Did that make sense? That would be a lot easier to show you in game. Because you'll notice that's how it works. Because you will activate Invocation of Death, and then your ultimate will go from 30 seconds to 29 seconds. Then it will immediately jump from 29 seconds down to like 27 seconds. Because 200% of one is like 2 or 3, and it immediately shaves that 2 or 3 seconds off the ultimate. And there you go. Part of what makes this so good is combat ability reduction on curios lowers the base cooldown. This is affecting the regeneration timer itself, not the base cooldown. So lowering the base cooldown has no negative impact on Invocation of Death. In fact, it is a hyper positive synergy. So the best and most impactful curio roll with the best, most impactful ability that is making you have unlimited uses of the most broken ability itself. Like, dude, this is crazy. This fucking class is absurd. Fat Shark, how did you approve this? Can you not close MS Paint with the no, I don't want to save my work? Dude, this is fucking terrible. Are you serious? I should be like put in a cell for that. What's next? Oh yeah, glorp shit. Face Fortitude. +2 wounds. On a Martyrdom build, this is okay. On every other build, this is D tier. Why are you spending a skill point for wounds? Literal curio effect. Literal fucking curio effect. This is bad. For every build that isn't Martyrdom, this is bad. Let's be honest. You know it, I know it, everyone knows it. It's not good. Wounds do not matter. Nobody cares about wounds. If you die to running out of wounds when you have 2 of them, bro, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. Martyr's Purpose. 1% of damage taken is converted into ability cooldown reduction. Now, need I know, I am going to, full disclosure, I have not actually played too much with this. But this is only health damage. Brother, this sucks. This is not good. Even if it was other forms of damage, it would still not be good. Yeah, no, this is bad. This is actually D tier bad. Because I don't want to take damage. We're just going to throw it down there for now. Just throw it into D tier. We'll sort them out later. Let God sort them out. Swift Certainty. Increases sprint speed by 5%. In addition, always count as dodging while sprinting, even if stamina is depleted. I'm not going to talk about this node because look at what they've done to my boy. This node used to be S tier. However, this node is currently D tier. It literally does nothing but give you 5% sprint speed. 5% sprint speed is good, but all of this other shit is better. The always count as dodging doesn't actually do anything right now. And it hasn't for a very long time. Swift Certainty, it's terrible. It's not good. You're effectively spending a skill point on 5% sprint speed, not even movement speed, just sprint speed. Pious Cutthroat. Backstab kills award 20% ability cooldown. This is A tier. I don't think this is a must take or is even all that good. I think it's good with Shroudfield. I think it's not good with everything else. Backstabs are not hard to get, but they're also not easy to get either. Like, backstabs actually require a little smidgen of effort to really pull off. They're not something you can just, like, do. I straight up thought this just said arts in the pants. I was like, huh? Bro, what are these ads? What the fuck are these ads? Dude, Google, what is going on? Bro, can we get back to the fall of Diddy? We've got pedo shit and, like, conspiracy theory of, like, how Russia's gonna end the world through Ukraine. I need an adult, dude. I don't feel comfortable here anymore. Okay. Where was I? Fuck. Oh, yeah, right. Keystones. Oh, wait, shit. No, wait, I already did this. Fuck. Ah, dude, I'm going crazy. Okay. Blazing Piety. 15% critical hit chance for 8 seconds when in Fury. Fury is triggered when 25 enemies have died within 25 meters. This might surprise some of you. But I don't actually think Blazing Piety itself is that strong. I think it's like top of A tier. Because Blazing Piety, without its modifiers, isn't that crazy. Because 25 enemies die within 25 meters isn't that common, believe it or not. I think if you try to use Blazing Piety without Fury Rising, and you take, yeah, man, 15% crit on its own isn't anything crazy. And the activation condition is so finicky without Fury Rising that it's probably only going to be up for about 50% of the time. So I'm going to give it like top of A tier for both. Stalwart is kind of nuts, actually. Stalwart, when it's active, is like S tier. And it's like high S tier because it's damage reduction, it's toughness restore, and it's damage reduction. So it's real fucking good. Stalwart lets Blazing Piety actually match the effectiveness of Martyrdom in terms of damage reduction. It makes you but it makes you significantly more tanky because you're getting Martyrdom's damage reduction, which is crazy, by the way, but you're getting it without giving up 3 wound curios. So you could have 3 toughness curios and get Martyrdom's toughness damage reduction. So you have like 250 fucking toughness and that 25% damage reduction on top of it. And you don't have to lose health to take it. Stalwart is just better than I Shall Not Fall. Fury Rising is like high S tier. Fury Rising is really what makes this node tick. Without Fury Rising, this node kind of just doesn't tick. Because if you ever have to fight a boss, or if you ever have to walk away from the team, or if there's just ever any downtime, it takes a little. 25 is like half of a horde. So, like, half of the horde is already dead by the time Blazing Piety activates without Fury Rising. And uptime is like the most important thing on something like this. So Fury Rising is easily the best ability for this keystone. Infectious Zeal. Allies that Coherency gain 66% of the critical hit chance granted by Blazing Piety. 66% of 15 is like 5. Psyker's 5% crit chance aura is really good. So this is just that. This is literally just that. This is a 5% crit chance aura for the Zealot. So this is like A tier. Like this is, it's nowhere near as good as Book. Yeah, this is like down there. Yeah, that's fair. Righteous Warrior, 10% critical hit chance from Blazing Piety. This is fucking nuts, though. This is like S tier. 10% crit chance is a lot and is just better than... Nah, it's not as good as Stalwart. I'd rather have that damage reduction. But yeah, man, Fury Rising and Righteous Warrior, basically always take them. Because to all you Stalwart fans out there, let me just say this. If this is good enough to take as a keystone at 15%, this is almost doubling its effect. So if this is good enough as a keystone to take as a keystone at 15, then this is basically taking a second whole ass keystone. Yeah. It's not often that you see a keystone that just straight up doubles a motherfucking keystone's power. Then you consider that this doubles the uptime on the keystone. Yeah. This shit's ludicrous. Martyrdom. Okay, let's talk about Martyrdom. Martyrdom is something that is all over the place depending on who you ask. But this is my video, and you're asking me, and I was the first one to beat Havoc, so I'm the best, so only my opinion matters. um, 8% melee damage for each missing wound, up to a maximum of 7 missing wounds. Can I just rant for a second? Can I just rant about this? We cannot even have 7 wounds in Damnation in the first place. Martyrdom is objectively badly designed. It is talking about a game mechanical condition that literally cannot be fulfilled. Oh, at one point it used to be fulfilled, but then they reworked difficulties and wounds a little bit, and guess what? It can no longer be fulfilled. And they haven't even bothered to change the numbers to a maximum of 6 missing wounds. Like, bro. Broke vibe broke. Bro. Bro, remember when this used to be maximum of 8 missing wounds, and we used to think there was going to be +2 wound curio at some point? Yeah, I remember those days. I remember coping. So, 8% melee damage. We're going to say, let's say you miss 4 wounds. So, let me talk about Martyrdom in a way to make it much better than it appears. Let me pull this back up for a second. Okay, so look. 8% melee damage for each missing wound, up to a maximum of 7 missing wounds. You have like 6 wounds with a Martyrdom build. You have 2 base wounds, plus 3 from curios, so that's 5. And then this is 6, 7. So you have 7 wounds in total. Missing the 7th wound is death, so we're not going to consider that. So, missing... I'm going to try to work off my head here, because Zealot has 200 health base, yeah. So, let me just pull out a calculator to get an exact number for you. 200 divided by 7 is 28. So, you have 20... So, each health chunk is like 28 wide. So, 28 times 5. If we have 5 wounds locked is 140. 140 minus 200 is about 60. So we'll say 28 times 4, 112. So minus 200. If you have 4 wounds locked, that leaves you with 88 HP. Okay? 88 health points, right? Psyker only has 100 health points, like, in total. So when you consider Zealot has all this fucking toughness gen and toughness damage reduction, having the same health as Psyker and half of the health of Veteran really isn't that big of a deal, because your toughness, like, makes up for all that missing health. But your base health with 4 wounds locked is virtually the same amount of health that the other classes are working with for all intents and purposes. Then you consider your, like, constant 25 to 40% damage reduction. Okay, here's the other thing to consider. Let's say you're playing Shroudfield with 40% damage reduction on this, right? So you have 88 health. Well, you now need to take, because you have 40% damage reduction that those other 2 classes don't have, you have 123 effective health, which means Martyrdom Zealot, before we count anything else, just counting Shroudfield's damage reduction and Good Balance's damage reduction, you have more health than a Psyker and only like 30 health off of a Veteran. But then we consider how the toughness damage reduction applies and prevents the damage to your toughness, which means less damage is bleeding through. Your effective HP with Martyrdom is honestly closer to like 150-ish, 170-ish. That's how much real damage you would need to take. Whereas everyone else is around the same effective HP. Like, this leads to a situation where we want to do all of our math with 4 wounds. Because having 2 wounds left gives you enough health to take multiple gunshots and multiple trash mob hits. So, 8% times 4 is obviously 32. 32% melee damage is fucking a lot. 32% constant melee damage is really good. This is getting S tier. And it's getting high S tier for tryhards. For casuals, though, this is getting, like, top of D tier. because I don't think casuals should be messing around with any of this shit. They are not going to be playing like we are in melee. They are not going to be dodging. They're not going to be maintaining all their damage reduction. So for them, yeah, 88 health and like 100 toughness, they get hit twice and they're fucking dunzo, dude. That is the other thing about Martyrdom. You are giving up like half of your toughness almost. You're giving up 17 plus 17 plus 17. You're giving up fucking 17 times 3. You're giving up 51% of your total toughness to run Martyrdom, basically. Is how you look at it. Which means your toughness damage reduction has half as much toughness to reduce, and you take bleed through twice as effectively, like twice as much. So that is something to consider. Now, let's see. I shall not fall. 6.5% toughness damage reduction per missing wound. 6.5 times 4 is 26. Which then ticks into like 32, and then it ticks into like 40. This can be like 40% toughness damage reduction, which is nuts. But for most intents and purposes, this is just 26%. Stalwart was right there, so this goes right next to Stalwart. This goes right next to Stalwart for both of them, actually. No, actually, this goes behind Stalwart, because Stalwart is active, but you don't have to give up Wound Curios to get it. I think that's fair, right? You get more toughness for it to work on. Maniac. This is the big one. Martyrdom grants 4% attack speed per missing wound. So 4 times 4 is obviously 16. So 16% attack speed per missing wound. Well, if 10% attack speed is right there, then 16% attack speed that has the potential to become 25% attack speed, that's like got to be tied with the ultimate, dude. Just like logically, that's like got to be up there, man. And that right there is why you play Martyrdom. 26 to 40% damage reduction on top of all the other damage reduction Zealot has just straight up makes up for the missing toughness from the Curios. Then you consider that one keystone modifier is effectively making up for the missing Curio toughness, which is then, so you're only getting raw 36% melee damage and like 20% attack speed. Okay, that's like having Fury of the Faithful active 100% of the time, on top of activating Fury of the Faithful. That's what makes Martyrdom so goddamn good. Though I do think for the casual Guilo, it's just not a good position to be in. Just in general. Inexorable Judgment. Moving grants you momentum 15 stacks. When you hit an enemy, spend all momentum, gaining 1% attack speed, that's good, 1% ranged attack speed, that's mediocre, and 1% damage for everything, including dots. Stack lasts 6 seconds. This is honestly gonna get like upper B tier for me. And it's gonna get top of B tier for the simple fact that it gives damage to your dots. It gives damage to your dots and attack speed. Like, think about that shit, dude. 15% attack speed is a fuck ton. And 15% damage for the initial attack and then the follow-up dot, that's a lot of damage. 15% attack speed means you attack a lot more often too. Honestly though, no. 15% attack speed is too good. That has to be A tier. That has to be A tier. The only thing stopping this from being up there with these attack speed nodes is the fact that, like, Martyrdom exists and is just better than this. Martyrdom, okay, this is basically just safer Martyrdom. Think about it like that. This is basically just safer Martyrdom. Come on. Everything Martyrdom does, this is doing as well. It's just replenishing toughness instead of giving you damage reduction. It's giving you 15% attack speed. Martyrdom usually gives you 16% but can go up to like 30. And it's only giving you 15% damage. Martyrdom is giving you 30%, which can go up to like 50. So it is just less extreme martyrdom that gives you a lot more security to work with. And I think for casuals, this shit is like A tier. This is like right next to Blazing Piety. Because all you have to do is move around and dodge, and it's easy to work with. Okay, what comes next? Retribution Stance. Replenish 2% toughness for each stack of momentum. Well, considering you're spending stacks like every 6 seconds and you're gonna hopefully be at about 15 stacks, this is like A tier. This is 2 times 15 is obviously 30. So this is 30%. I just like to calculate even that basic shit just because I've had some embarrassing blunders before. But 30% toughness every 6 seconds is not terrible. But it's also not great. It's just nice. Nah, this is B tier. It's just nice. Yeah, it's just high B tier. Intebrates Poise. Gain 3 stacks of momentum on successful dodge. You kind of have to take this. So it's just kind of going to be lumped in with the rest of them. Because you just kind of have to take this. This is more of a tax to make this work. That's kind of what makes this keystone the worst Zealot keystone. Is that it's just less effective than Martyrdom. It does everything Martyrdom does, but worse. But it's a little safer to compensate. And it has an extra tax node that doesn't actually help it, but like is mandatory to take for it. All right. Cool. Now let's go through and try to rate this stuff. Oh boy. Let's do tryhards first. That's what I'm more familiar with. Hey, well, real quick though, look at that, guys. This is fucking, we're chipping away at this shit. I feel like we're in the goddamn mines down here, dude. I am not looking forward to Ogren at all. Ogren, I'm probably gonna make a fool out of myself talking about Ogren. Fuck, I don't want to do Ogren. Okay. Whatever. Psyker's gonna be fun. I think a Psyker's gonna have so much stuff in the high tiers. I'm actually surprised. Wait, who has more high tier nodes, Zealot or Veteran? Hold on. Let's just count S tier. For Veteran, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. For Zealot, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay, all right. Okay, buddy, I got you. I understand. Message received. Zealot is much better than Veteran. Okay, right. Yeah, I agree with all this so far. I agree with most of this. I don't find this too disagreeable. Maybe not having to ever reload is better than 30% crit chance, but I don't know, man. 30% crit chance is nutty. All right, let's check the S tier. Is this better than... No. I think the generic 20% damage... Nah, Martyrdom's probably better, dude. It does so much more than just 20% damage reduction. Okay. No, the ultimate is definitely better than this modifier, and this modifier is better than this modifier. 20% attack speed is better than 20% damage reduction. Fury Rising, yeah, this is fair. Do. Second Wind. Is Second Wind and Good Balance, because they're like kind of a pair. Is that better than the 20%? Or is that better than the Stagger and the Suppression? Nah, man. If you're taking Book, this shit just takes a fat dump all over those two. You can kill bosses with this shit, dude. I'd rather have these than knives, yeah. Would I rather... Oh, okay, this is where it gets interesting, where we start messing with the other classes shit. Would I rather have throwing knives or weapon specialist? I think I'd rather have throwing knives, dude. Would I rather have good balance or weapon specialist? Oh my fucking god. That is such a hard question. Would I rather have martyrdom or weapon specialist? Gotta be fucking on veteran weapon spec. Um, oof. No, I actually do think all that zealot shit is better than weapon specialist. It's just in a league of its own, man. And you know what? Now that I'm looking at it, reciprocity kind of looks like it's worse than all this stuff too. Oh, why is zealot so good? Fuck. Benediction. Yeah. Okay. No, I agree so far. I think this is all right. All right, A tier. Yeah. Zealot really is just overpowered, isn't it, man? Zealot really is just fucking overpowered, isn't it? Ugh. Yeah, I think this is mostly fine. I feel like infectious zeal is better than all this stuff. I'd rather have 5% crit chance for the whole team than all this. Yeah. 5% crit chance for the whole team. That's got to be better than 15% damage for the veteran only, and only against elites. Okay. No, I think this is so much utility. This has got to be. This is a shit ton of reduction and regen. Are these modifiers better than 25% swap damage? No, I don't think so. No, 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 they're not. Because no, that has to be better. Agile engagement has to be better because weapon specialist exists. If weapon spec didn't exist, bro, that shit's got this on his. No, pathing! I forgot about pathing! Fuck, pathing kills this node. Ah! This sucks. Uh this is so fucking difficult, dude. Yeah, I agree. I agree mostly. I might change my mind down the line, but I think this B tier is fine. C tier, dude. C tier can fucking chomp my cooch, dude. C tier is irrelevant. Immolation grenade is better than the reload talents. I'm Thyrath B Swift is only this high so people don't fucking kill me. Um this is fucking difficult, dude. Let's see. Now the backstab node sucks. I would rather have marksman's focus than backstab node. Is that marksman's focus or is that fuckboy? No, that's marksman's focus. Is it? Why do these icons look the exact same? Why? Why do these two icons look the exact? I cannot tell these two apart. Fuck. Whatever. Backstab node sucks. This is killed by pathing. This is killed by pathing. This is killed by pathing. Is being killed by pathing a more egregious crime than just being a mediocre node? Yes, because a mediocre node that has good pathing, you can at least experiment with it and not gimp your build. A good node with mediocre pathing ruins your build by stopping you from taking the other more broken nodes. So yeah, I think that's definitely the crime is your foul existence. The punishment is never fucking never being picked. Okay. The crime is your foul existence. The punishment is death. Okay, the crime is your foul existence. Okay, I'm gonna stop that now. Please shut the fuck up, Tanner. I kind of agree with D tier as well, actually, for the most part. Maybe the wounds are better because martyrdom. Rending strikes is like a good benchmark. Rending strikes and the crack grenade. Is this worse than a crack grenade? That's the real question. And you know what? Desperation is worse than a crack grenade. Dun 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 dun. Let's play. Are you worse than a crack grenade? Dun 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 dun. This is worse than a crack grenade. This is the one veteran skill. What is this hand thing? Uninterruptible. You are worse than a crack grenade. Try again. Um, Man, crack grenade's looking kind of good with all this shit behind it. I'm gonna need a new benchmark, dude. Rending strikes is like the next benchmark. If you're below rending strikes, it's like the gutter. The gutter, the depths of Tartarus is below rending strikes. Dude, I need to split D tier into two. That's what I might do. I might make D tier and ultra D tier. I think that's what we're gonna do. I think we're gonna have D tier and like F tier, dude. There's gotta be an F tier on this list. Rending strikes and everything below it goes into F tier. Yeah, you know what? You know what? We're doing it. Add row below. F tier, dude. F. This is like this is the no recovery zone. If you're down here, then it's like it's a wrap, dude. This is for the truly awful shit. Because D tier is going to get really bloated. There we go. Do you guys like that better? I kind of like that better. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, this is the shit where there's literally no reason to ever justifiably take it. You know what, dude? You know what, dude? A lot of stuff kind of belongs down here. You know what? Looking at it from this perspective has really changed. Yeah, you know what? This F tier was a good addition. F tier was a good addition. This is the shit that you would just never really take for any reason. It's just like actively detrimental. Okay, F tier was a good addition. I like it. I like it. Good idea. Okay, this is so terrible. Just go down here, get out of my sight. F tier is gonna be mostly unorganized, dude. If it's an F tier, it's literal shit. It's literally eating shit. If you are taking anything in the F tier, it's literally like eating shit. I still think no, smoke grenade's better than these two things, dude. I still think that the revive shout is the worst node in the fucking game. I think this has got to be down there. This has got to be worse than the smoke grenade. The revive shout has got to be the worst fucking node in the game. If you're taking bets at home, revive shout might actually just be the worst node in the game. We might have found it. We're gonna make like a legendary 5 where the 5 most broken things and the 5 most garbage things are all gonna be in one thing. We're gonna call them the legendary 5. The biggest design failures with the most problems. And for both, too good and too bad. This is the impact node. Yeah, this is worse. This is going down there. F tier might just be everything worse than a crack grenade. Because crack grenade is kind of like the worst thing in the game that's still somewhat usable. I'll have to decide later on that one though. All right, I like this. I like this. Okay, now let's do this. Add a row below. As above, so below. F. Sleeping in the cold below, below. All right. Broken tier is basically already done for casuals. I can already tell you it's basically already done. S tier is also getting a little bloated here. I agree with most of this. Okay. Yeah, no. I like this, dude. We're cooking, as the kids say. We're cooking. Chat, we're cooking. Okay, A tier is mostly fine. It's mostly fine because I was actively conscious of it throughout this one. I kind of it's not until the bottom tiers where I just kind of started slapping shit around. Just like boo 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 boo. Okay, no, this is definitely better than Ambuscade. It's also definitely better than this shit. This has got to go up. No, this has got to go up here. Exhilarating takedown. Dude, the more I think about it, the more I like exhilarating takedown. Let's see. You know what? I think this is mostly fine. No, you know what? This has got to be better than this shit. Yeah, because it's 20% damage to everyone. Okay. C tier. Will be discussed at a later time. Nah, C tier's fine. D tier. Okay, let's just get our F tier shit out of the way right now. You, 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 you. Oh my god. Oh mein Gott. Ach, da verstiefer der Stoffen. So we have certainties F tier now. This is definitely fucking F tier. So is this. So is this. So is this. It's coherency. So is this, honestly. So is this. For casuals, they can't use this shit. So is this. Alright. Oh, wait, no. So is that? No, suppression immunity could be good here. Alright. I think this is where we're going to leave it off today. And tomorrow, I'm going to be talking about a psyker, probably. Oh, mein Gott. Dr. Soyberg, I need a soy injection. I need raw milk injection. All right. I'm going to stop this recording here. Do you see that? Duck and goose pellets. Boys, the ducks have been so ingrained with my internet presence now that I'm getting fucking duck food advertised to me. Honk. All right. What's up, my Mossad agents? Ooh, looks like I'm a little bit loud on OBS. Oh, and chicken feed? It thinks I'm a chicken too. All right, whatever. Hello. Let's talk about Psyker now. And just I'm gonna turn myself down just a smidge. I don't know how I got louder. Okay, I've been turned down by exactly 3 decibels. All right. So, let's talk about the Psyker now, yeah? Psyker has a shit ton of broken nodes. Just right off the bat, he's got a ton of broken stuff. Soul Stealer is one of the best toughness replenishment nodes in the entire game. Replenish 7.5% toughness on warp attack kill. This is going all the way at the top of broken. Like, this is going for both casuals and tryhards. This is like tippy top tier Omega broken skill. Now, what makes this skill so broken? Basically, everything's a warp attack kill. Force sword, staffs, ultimate, blitz. This node basically just reads, replenish 7.5% toughness on kill. Psyker is the most damaged class in the entire game. So Psykers, like competent Psykers playing good builds, get the most kills in the game. If 5% toughness on kill on veteran was really broken, then this is like 50% increase. This is a 2.5 this is a 50% increase in the effect on a class that just can get more kills and faster. So we took a broken effect, made it 50% stronger, then gave it to someone who can abuse it even more than the other guy could. Okay, I just want to point out this one node Soul Stealer lets Psyker regenerate more toughness than all of Ogryn combined. If you take all of Ogryn's top nodes and Feel No Pain, Soul Stealer objectively still gives you more toughness than you are taking less like damage from the damage reduction on Ogryn, and than you would generate as Ogryn. This one node is fucking nuts. And let's just do a very basic back of the envelope calculation here. There are 50 enemies in an Auric Maelstrom horde, give or take. We're not counting elite specials, anything. And mind you, just this one node. So let's say we kill 50 guys. 7.5 times 50 is 375. Just by shooting the flame staff for like 5 seconds, or like 3 casts of the trauma staff, and you kill a horde, you generate 3 3/4 toughness bars. And mind you, Psyker got that 15 base toughness buff with Havoc, which was insane, by the way. So now a Psyker can be sitting there at like fucking what is it? It's like 180, almost 200 toughness now. If you take like an extra plus 15 toughness node and go triple toughness curios, you can have like 170 to like 200 toughness now as Psyker. And this is 50 procs of 7.5%, which is 375 total percent. So that's like, Jesus Christ. That's like 500 toughness Psyker can generate in just a couple seconds of fighting a horde off of one node. Dude, I just want to put this into perspective, by the way. Ogryn is supposed to be the tank class, and the single first skill point on Psyker, the literal first node on Psyker, generates like several hundred toughness a second. It is capable of doing that. Okay. All right. I like where this is going. I have a feeling this is going to be a really balanced class. I don't know. I'm just getting that tingling in my loins, you know? Quietude. I would make a joke here about I get the same tingle when I see kids. However, my name is not Drake. But Quietude. Replenish 5% toughness for each 10% of peril quelled. That's a fucked up joke. Anyway, 5% toughness for each 10% peril quelled. Oh, what do you know? This is also going up here in broken. Okay, so what makes this one broken? And this is broken for both. These two nodes, they don't really have any. A lot of these Psyker nodes are not going to have any different applications between casuals and tryhards, because a lot of Psyker is just get thing for doing thing. Okay, so what makes Quietude so good? Well, Venting Shriek vents 50% peril. So you get 5 instances of this. 5 instances of 5% is 25% toughness. So this makes it so that you get toughness back. Now, you know what? This node isn't broken. It's going next to the weapon specialist toughness node. Like whenever you weapon swap, it's going right next to this. So it's only getting S tier. Now that I thought about it for more than not at all, this node is crazy strong because, jeez. So you press your ultimate. That immediately gives you 25% toughness, which is really good because you want to be pressing your ultimate like every 10 seconds maximum. So, okay. The Chinese Punjabi hackers took over my computer again for a second. Anyways, so basically, you every 10 to 15 seconds will be popping your ultimate. Quietude is proccing, giving you 25%. Anytime you vent your staff, because you quell so quickly on your staff, you can go from 100% quell down to legitimately 50% quell in I think it's 1.7 seconds with 80% quell speed and fucking the one solidity modifier or the one solidity perk. And it's okay, I just generated another 25% toughness. And what makes this node super busted is the fact that you quell toughness by doing nothing. So you build the toughness for doing basically anything as Psyker. Oh shit, I forgot. This is... God, no, I get Smoilers. Yeah, sorry, I had to delete a previous recording of this because, Google was stupid and it doxed me through the fucking ads. That's why I got an ad blocker for Google, because Firefox ads don't display location. Thank you, Firefox, for doing the bare fucking minimum. Anyway, Quietude. It's really good that you can generate toughness by doing nothing. That is always really strong. So basically, you spend your peril on whatever the fuck. Blitz, staff, ultimate, whatever. You spend your peril on that. And then just doing nothing, just pulling out the dueling sword and one-shotting crushers is generating toughness. You might pull out your Force Greatsword and one-shot the Crusher that way. Oh, well, that counts as a fucking warp attack kill. There's 7.5% toughness. And while you were doing that, you lost 20% quell just from passive losing it. There's another 10%. It is just a non-stop, constant toughness restore for doing nothing. Warp Expenditure, on the other hand, replenish 2.5% toughness for every 10% peril generated. So, generating peril and consistently having high peril, if you're playing Psyker optimally, is actually kind of difficult. That's why most all optimal builds either want to have a Force Greatsword with 0 warp res or a staff with 0 warp res, because, like, it's just hard to generate enough peril. When you're playing this class well and you're using Warp Siphon and Venting Shriek, you are basically never at high peril. So it's harder to generate a ton of peril than it is to lose a ton of peril. And this is only giving you 2.5% toughness back for generating said peril. It's not bad. Like, it's kind of B tier-ish. Let's see. Yeah, it's definitely better than this, but it's not better than these. That's fair. And I think it's pretty much... I think this node's a little bit better for casuals. Like, I would probably give this maybe low A tier for casuals. It's kind of like right here. It's competing with the Zealot toughness modifier. Because this is better for casuals, because casuals are really good at just spending a shit ton of peril. You give them a staff and you tell them, staff and do nothing but staff, just use your staff the entire game. They're gonna generate enough peril that this is... So 10 procs of this is only 25% toughness. So you need 40 procs of this. You need to build 400% peril for this to give you 1/4 toughness restore. Which, let's be honest, dude, for a casual, they're probably going to do that like every 2 to 3 minutes. So it's just nice. Let's put it this way. The fact that you can get to this with only spending 1 point, and this might, over the course of a game, generate like 2 or 3 whole toughness bars for you, it's not dog shit. But you would never really take it. There's always better nodes to take, and you don't have enough skill points for this. But if Psyker had 31 skill points, you would probably take this in a lot of builds, just because you don't have anything better to spend the point on. Where art thou? Metal. This node is fucking bonkers. Critical hits replenish 5% toughness. Okay, so for Gunpsyker, this is already in the broken tier. Because you're critting on every hit, and you're using guns that crit like 3 times a second. This is like 15% toughness a second. Absolutely fucking nutty node. But then like, honestly, critical hits replenish 5% toughness. That is good enough that it would be high A, low S tier on every single class in the game except Ogryn. But Ogryn is not even a class at this point. So on all the actual, like, we're here to play the game classes in the entire game, this one line of text, replenish 5% toughness on critical hit, that would be an S tier must take node on just about every build for Psyker, Zealot, and Veteran already. But then you add in this extra line of text, and that's what makes this node fucking broken. That is what pushes it past all the defense. Honestly, I think metal is even more broken for a tryhard than anything that gives you toughness. This is one of those things that just foundationally breaks darktide because of this line of text right here. Also, grants 5% increased movement speed for 4 seconds stacks 3 times. 7% increased movement speed while sprinting is enough to outrun everything in the game. Every boss, every horde, all of it. As long as you have stamina, you can just sprint past it. This is giving you 15% universal movement speed increase. Okay, so if you're using the dueling sword, which gives you like 7% movement speed increase, and then you're using this, which gives you 15% movement speed increase, you have like a 20-something fucking percent movement speed increase. Dude, you walk with metal active, you walk faster than an Ogryn runs. Like, it's ridiculous. It is absurd. Get it like an 80 mobility knife and just like walk compared to like a shield Ogryn sprinting. And it's absurd. It's genuinely absurd. This one passive makes Psyker faster than all Zealots, all Veterans, everyone else. This singular skill node makes him faster than just like everyone else all the time. So you're getting the absolute best, most top tier form of survivability in every Tide game ever, movement speed. And you're getting every single attack basically is replenishing toughness. So now, let me get this straight. My kill gives me 7.5. Okay. I just want to put this into perspective for you, for how this class works. So you kill something, and you get 7.5% toughness back for Soul Stealer. You crit on the attack that kills, you get 5% toughness back from metal. In doing that, you got like 20% peril just for doing that. You get 5% toughness back from warp expenditure. Then when that 20% toughness goes away, which it will go away after a second or two of not doing anything, like attacking with your melee, you get another 10% toughness back in quietude. Okay, so you move faster. I just want to put this into perspective. You get toughness for spending your class resource. You get toughness for not spending your class resource. You get toughness for killing with your class resource, and you get toughness when you use your class resource because on hit with the crit. Literally, and Psyker is the only class in the game that generates toughness for holding a button, clicking a button, or not clicking any buttons. Psyker just always wins. People say this class is squishy, by the way. All right, Perilous Combustion. And Metal, I don't think it's as good for casuals. I still think it's broken just because 15% movement speed is a lot, and crit toughness restore is fucking nuts. Like, that is seriously broken. So I'm going to say, I don't think it's more broken than the grenade gen for someone who's not going to exploit the movement speed. Okay, Perilous Combustion. This node, the strength of this node's effect is fucking, like, down here. This node sucks. And if you don't believe me that this node genuinely sucks, get Power DI, make this your only source of Soul Blaze, and then look through Power DI what your Soul Blaze damage is. Even after a Havoc 40, where this node is at its peak, you're only looking at like 25,000 damage extra. In an Auric Maelstrom that's like 25 minutes, you're looking at like 12,000 damage. The actual effect of this node is dog shit. There was an era where everyone put this on every build because we just thought it was free damage. But like, yeah, sure. But I would rather spend the 1 point on anything else because it's so little damage. This will usually end up being 10% or less of your damage output. And honestly, that 10% is if you're lucky, like if you get good setups for it. However, something did change. And that something is this shit got added. This shit got added right here. Specifically Soul Drinker. Soul Drinker in Fire Reborn, and I think there's another one, but I'm forgetting it. But really it's just these two. These two nodes genuinely make this node a lot better. Because those are like two of Psyker's best nodes. And fucking, you kind of always want them if you're going to be taking advantage of crit and Soul Blaze, which, let's be honest, basically every build is. So, basically, dude, can this please stop? Okay, hold on. Voice attack, shut down. Exit, no more review. All right, so this node is going to get B tier, and it's only going to get B tier because of synergies it helps to enable. It helps to enable in Fire Reborn, which constantly gives you charges. It helps to enable Soul Drinker, which is just another insane toughness node and is constant flat crit chance. And it helps to reach the stack cap so you can overstack with Venting Shriek. So the fact that it has 3 strong synergies with 3 S tier things on its own, that alone is enough reason to want to pick this. Fuck damage, fuck everything else. And for casuals, I think this node is better. I think this node is like, I think it's like mid B tier. Yeah, I don't think it's as good as the extra grenade shit, but okay, what's next? Battle Meditation. 10% chance to quell 10% peril on kill. For tryhards, this is not good. I mean, I'll give it like the top of C tier, but it's not that good. So, 10% chance to quell 10% peril. Let's go back to our old thing of 50. There's about 50 guys on average per horde in Auric Maelstrom. Well, every 10 kills, you're statistically likely to proc this once every 10 kills. So you will, on average, per horde, quell about 50% peril with this. For most builds, they don't even really want to be quelling peril like that in the first place, because that fucks up venting shriek stuff. So that's problem numero uno. Problem dos is that you're not going to get all the kills in the horde, etc. Like, this node definitely becomes much better when you're the one doing most all of the killing. But if you're playing with a group of people that don't suck, good luck with that. So let's say you only get 20 kills per horde, which is far more reasonable with, like, not horrible players. Well, now you're only getting 20 peril-ish, on average. And and it's very likely that you won't even get both those to proc. You'll only get the one proc, and it's like one, you might spend 50, 60 peril to get one or two procs off of this, and it's just not worth it. There's never a time when you just need to spend 0 to 200% fucking peril nonstop, and you just need battle med to constantly be procking. Like, that just doesn't really ever occur. And funny enough, the builds that want to be, or I'm sorry, the builds that are capable of getting kills like that, notably Flamestaff Psyker, they aren't fucking getting, like, they don't want to be dumping their peril constantly like that. Okay, now I do think for casuals, this node is a lot better. Like, this is definitely better than warp expenditure. Because for someone who doesn't know what they're doing, you can just hand them a staff and you can say, here, press your ultimate, press this giant orange thing every time it glows, and only use your staff and take battle med. And that is going to significantly prevent them from blowing themselves up. It makes the peril management a joke, even though it's kind of already a joke, but still. Okay, now are you ready for another absolutely fucking bonkers, like I'm nuts kind of node? Perfect timing. 3% warp damage, which, as we already established, basically everything, all your dots, your staff, hell, even half your melee attacks now fall under this. So, okay, basically everything. Oh, and your blitz, and your ultimate. So 3% warp damage for 10 seconds on critical hit. Stacks 5 times. This is just a flat 15% fucking damage then, basically, for everything. Okay. This is getting... Let's look for something comparable. 15% damage to everything, including dots. Is this S tier? Wait a second. I mean, I kind of think this is S tier. Like, it has 0% downtime. It's like 100% active. 15% damage to your staff's dot, and then your melee if you're using a warp melee. Yeah, this is like... I don't feel like 15% on its own is enough to be S tier, though. But I'm looking at these damage boosts, and, like, 15% flat damage to everything is just kind of better than 30% weak spot, like 8% for the team. And, like... Yeah, no, this might actually just be S tier. I mean, let's put it this way. If your build crits, you take this, period. If it crits, it uses warp damage, which... Okay. I just described every single Psyker build that isn't Gun Psyker. You take this. So yeah, no, this is just a staple. You take this in every single Gun Psyker, or not Gun, it's every single Psyker build. It's better than this. I'd rather have this than the Toughness. Yeah, I think this falls about the middle of S tier. That's pretty fair. Ah, yes, Psyker Blitzes. Brain Burst. Oh wait, I should do metal for casuals. This is just like, yeah, this is about the same as the attack speed nodes. It's just the fact that you don't have to think. It's never not active. So you just constantly pop. Yeah. All right, so Brain Rupture. You know what Brain Rupture does, okay? I'm not reading out the whole Brain Rupture description. You know what Brain Burst is. I know what Brain Burst is. Now, I'm going to just do something a little controversial. For tryhards, Brain Burst is like A tier. For casuals, Brain Burst is like C tier. It kind of sucks for them. All right, now let me explain. Please, Lord, please let me explain. So Brain Burst is really good. The fact that it can do like 3,000 damage to a crusher or a boss specifically is really nice. One of Psyker's biggest weaknesses, believe it or not, is boss damage. Specifically ranged boss damage. Some people, basically idiots, who only play one build are going to say, well, bro, what do you mean, lol, look at this clip. And it's like, yeah. He has builds that are good at that. The problem is not every build. Like, if you want to play Flame Staff Psyker, your only good boss damage is the Dueling Sword. Which, to be fair, that's about as good as it gets. Problem, what happens if the boss isn't in melee range, is going after someone else? One of Psyker's best secret synergies is Kinetic Resonance and Brain Rupture. Because Kinetic Resonance is every time you use Ventage Shriek, you generate half peril and you can do Brain Burst like in like half a second. So when those Brain Bursts are hitting for 3k and you can do like 5 of them back to back, you do like it's some like 17,000 damage. I've tested this. And bosses only have like 50,000 health. So you're doing like 20% of the boss's health at range safely for free in like 7 seconds. That's fucking good. And it's good because it's super consistent. You don't have to be fighting or engaging with the boss. And this still gives you a good way to do more than your fair share of damage to the boss very quickly. It is just a great consistent tool for that. It's also a great and consistent tool for just dealing with any problem you don't want to deal with. A gunner in an annoying position, dealt with. A sniper, dealt with. Anytime you can't run in to the enemy's face and just deal with whatever problem, Brain Burst can deal with it. Brain Burst is so good because when there's going to be a lot of situations where it feels like there's nothing you can do, especially if you're playing like Flame Staff. And even then, even if you're not playing Flame Staff, if you're playing like Trauma Staff, there's a lot of times where your best option is just hold the staff and left click, and that fucking sucks. Let's be real, that's garbage. You're a lot better off just pulling out Brain Burst and just kill the elite, kill the elite, kill the elite, kill the elite. The fact that it is a consistent problem solver that can sometimes shine and fill up a really noticeable weakness in some really strong builds makes this really good. However, this is much worse for casuals for a very simple reason. You are not going to recognize when it's a good time to use this. And when you do try to use this, high chance your retarded teammates in like Heresy don't even recognize the blue around someone's head and they just kill him anyway. So I'm going to say, no, I don't think it's better than the backstab node. So we're going to put that there. And it's definitely better than all this shit. I'm going to put this top of C tier. Because the effect is strong. It's just your dumb fuck teammates might stop you from using it. Kinetic Resonance. Using your combat ability makes your Brain Rupture charge 75% faster and generate 50% less peril for 10 seconds. This node is super. This node is super duper underrated. Like, I'm going to put this, like, honestly, the high end of A tier. Because, again, this just shores up so many ranged weaknesses Psyker has on every build that isn't Gun Psyker. You can just pop Venting Shriek, and, like, you can just kill, like, 7 elite gunners within that 10-second window. You know, your veteran is stupid and lazy and bad, and he's not dealing with the gunners, and you're just sitting there pinned down. You can't really do anything. Just pop Shriek, and then pop. This kind of just gives this one node, basically lets Psyker every like 10 seconds take over the role of veteran when it comes to like elite gunner sniping. And then it has the alternative use of it's really good against bosses. This node is just all around solid. Kinetic Flare. Oh yeah, wait. I gotta put Kinetic Resonance. Kinetic Resonance is even better for casuals. So I think Kinetic Resonance is like S tier. It's not like as good as Duelist, but man, is this fucking good. Because it's auto. It's an autocorrect node. You just pop your ultimate, and now all of Brain Burst's weaknesses go away. It's kind of a tax node, but man, it's a tax you don't mind paying. Kinetic Flare. All attacks against specials, elites, and monsters have 10% chance to hit on brain rupture. Sorry. 10% chance on hit to brain rupture the target. This cannot occur while at critical peril. Why? And has a cooldown of 15 seconds. This node sucks. And yeah, I'm aware that if you add it up, this node's gonna add like 150,000 damage. Like, this node will add like 20% damage to all your runs. But brother, it is such padded fucking damage. Let's say this pops on Crushers. Well, the Dueling Sword already one-shots them, and if it doesn't one-shot them, it two-shots them. So, like, okay. Let's put it this way. I'm not even going to use the Dueling Sword as an example. Fuck it. Every single weapon, this never really does anything. You already one-tap most everything. This is one of those modifiers where I see a lot of people taking it, but absolutely no one can provide a strong argument that holds up. This is one of those nodes where really respected players took it back in the day when the talent tree rework first happened, and people just kind of copied them, and it feels like everyone has gaslit themselves into thinking this node is good. But this node is fucking ass. This is like bottom of D tier. This node is garbage. Okay, so first off, the 15-second cooldown sucks. Like, straight up, it sucks. Second off, the 10% chance to activate also sucks. Like, you'll proc this on cooldown with, say, the Flame Staff, but you're not really proccing it on cooldown with anything else. So, it's like, this is unusable with all but a very select few weapons. So that's problem number one. You cannot, like, just say use the lightning staff and like dueling sword and use kinetic flare. That makes it an F tier node. Because if you're not using a machine gun or a flame staff or just something that can hit a lot really quickly, I want you to understand, you need to get 10 hits. This, as soon as this comes off cooldown, you need to get 10 hits immediately to proc it again so that you're always using it. So, like, if you're using, like, a combat axe, this'll proc, the cooldown will end, and then it'll be, like, another 7 seconds before this procs, maybe even longer. And it's like, okay. And then it's only against specials, elites, and monstrous. But, like, I don't want it propping on, like, a Tox Flamer, but it will. You know, I don't want it popping on, like, a dog, but it will. You know? So this is only useful against enemies that you want to be immediately brain bursting on in the first place, like Crushers, Maulers, Armored Ragers, bosses. It is mediocre versus bosses, but it's just outright bad versus most of the other stuff. Because, like, Crushers spawn in packs of 4. Everybody knows this by now. So 4 Crushers are coming at you. You proc this, it deals 80% of one Crusher's health bar. Okay, well, those 4 Crushers aren't going to survive for 15 seconds in the first place. Like, the game has just grown past this kind of node. Are you really telling me that throwing out 7 brain bursts over the course of, like, 10 seconds with kinetic resonance is worse than a 10% chance to use it once every 15 seconds? And the cooldown is so much longer than 15 seconds, by the way. If you're not using the Flame Staff, this will proc maybe once every, like, 20 to 30 seconds. Like, genuinely. Is one Brain Burst every 30 seconds? Like, who gives a fuck? Genuinely, who gives a fuck? It's so little impact in the moment. It effectively does nothing. Because, sure, let's say you pop this on... The issue really is that if you're using the Flame Staff and you're using this for armored enemies, it could only activate on one armored enemy at a time every 15 seconds. This node, it sucks. This node's terrible. Get this garbage out of here. This is an example of what green circle chasing is like. Because the damage this adds isn't super useful in the first place. Because the Fire Staff doesn't really care about chunking down armored enemies in the first place, because, like, you apply your dots, then stack up uncanny with your melee, And then they die over like 3 dot ticks anyways. So who cares if one of those armored targets takes a bunch of damage and dies quicker? Like literally, it has 0 impact. Because of the nature of dots, it's like Warframe. We all live together. We all die together. With the fire staff, things tend to all die at the same time. So, like, and what impact is killing one guy slightly faster than the other guys have in a build where everything is just gonna die at the same time? And then for non-flame staff builds, like the trauma staff can kind of proc this okay. And this is like all right with the trauma staff, I guess. Basically, you can read this note as every 30 seconds, randomly kill an elite. Like randomly kill one rager out of the pack of 10 that's mauling you. It just, this node is terrible. There is no good justifiable reason for this node. And this node is like F tier for casuals, but it's like the top of F tier. Oh boy. Smite. Let's just get this out of the way. Smite is genuinely like upper A tier, and I hate to admit it. So, me and Smite have a long history. But what really broke the camel's back on Smite is this right here. 200% damage is giant. Smite's default damage is like it's like 17 or something. With empowered psionics, it makes it do like 50 or 60 damage per tick. Now, on its own, that's just good. But if you use the flame staff, I want to make a build video for this. If you use the flame staff and then you use on top of that, so let's say you use the flame staff, right? And then after using the flame staff, you've applied your dot, you pull out smite, and you start smiting. So now everything that you've applied the dot to, all the enemies, all the armored guys, everything, all those guys are now frozen, and they're taking 200 damage a tick from the dot, and now they're taking 60 damage a tick from smite. And then to either the key to this puzzle is right here, Venting Shriek. Venting Shriek, let's say you apply 7 stacks of dot. Then you pull out smite, you start smiting. As soon as those stacks start going down, you Venting Shriek. Then you go up to 12 stacks and you refresh their duration. And while all that's happening, you're still dealing that 60 damage a second with smite. Or you're applying those 6 stacks to another horde. 6 stacks on its own is enough to kill a horde. Conveniently, that's the exact perfect number to kill an entire horde. So, you've already got enough damage to kill the horde. Smite just is like a perfect complement to this. I really hate how Smite has just been buffed every single patch. And Smite is super fucking toxic, by the way. I just want to point this out. Because Smite is the only thing in the game that forces everyone to just play with it. Because you cannot control if an enemy is being smitten or not. But if they are being smities, then you have to play around that. Smite allows one player in a team of 4 to decide, I'm going to fundamentally change everything about the game, and everyone has to just deal with it. They just have to be cool with that now. And like, man, it's fucking toxic. It really is. It really is fucking toxic. Because I don't want to play around Smite. I don't want to deal with Smite. If you Smite next to me, I'm going to look at you like I'm going to look at you like you're a Jew in 1940s Germany. That's such a fucking foul joke. That's so fucked up, but it's so fucking funny. But no, seriously though, dude, like I'm going to give you that goddamn look. I'm going to give you that fucking look. I'm going to be like, dude, get this guy away from me immediately. But yeah, Smite, I hate Smite. Smite shouldn't be in the game. Smite is broken for casuals. It's like Giga Ultra broken. It just, the fact that it just effectively turns off every single enemy's AI on the entire map. Bro, you can be a garbage player with like 10 hours that only plays with Smite, and you could play in Auric Maelstrom, and it would be hard to tell you apart from the... Let's put this... There's a saying that I heard that is so fucking true. Smite makes a psyker take their true level and subtract 95% off of their true level, and that's the actual skill level of a smite psyker. If you have a level 1000 psyker that's playing like a smite build, they're actually going to be about on par with a level 100 player that has never played smite. They're going to be about the same skill level. This shit is like it's like the ray of retardation, because it retardifies the enemies and it retardifies you, the player. It's also mind-numbingly boring. Seriously, I don't know how anyone can enjoy this. Lightning Storm. Lightning Bolt. Increase the number of times your smite jumps by +1. Hold on a minute. I need to pull something up. Okay. So anyway, increases the times that your smite jumps by 1. So for all those people who are mad about that Germany joke, just right here.
Whoa, joke. That was a joke.
There you go. There you go. I feel like I need to put this on a soundboard. This is like this would be the best thing for me to have on a soundboard. I'm gonna do that after I record this. Anyway, so +1 smite jump is as good as smite is, because if you're dedicated to the smite lifestyle, you're taking this. Nah, that's not true. This isn't as good as smite. Honestly, +1 smite jumps is just kind of whatever. I'll throw it in top of B tier for both. Where'd the tier list go? Yokosho? Ladies and gentlemen, I seem to have lost the tier list. Okay, wait, hold on. We're so back. Wait. Are we? Hold on. Are we so back? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are so back. All right. So, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, for tryhards, this shit is even worse, because you're literally only using this for the damage. So I'll give it B tier, because of synergy. B tier is kind of like this has a good synergy with something tier. Charged strikes. Your heavy melee attacks electrocute enemies, damaging them. This is the single worst fucking node in all of Darktide. This node is terrible. This shit right here, the electrocute dot does 8 damage per tick, and it ticks 5 times. You can't refresh it. It doesn't stun the enemies for a second while it's doing its thing. This is 1 skill point to deal like 40 damage over 5 seconds on every heavy attack. I think this honestly has potential to be the worst skill in Darktide. At the very least, it has to be tied with this Revive Shout. Because Revive Shout makes Shout worse in 2 ways. You get to shout less, and you get to affect less people with the shout. So, that is... No. The Revive Shout has to be worse than this. Boys, I really think Revive Shout is the worst node in Darktide. I really do. It's the only skill node that objectively makes something significantly worse. Yeah, dude. This Charge Strikes and Revive Shout, these have to be the 2 worst skills in all of Darktide. There isn't even a reason to consider picking them. Okay, tier list time. Wait. Oh, fuck, dude, my shit flipped. My stick flipped. Okay, Enfeeble. Enemies electrocuted by you take 10% increased base damage from all sources. This sucks for everything but dots. And the fact that dots are like the meta right now, honestly kind of puts this up in S tier. This goes right next to perfect timing. Now, this goes down here with this, because it's basically the same thing as this. It's about the same damage bonus for all players. So, remember what I was saying about smite after applying your dots? You apply your dots, then you start smiting. Well, this stacks with perfect timing so that your dots now have a 25% damage increase to everything, which is actually a shitload. So the enemies can't move, they're stunned, and they're taking 25% more dot damage, which is a shit ton. And they're taking 60 damage. So with perfect timing and enfeeble, you're making your like 16 or whatever stacks of Soul Blaze do like 200 damage a tick. And then the fucking smite is doing 60 damage a tick and nothing can move. And it's just like, oh my god. And then this increases the other player's dots as well. So this can stack with veterans, mark target damage increase. And now if you use fire team plus focus target damage increase plus enfeeble, that is 5 plus like 12 plus 10. So you're dealing like 27% more damage with your dots just for 100% of the game for all 4 players. That's ridiculous. Then you consider that's getting applied to 3 dots. Then you consider that Zealot Book has a 20% damage increase. And now let's just round up for 47 to 50. So now you have 3 dots that are doing 50% increased damage. And then you're overcapping some of them. Dude, Fire, Overcap Soul Blaze, and Bleed combined with these buffs tick for like 1500 a second. It's absurd. They like one-shot Marauders, almost. What comes next? Assail. So Assail's biggest problem on the skill tree is positioning. If you take Assail, you can't take this. And this is like arguably one of the most broken nodes in the entire game. And that alone damages Assail's usability substantially. However, in a vacuum, Assail's effect, it's like up here. It's like A tier. It's like pretty good. Problem is I can't give A tier to something that shuts off such a critical node. So I'm going to give this, it's definitely better than this stuff. It's way better than Warp Expenditure. Better than these. I'm going to give Assail high B tier. Because here's the problem, right? Let's say you go na 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 A, and then you're down here. Okay, so here's the problem. You then have to go down here. This node is kind of garbage. This node is good. Yeah, this node is definitely good. So you're happy to take this. This node is whatever. This stuff is good. This is okay. And you can go in. Okay, so you know what? The positioning isn't really that bad. It's just Psychonetics Aura. But don't worry. I'll talk about this when we get there. That node really does kill Assail. Dude, I wish Assail was in the middle of the fucking skill tree. That would make Psychers so much more fun. Ethereal Shards and Quick Shards are both going right next to Assail because this is the other problem with Assail. Assail sucks if you don't take Ethereal Shards and Quick Shards. You need to spend 2 extra skill points on Assail. Whereas you can just take Smite and it's fine. You get 90% of its effect off of that. You can just take Brain Burst and it's fine. Though you really do want to take at least 1 modifier. With Assail, you're spending 2 skill points to make Assail not unusable dog shit. So you're depriving yourself and your team of arguably the best, most impactful support node in the entire game that we've ever seen in all of Vermintide as well, now that I'm thinking about it, because this is more supportive than even Ranger Vet. So, like, you're depriving your team of arguably the best support node they've ever made, and you're spending 2 extra skill points just for Assail. And that's not even to say that Assail is bad. It's just, I don't know, man, for a meta build, right? Like, if you're tryharding, you would never do this. You would never, ever do this if you're tryharding. If you don't care about being an absolute sweat lord and you just want to have fun, then Assail is good. It is strong. Like, there's nothing wrong with this, making this decision. Just in a tier list format where I have to try and objectively rate things, that really does hurt Assail a lot. Also, Assail sucks the harder the difficulty is, specifically Havoc. Assail is really bad in Havoc because half of everything you fight in Havoc is fucking armored, and Assail does basically nothing versus armored. Also, Assail has really good tech where you attack, assail, attack, assail, attack, assail, but it really does kill your wrists. So, like, that's like, I would give Assail A tier if that wasn't such a carpal tunnel inducing bit of tech. Ethereal shards, projectiles, piercing an additional target just makes Assail, like, each shard 33% more effective. So you don't really get to not take it because this is the same as, so every shard bounces an extra time. So every like 3 shards, you get the effect of an extra shard. You carry like 12 shards. So this is like just adding 4 more shards to your rotation. And then quick shards, making them replenish 30% faster on top of making them 30% effective. Let's put it this way. 20 normal shards is like equivalent to like 1 stock set of normal shards with the 2 modifiers. Don't math check me on that because I'm sure that's not accurate, but it just gets the point across. Now, for casuals, Enfeeble is way worse because they are not using synergies, so it goes right next to the other smite modifier. For casuals, Assail is like S tier, but it's not just S tier. This is one of those things where the worse you are at the video game, the better this thing becomes. Like, Assail, when you're playing below Maelstrom and everyone's kind of bad at the game, including yourself, Assail is nuts. Like, this shit will single-handedly carry the game on its own, on, like, even a high stig. So for casuals, Assail becomes so much better. What's next? Wildfire. When an enemy dies while affected by your Soul Blaze, nearby enemies each gain up to 4 stacks of Soul Blaze. They cannot gain more stacks than the dying enemy had. The effect of this node is down here. This is very misunderstood. So, the way this node works, it can never give more than 4 stacks total. So the enemy dies. Think about it like this. The enemy dies. Here, I'm pulling up MS Paint for this because a lot of people don't understand how this works. Right, so look, the enemy dies. This is our enemy. He dies. And now we have 4. We have 4 stacks that can go around. So if we've got an enemy here, every one of these lines is an enemy, okay? Think about it like this. Every one of these lines represents a Poxwalker. Okay? So we kill the elite. And then these 4 stacks, you would think these 4 stacks go out to everyone in range. That is not how this shit works. It takes 1 stack, gives it to this guy. 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 And then you're out of stacks. That is all Wildfire does. It takes 4 stacks, splits them up into intervals of 1, and applies them on 4 enemies. That is all Wildfire does. Wildfire is even worse than Perilous Combustion. The only thing going for this node, no, 1 single stack of Soul Blaze is fucking meaningless. The only synergy is with Infire Reborn. This is garbage, but it does have 1 synergy that's okay. So I think it might narrowly escape F tier, but I would never take this. Even on a dedicated Wildfire or Soulfire build, I would still never ever take this. How long has this video been? Oh my god, we're almost an hour. Why? Psyker just takes a while. Jesus fucking Christ. Psychonetics Aura. This is going up here. And Wildfire is even worse for casuals because they aren't going to understand how it works. So this shit like goes down here. And this is less broken for casuals, but it's still S tier. It's kind of like around here-ish. Alright, so Psychonauts, or dude, go away. Can I please swap these? No, whatever. Just get used to it, scrub. decreases ability cooldown for you and allies in coherency, that is the one kicker, by 5% on elite or specialist kill. So if you, the Psyker, kill an elite or specialist, which, come on, all 4 players, assuming you're all stacked up, receive 5% ability cooldown. To put this into perspective, 4% ability cooldown is a curio roll. That is the best curio roll in the game by a wide margin. Everyone uses 3 of it on every build if they're actually seriously like tryharding. So everyone is already taking that. This is like adding an extra fucking curio effect, a temporary curio effect, every time you get a kill across 4 players. This one node will result in thousands of combined percent ultimate cooldown. This node could say by 1%, and it would still be really good. Something that applies, it's the same logic as Survivalist. Giving a resource to your teammates for simply killing an enemy that allows them to snowball is insane. Because the more you kill, the more everyone gets, the more everything dies, the more kills you get, the more everyone gets. It's just a circular snowball. Even if this only lowered the Psyker's cooldown, it would still be a must pick in every build. Because even if it only applies to you, it is still getting your venting shriek off cooldown faster, which lets you use it more, which lets you spend more peril, which means you get more toughness back from this shit, which means you get to overcap Soul Blaze more often, which supercharges your damage. Which means you can just spend more peril in general. Like, this one node is one of those keystone corner, like, must-pick staple nodes. This shit is like putting Max C in a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh deck, my dude. Okay? This shit is like Thought Seas of, like, a black deck. Like, this is just such a no-brainer, obvious pick, and it only gets better with time. It's slightly worse for casuals because they just don't use their ultimates. So you can give them 100 ultimates in one game with Psychonetics Aura. They might only use like 5 of them. Okay, what's next? Mind in Motion. Your movement speed is not reduced while quelling peril. F tier. In fact, I think this is low F tier. And I think this is F tier for a very specific reason. For tryhards, when the fuck are you quelling peril more than like a split second? And if you're only gonna like tap to quell a peril, because by the way, just tapping to quell peril for like a second or two, that quells like fucking half your peril. But you can just sprint, slide, and then quell. And there you go. That's the window you need to maintain full movement speed and still quell like half your peril. This is one of those nodes where after you reach a certain skill level, you won't even take advantage of it if you spend the skill point to get it, because like you won't even know how to, because it's just so inefficient. Dude, it's more efficient to just slide while quelling and slide when you want to quell than it is to spend a skill point and to do this. Just this whole node is so... I don't even think this node lets you sprint while quelling. Like, it's better for casuals. It's not as better than a fucking crack grenade, that's for goddamn sure. Malefic Momentum is good. The effect is like, honestly, kind of up here. The problem is you can't have Malefic Momentum in Psychonetics Aura. I'm still going to give it A tier. And I'm actually going to give it a high spot in A tier. Like about as good as Smite. Because 20% damage is a fucking lot. Especially considering that it stacks with perfect timing. So your warp attacks have like 35% increased damage. and we're not even halfway down the tree yet. Like, if you're going for a sail, you're kind of going for a sail specifically for this. And I'm not going to lie, man. A sail and Malefic Momentum is probably the most fun playstyle for Psyker, but man, it is just way less effective than the more boring styles. Sad that that's the truth, but that is the truth nuke. Though this shit is like, it's right up there with a sail for casuals, I feel like. Because it just makes everything you do better. It just makes everything better. Oh my god, this is so annoying. My muscle memory is killing me. Channeled Force, 30% damage to Force Staff's primary. Guys, gamble, gamble, gamble. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. I won the prize. I won the prize. 30% damage to Force Staff's primary attacks after fully charged Force Staff secondary attacks. Last 5 seconds. This is actually really good. Like, I'm gonna put this in, like, S tier, straight up. I think it's better than the ammo. I don't know if it's better than 10% attack speed. I don't think it is. I think it's about at the same level. So, you just do one right click, left click, and then you've got 5 seconds of massive damage increase for ball spam. Which, by the way, this stacks with perfect timing, just FYI. So your ball spam is now 45% more damage. Like, I know everybody does it with the lightning staff, but straight up, I don't know why. Like, apart from exploiting with a macro, hey guys, you want a fun factoid? If you want to play ball spam Psyker, just throw, like, Surge on the trauma staff, because it's a thing. It only affects the left click, just like the Surge staff. But you can also take this for 30% extra damage. And it actually gives you the trauma staff, which is a staff you want to use, because the lightning staff is kind of garbage. The secondary, the charged lightning attack fucking sucks. Okay, what comes next? Up to 50% weapon wield speed increases as your peril increases. I need to talk about this, but I'll hold on. For casuals, they don't use the left clicks very effectively, but 30% damage is still 30% damage. Like, I'd rather have it over the keystone modifiers. And Perilous Assault. This is definitely, yeah, okay. So, Perilous Assault. I have actually... This node, I think, is bugged. Or at least it doesn't explain itself very well. So I was testing this on Gunpsyker. I have a friend, I have a good buddy of mine called Heck. He was in the world's first for a Havoc 40. We like Heck around here. But he swears by this node. He swears that he's such a ADHD fuck that he can feel it. So I recorded how long it takes me to swap my weapon to swap my weapon and attack with and without this node. And it didn't save seconds. It saved frames. I uploaded it as an unlisted video on my channel and counted the fucking frames. Perilous Assault saves the Recon Lasgun, which is like Psyker's most longest to swap to and wield weapon, by the way. So this would be giving the most effect on that. It saved 17 frames exactly of wield speed. To try and put this into perspective, in Street Fighter, 16 frames is kind of the like upper limit of what is considered reasonably reactable if you're looking for it. Ken's V skill in Street Fighter V was a 15 frame dash. And it was unreactable online. It was unreactable. It was objectively, humanly unreactable online because of the 4 frames of built-in input delay and then online latency. And even offline, it was considered borderline impossible to react to. And that was 15 frames. Granted, plus 4 because of built-in latency, but still. So it's you know, it's closer to like 11 frames. 15 frames is like, in a perfect world, 15 frames is barely reactable if you're looking for it and you're trained to look for it. 17 frames in a game like Darktide is literally unnoticeable. This node is ass. It should be weapon swap speed. If it was weapon swap speed. So wield speed is this weird fucking stat where after you... Oh shit, I just hit the microphone, sorry. After you have swapped your weapon, there's like a secondary thing. So there's weapon swap speed. One motion is weapon swap speed, which means from the moment you press weapon swap until the moment you start shooting, it is affecting all of that. Wield speed is after you've pulled the weapon out, that time from the weapon is pulled out to when you can, like, start using it again. It's weird. After the, like, first half of the pull-out animation, it speeds up the, like, last 50% of the animation from where you're pulling it out to shooting. It is so specific and niche and covers so little of the total time spent swapping that it is literally unreactable. On the Duel Link sword, it only saved like 10 frames. It's literally unreactable. This is one of the worst nodes in all of Darktide. Like, it is crazy just how bad this node actually is. I don't even know what the... I feel like this was intended to be weapon swap speed, but they kind of realized 50% weapon swap speed would be fucking nuts. So they just changed it last minute to wield speed. And by the way, it doesn't even make sense because if we zoom in here... Oh shit, dude. Black man kneeing? Bro, the reverse George Floyd? The black man flying knee?
Whoa! Joke! That was a joke!
I just feel the need to throw that out there. But look at the icon, right? The icon shows the special attack. Okay? It is the fucking special attack for staffs where you, like, you know, where you take the staff and you, like, shah, and you, like, swing it. Shah! 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 Sorry, I had to get that out of my system. Anyway, you basically take the staff and, like, flail it above your head, and it literally does 19 damage, by the way. Like, that's the exact number. But it shows it cleaving through extra guys. And then you consider that these other two perks right next to it are about staff attacks. I have a feeling like Perilous Assault was going to be a node that massively increased your staff's alternate attack, like the special attack of the staff. I kind of have a feeling it was going to be that, just based on the icon and the other two effects of the skills right next to it. But they kind of realized that that would be stupid because why would you ever use that? So they changed it, and then they wanted to change it to swap speed, but just a minute amount of playtesting would show you that, like, having the swap speed just makes the class so... The class already runs 20% faster than everyone else. It already deals, like, 30-40% more damage than even Zealots. And, like, so it deals more damage than everyone else. It moves faster than everyone else. Now it can swap when it needs to faster than everyone else. Literally, this would make Psyker do everything better than everyone all of the time at everything no matter what. So they kind of just last minute changed it to wield speed. That's kind of what I feel like happened with this. Lightning speed, 10% melee attack, goes right next with the other 10% melee attacks. Though this one is worse because it's more out of the way on the skill tree. But it's still worth taking in just about every single build. Turns out 10% attack speed is crazy. Who would have thought? Fill their Easter baskets with joy. Shop now. Consume, consume, consume. Buy, 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 buy. Spend, 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 spend. Soul Drinker. Killing an enemy with Soul Blaze restores 5% toughness and grants 5% critical hit chance for 5 seconds. Wonderful. So now, whenever I proc Soul Stealer for 7.5% toughness on Warp Attack kill, if that Warp Attack happened to be Soul Blaze, which on the best builds it's going to be, I now restore an additional 5% toughness. Oh, and my flat crit chance goes up by 5%, which is the equivalent of a tier 4 perk on a weapon, which synergizes with metal, which makes me crit more, which means I could get more move speed and more toughness back. Yeah, all right. You already know where this is going. Okay, buddy. Up to the top with you. Where did I put metal? Whatever, man. I don't know. I wouldn't call this broken. No, this is like S tier. Yeah, it's no, it's not as good as Marty Dom's thing. But yeah, man. 5% base crit chance is nuts. You love that. And every kill giving you 5% toughness back. Though really this is going to apply more to like half of your kills. Still, half of all your kills giving you 5% toughness is crazy. For casuals, yeah, this is still like S tier. Yeah, it goes in the exact same place. Okay. Empiric Shock. 60% warp damage taken by victims of your Force Staff's primary attack. Max 5 stacks, last 10 seconds. This is okay. It's not as good as the other one. Where did I put the other one? S tier? This is like mid A tier. It's definitely not better than Field Improv. But yeah, so you just throw out like phew. So you right click, left click with channeled force for 30% damage. Then you take that 30% damage and then you tag with surge, by the way. So you're getting 2 little shots per thing. So you're getting like 12% damage on one click. And each of those initial, so the first 2 hits are doing 30% more than each hit would. And then the guy's taking 12% more damage, which on its own is good enough, by the way. That's 42% damage increase on ball spam. It's already one of the best builds. Like, you don't need to make it this much better. But anyway, if you have to go back to right click, left clicking, this just makes it so that everything takes extra damage for it. Like, it's not bad. It's not good. It's not bad. Better than most of the stuff in B tier, but not really good enough to break into the this seems good enough that I'd want to experiment with it tier, like S tier. I think it's a little bit worse for casuals. Like, I think it's about here-ish because, you know, it's not as bad, or it's not as bad as warp expenditure, but at the same time, like, they just aren't going to get any use out of this. This isn't going to help them with anything. Also, this is really good, by the way, because here's the other thing. This is really good against bosses. So 5 stacks, 5 times 6 is 30. So 30, and I want you to read this note out, Mr. E. Mr. E. 6% warp damage taken by victims of your Force Staff primary attack. This works for your dot as well. So if you're using the Trauma Staff with the Soul Blaze on it, you get like Perilous Combustion. You get a Soul Blaze proc from a critical hit from your staff. And then you proc Venting Shriek. There's like 20 Soul Blaze stacks for you right there. And this is making them deal 30% more damage. And then Perfect Timing is making them deal 50% more damage. And now your dot is dealing 15% extra damage. This also applies to Brain Rupture, by the way. So you get the Venting Shriek stacks that are doing like 45% more damage. And now these Kinetic Resonance Brain Ruptures that you're getting like 7 of them off, they base for like 3,000 damage. Now they're doing 45% more. Now you have a Brain Rupture that's doing like 5,500 damage and you can do like 7 of them in 10 seconds. And now you're taking like 30% of the boss's health away. Oh, and what do you know? This lasts for 10 seconds. These stacks last for exactly 10 seconds. Wow, it's almost like there's some crazy synergy going on here. We love mystery around these parts. By Crack of Bone, melee weak spot kills quell 5% peril and reduce further peril generation by 20% for 4 seconds. This node is good in Gunpsyker. And in Gunpsyker, it's really good. I'd rather have the cooldown on Backstab on Zealot, but man, this means Gunpsyker now has a way on top of critting to quell peril by getting just weak spot kills, which basically every kill is going to be that. And that further peril generation reduce stacks with Scryer's Gaze really, really nicely. And you're just like, God damn, son. And then for casuals, oh shit, that was for casuals. Oh fuck. I mean, I kind of think it's like the same level. Wait a second. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, okay, that's pretty fair. And then for casuals, I think it's kind of honestly, it's kind of in the same place. Warp splitting up to 100% cleave based on peril. Why did you add this? No, like actually, why did you add this to the game? Not like actually seriously that like though be it though. Why did you add this to the game? Oh shit, I have to hope that this is actually recording. I just realized I hadn't clicked on display capture. Uh-oh, whoopsie daisy. Let me find out this shit's been a black screen this entire time and I fucking lose my shit. Actually, I'm going to click stop recording right now just to make sure that didn't happen. Hello, I'm back. Yo, what up? So basically, yeah, it was working completely fine. So, you know. And in between then and now, I've developed a case of the sniffles, the little sniffy sniffles. So I hope you don't mind. Right, where were we? Ah, yes. The big golden orbs. The auras. Kinetic Presence. 7.5% damage against elite enemies for you and allies in coherency. This is... okay. It's about as B tier as something comes. The placement doesn't screw you over. The effect is nice, especially for dots. It's just okay. It's not good. It's not bad. Let's put it this way. It's good enough that if you have two psychers, you don't really care if one of them is taking this. Whereas with veteran, you'd rather just have two people running survivalist. It's just that good that it's worthwhile to double up on it for times when one veteran might not be in coherency. Whereas with this, Seer's Presence isn't really that good. But, you know, whereas and this is okay. It's mostly for dots. 7.5% damage. Stacks. Remember how we had 47% damage total with Enfeeble, Mark Target, Zealot Book? Well, now you throw this in there, and now we have like 54.5% damage increase. Though this is only towards elites, but elites are the once you start adding once you start adding like 20-30% damage on dots that are already like one or two ticking trash mobs, elites kind of become the only thing you care about. And for casuals, I'm going to give it the same thing. It's just not, you know, it's just not that good. Like it's just okay. It's just whatever. Seer's Presence, 10% cooldown reduction on abilities for you and allies in coherency. You only have to like walk into coherency like once for this to take effect. This is absolutely, this aura goes right next to Benediction, I feel like. Yeah. And I think it goes way lower for casuals. Like, I think this is also B tier. Honestly, not even. This is kind of C tier for the old casual Brewsters. So what makes this different here is that the 10% cooldown reduction is huge. Just think about it like this. Every 10 uses of your ability, Seer's Presence is giving you a use for free. Using your ability 10 times, especially in an optimized like Havoc 40 team, you'll be using your ability 10 times like as veteran, your shout. Every like minute and a half, 2 minutes maximum if you have to walk through an airlock. And then you consider that the average Havoc run is taking you like 40 minutes. And you realize Seer's Presence is single-handedly giving everyone on the team the potential to use their ultimate like 6 or 7 more times in a Havoc run. And that potential alone is wild. 7 more shouts, 7 more books, 7 more bubbles, 7 more whatever the fuck. If you have 2 zealots, both booking, dude, you get 7 books across 2 zealots, that's 14 extra books. That's 140 seconds of extra invincibility. You know? It's like, okay. This is only as strong as these abilities are. Granted, these abilities are really fucking good, so spamming them harder is really, really good. And prescience. You and allies in coherency gain 5% critical hit chance. This is alright. It's very mid. Honestly, I think it's better than the base damage. No, it's not, because of pathing. You can't take this in Psychedetics Aura. That is genuinely a problem. Yeah, I think this goes down to C tier. It's definitely better than Battle Med, but it's not. The problem is you can't have Psychonetics Aura. And 5% crit chance like this, it's just okay. You know, Soul Drinker is crazy because it's restoring toughness. Like, the toughness restore alone is enough to make that node like S tier. Then you add in the crit chance increase as well for literally no reason. Whereas this is your aura. The fact that Soul Drinker is this aura, but with an extra ludicrously powerful effect, should really show you just how weak this aura actually is. Okay, what's next? Yes. Unlucky for... Oh, yeah, wait. I forgot about this. I think for casuals, it doesn't matter, the pathing. In fact, Assail is really good for casuals, so I'm actually going to bump this up. I'm going to put this above the other aura. Unlucky for some. When an ally in coherency gets knocked down, replenish 100% toughness to all allies in coherency. This is one of the worst skills in the entire game. I just want you to understand the convoluted process to get this skill to even work. So, an ally has to go down, and they have to go down in fucking coherency. First off, if someone in coherency is going down, you're right, you're within coherency of someone who just died. There is, assuming they aren't just like a dog shit garbage player, you are in immediate danger. So that's problem number 1. You know, like if someone gets ran over by like 5 crushers and like 20 ragers, the fact that you're in coherency to that is problem number 1. Problem number 2 is the toughness restore. It's only applying to other allies in coherency, which means they are suffering from problem number 1 themselves. And 2, this just isn't a good effect, frankly. Getting all your toughness back is nice, but like getting all your toughness back because your teammate went down is really not nice. Because if your teammate's going down, the last thing you need is a toughness restore. You need like the whole team gets 30% movement speed. Or like, no, honestly, if that's how unlucky for some worked, if it was just when an ally gets knocked down, everyone on the team replenishes 30% toughness, gains 30% movement speed, and 30% toughness damage reduction for like 12 or 15. Oh, and 30% revive speed for like 15 seconds. Then this node, I could actually understand someone taking this. But as it stands right now, I have literally never seen anyone use this node ever for any reason, and it will continue to be that way until it gets major rework. And honestly, that would be my proposed rework right there. Just make it so that when an ally goes down, not in coherency, just make it a global effect. Everyone on the team, again, global effect, gets revive speed, movement speed. The movement speed is so they can either get to their teammate and then use the revive speed to get them up, or to escape and get away if it's an absolutely hopeless situation. Because that's the thing, a skill like this needs to help you get your teammate up or get away from the danger. So like, you know, again, it really puts into perspective, by the way, when you're looking at every skill in the game, how bad this kind of thing is. Yeah, okay, Psychers could take this, Meanwhile, Zealots could take something that makes them invulnerable for 6 seconds that is usable like every 7 seconds. And it's like, huh, how does this and this exist at the same time? Or, you look at like this, where it's like, okay, so every 2 minutes, Zealots can just not die. Or every like 10 kills, Veteran gets a grenade. These things exist in this game, and so does this. Huh. Really makes you wonder what Fat Shark was thinking. One with the warp. Gain toughness damage reduction of 10% to 30% based on current peril. This is just a staple must take in every build. Honestly. Where did I put where is it? Where the fuck did I put? There it is. This is going in A tier next to the one for veteran, the 50% toughness damage reduction when you have 70%. And for casuals, this shit is still garbage. But this is much better. This is honestly going to sneak into S tier for casuals because this is always giving you something. If you're at like medium peril, this is giving you like 25% damage reduction, which is not a lot, but it's not nothing either. And Psyker desperately needs this. Honestly, part of why this is going in S tier is because it's on Psyker. And it's more so Psyker's lack of other good like damage reduction nodes that really helps boost this skill up. Just for the simple fact that it's like, you kind of have to take this in every Psyker build. Which, by the way, this is the other problem with, Something that is nice about the right side of the Psyker skill tree, though, I will say, is this 5%, then you take this or this, and then you take this 5%, and then you take this. Like, this is nice, 5, 10, 15, this like 25. So you're getting like an average 40%. Then this 20%. That is actually really nice, especially for Gunpsyker. That is just really nice, especially with the new toughness damage buffs. I'm sorry, the toughness buff that he got. Empathetic evasion. A critical hit makes you count as dodging against ranged attacks for 1 second. This is broken. Oh yeah, I never got to talk about this skill. Hold on. Let me talk about this. Warp splitting. So hold the phone. So empathetic invasion is broken, but we're going to talk about that in a second. So why is warp splitting broken? Up to 100% cleave based on peril. So let's say you're at 70% peril. This is just giving you 70% cleave. To put this into perspective, like Wrath or like Savage Sweep, they only give you like 100, or I'm sorry, they only give you like 140, 200% cleave. So warp splitting is like adding a third blessing to your weapon. It's almost at that level of power. But then you consider that it's giving you cleave. Do you know how fucking rare it is to get cleave? The only way you can like increase your cleave in Darktide is by giving up a fucking blessing slot just to get more cleave. Which you basically don't ever really want to do. Cleave, the biggest part about it is it means you can hit more targets for like full damage. So the way cleave works in Darktide is it's a bracketed bucket system. So imagine it like this. Hold on, let me pull up MS Paint again. MS Paint. Let me pull this up again. So we have red bucket, we have piss yellow bucket that's slightly bigger. Then we have orange bucket that's even bigger. Then we have blue bucket that is the rest of this. Okay, so the way that this system works is like this. You, in these buckets, think of it like this. As soon as I finish drawing the buckets. This first hit, this is your full damage. So this is like, or no, hold on. We need one more bucket to accurately showcase this. Hold on. So we need this. This is the purple bucket, and it's the smallest one. So this is full damage right here. So this is full damage. And then this red bucket is half damage. And then this is like 1/3 damage. And then this is like 1/4 damage. And then this is like 1/5 damage. So the way that cleave works in Darktide is the first guy you hit takes full damage. Then let's assume it's like a Devil's Claw sword. The next 2 guys take half damage. Then like the next 3 guys take 1/3 damage. And then depending on the weapon, you either jump right here or like the next 3 guys take 1/4 damage, then you jump here. So the way cleave works is it basically extends these brackets. So let's say with 100% cleave, 2 guys take full damage, 4 guys take half damage, and like 8 guys take 1/3 damage, so on and so forth. This is how I understand how cleave works. Now, cleave doesn't really come up a lot outside of Ogren. So maybe my understanding of it isn't like super 100%. But every time I've tested it, it just extends the buckets. And the buckets are just damage ranges. And it's just how big. Cleave basically deepens the bucket. Or rather lengthens the line. Like how many people get the higher tier of cleave damage taken. So the point is, cleave is actually really good for horde clear. Like a weapon with 100% cleave will kill a horde like 30-40% faster. Now, of course, this depends on how much cleave you had, what weapon, etc., the attack patterns. Like, there's a lot of factors that go into this. But the point is, the only class that has, like, crazy good cleave is Ogren with, like, the pickaxe. And the pickaxe is arguably the best weapon in the game. Like, it's arguably better than the dueling sword. And the power sword, which is, like, the 3rd best weapon in the game. And that also basically gets, you know, doesn't have to, it gets a shit ton of cleave just innately. So some of the best weapons in the game benefit from super high amounts of cleave. And if you want an example of this, you want a good example of what cleave does, go into the Psychadium with a weapon that only has 1 blessing and make it like a damage blessing, like Rampage or something. Then go into the same thing with like Rampage plus cleave, like plus Savage Sweep or whatever. And dude, you will kill the horde like twice as fast. It's fucking ridiculous. And the fact that this is just 1 point, it's just the fact all the cleave blessings are kind of like low A tier, high B tier. And this, like 100% cleave, would be like, it would be like an upper C tier, middle B tier blessing. And you can just get this for free, for 1 skill point, rather. And you want to be here anyway, because you want this 10% attack speed and you want the crit chance from Soul Drinker. Like, I just want to point this out to you real quick. Attack speed is so good, there's literally no way to get it in, like, the entire game, basically. There's just, like, no, it's just not a thing you can get in Darktide. So, like, and anytime attack speed is a blessing, like on the Relic Sword, it's about 10, 15-ish%. So this is like a tier 4 blessings level of power. This is a tier 4 perks level of power. And this is like a tier 3 blessings level of power. You can add a 3rd perk, a 3rd blessing, and a 4th blessing to your weapon as Psyker just by taking these 3 nodes. That is a crazy amount of value. Okay, Empathic Invasion is fucking retarded. So, well, okay, last thing I want to say about warp splitting is the fact that cleave is supposed to be Ogren's thing. So, like, why does Psyker, a class that's supposed to focus on their staff and blitzes and shit, why are they getting one of the best melee support nodes, like, at all? It's just weird that this node is on Psyker, because one, they absolutely didn't need this. Melee Psyker was already borderline overpowered. I have a video showcasing this, by the way. The dueling sword is the most broken on Psyker, more so than Zealot, more so than Veteran. Psyker, as a melee focused class, is already one of the best in the game. Now you're just doubling its horde clear potential by giving it all this cleave. And it's just like, why? You know? You're branching into Ogren's like class identity a little bit and giving it to a class that already excels at this. This isn't broken necessarily because it's like super overpowered, every build should take it. It's broken at like a class design standpoint, you know? Like, why Psyker? I could understand this kind of note on Zealot, but why Psyker? They absolutely didn't fucking need it. Honestly, Veteran could use this more than anyone else. Okay. Empathetic Invasion. So this is crazy because getting a crit is stupidly easy. Flame Staff, Gunpsyker, those two, that build and that weapon can shit out so many crits so easily and so consistently. Then you consider, or even if you're just ball spamming as like M1 spamming with a staff or using a sail, you're critting so constantly as Psyker. Every crit gives you an entire second of gunner damage immunity. Then you consider that 1 second, it matters a lot because that gives you 1 second where gunners aren't stunning you or slowing you down. And then you can go into a slide, which gives you like 4 seconds of gunner immunity. And while you're sliding, you can get another crit, which means that like microsecond where you come up and you're sort of vulnerable to gunners, you're no longer vulnerable to them. So, you know, this just makes this one skill point makes Psyker basically never have to worry about gunners as like an archetype of enemy that they just have to worry about. Like half of all the gunshots against you just end up not mattering. Let's put it this way, dude. If you put this on Zealot, they would be fucking unstoppable. They would be unstoppable killing machines. Even more so than they already are. And honestly, for that reason, I think this is like up here. It's one of those things that just fundamentally breaks how you interact with the game. Raws with extra Riz? Have we reached that era of brain rot speak where it's become so common and socially acceptable that fucking billion-dollar advertisement campaigns are starting to use the words? Bro, this is a fucking absolute travesty. Pour one out for intellectual language. But yeah. Okay, what comes next? Bro, pull the tier list up. Come on, man. Come on, bro. Anticipation. 50% dodge duration increases the number of dodges before dodges start becoming ineffective by 1. So this basically just adds like 50% iframes to the dodge. So, okay. Well, that's not... Okay, let me explain how dodges actually work. This isn't like Dark Souls where you're dodging through an attack. If you... I'm not joking. You can check the code leak on GitHub to fact check me on this one. Dodges work in states. If you are under the effect of dodge, it is literally just dodge state set true. And if that's the case, you just avoid everything. Nothing can really hurt you while that flag says true. And the duration of that flag is like baked in to each weapon. So it'll be like, you know, you dodge with your 5 dodges on the dueling sword, and the game, it's literally like 2 lines of code. One line just pulls the information off the weapon, and it tells the first line how long to set the state to true for. You know, be it like 20 frames, 30 frames, 5 frames, etc. Anticipation just increases that timer that the dodge state is set to true by 50% and gives you an extra dodge. It doesn't increase the distance of the dodge. You don't dodge any further with it. But 50% increase to the dodge's iframes is really nice. And getting an extra dodge is also really nice. I'm honestly gonna put this at the low end of S tier. Because especially on a weapon with like the dueling sword, where you have really big dodges that have long iframes. All the best weapons in the game have really good dodges. So, like, giving them 50%, let's say they have 30 frames of dodge state true. Anticipation makes them have 45 frames of dodge state true, which is fucking nuts. That's almost like a whole second of it. And then you get that extra dodge. So you're dodging like 20% more, and each dodge is 50% more effective. So if you spend all 6 dodges with anticipation, think about the increased total time. Every 2 dodges is giving you the same amount of time in the dodge state as one entire dodge on its own. So this gives you 1 free dodge amounts of time effectively for the same like investment as doing an entire dodge on its own. So every 2 dodges is giving you 1 dodge free, basically. So doing those 6 dodges is actually the equivalent in vulnerability time as if you were to do 9 dodges. It's actually quite good. It is especially good for dealing with gunners. If you use this node plus empathetic invasion, oh my god, you basically nullify. Like, gunners are not a thing. They don't exist. And this is broken for casuals as well. Okay. Now we talk about ultimate abilities. Damn, Psyker's gonna take a while. Venting Shriek is broken. I'd rather have it over Duelist. I'd rather have it over all this shit. I think I'd even rather have it over Survivalist. Like, if I'm playing Psyker, yeah. Okay, so what makes Venting Shriek broken? Unleash a wave of warp energy that staggers enemies in front of you, quells 50% peril. So first off, the staggers enemies in front of you is nice because it just knocks over everything. And it interrupts all the attacks. That's really fucking good. Interrupting all attacks is really strong. Because if there's 5 crushers coming in with an overhead, you just pop this and they just stop. That's already really good. Quelling peril is nice because this can save you from exploding. That is altering a fundamental class mechanic. Well, actually, no. You know what? Venting Shriek isn't broken. Venting Shriek is just S tier. Wait, is this the casual list? No, this is the casual list. Venting Shriek is still S tier for casuals. It's kind of like around here-ish. Because it makes you not blow up. So, quelling the peril and staggering the enemies, that's valuable. Yeah, I would keep it at the low end of S tier by the attack speed nodes. Okay. Becalming Eruption. Venting Shriek now decreases peril generation by 1% for each enemy hit, stacking 25 times last 5 seconds. This is not that good. This is kind of just B tier. For casuals, though, this is like S tier. Because this just heavily encourages you to just spam the ability so that you just get a quarter less peril. This makes peril management even easier than it already is. And honestly, I'm willing to bet that a lot of people, like most people, straight up do not know that Venting Shriek, on top of taking your peril away, makes it so you generate less peril as well. Because it's just not something anyone really talks about, because it's like, who cares? Okay. Warp Rupture. Your Venting Shriek now deals 100 damage, 1 to 200 damage based off your current peril. Wow, this is garbage. This is not even enough damage to kill a Poxwalker. This is only enough damage to instantly kill, you know those like shitty Dreg guys? Not even the Dreg guys. They're literally infested. Like the newly turned, they're called in the code if you've ever used the creature spawner mod. They're called newly turned, and they're just the guys that are like wearing clothes. They don't belong to any faction. They're part of infested. Basically, if you don't play on like unless you play non-Auric missions, you've probably forgotten they even existed because they don't show up in Auric missions like ever. You might get like 50 of them in a total mission. Those guys have 200 health and they die to this. Fucking everything else in the entire game, every single elite and specialist, this is not even like 20% of their health. No, for the trapper and bomber, this is like 20% of their health. For everyone else, this is like 10% of their health. And it's like, bro, what the fuck? This is a nothing burger amount of damage. This is glorp shit. This fucking sucks. Like, I don't really know what else to say about this. 200 damage is literally nothing. Whatever. For casuals, it's just as bad. Like, I cannot believe this is in the game. Okay, creeping flames. This is broken. Okay. Venting Shriek applies 1 to 6 stacks of Soul Blaze to targets hit based on your current peril. Basically, this is going to be 6 stacks every time. Now, what the node doesn't tell you is what makes it broken. These 6 stacks overcap, which means if you're at the 16 stack limit for Soul Blaze and you press this, you go up to like 22 stacks. Now, something to know about dots in Darktide is they kind of like exponentially increase in damage. Each dot you add makes the previous stack of dot deal more damage. Going from 1 stack of 10 to 2 stacks of 10 is not 20. It's like 22. And this Uncle Gubsy used to take 2 dicks and go gum 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 gum. Right. So this discrepancy only grows larger the more stacks you have. Let's say at 15 stacks you deal 160 damage. At 16 stacks or whatever, you deal like 200 damage. But then going from like 16 to 20, you deal like fucking 400 damage. Even though you've only increased the stack count by like 20%, you've increased the damage output by it's something like 70%. Like it's some stupid number. So this just straight up breaks the game. Because also, this allows you to apply Soul Blaze in situations where it would otherwise be impossible. Like swapping to your melee and starting to use the dueling sword. Or pulling out Smite to use Smite. And the reason why this matters so much is because if you want to apply the dots, then start smiting to basically have another consistent source of limitless AoE damage going on, you can now apply this to refresh the stacks, because the stacks, if you go from 16 down to 15 stacks and then you pop this and you get these 6 overcap stacks which supercharge the damage, it also resets the timer on when you start losing stacks. It's crazy. This is the linchpin of what makes Psyker so fucking good. And honestly, this is going like past Survivalist. This node is fucking bonkers. Okay, what comes next? Come on, Tanner, let's hurry it up. This fucking Psyker thing is going to be like 3 goddamn hours long. Telekind Shield. Spawns a shield in front of you for 17 and a half. Why is it 17 and a half seconds? The shield blocks enemy ranged attacks while you and your allies can still shoot through. This is the wall. Also, in case you didn't know, the wall stunning enemies like specialists and bosses, that's actually a modifier. The base Telekind Shield is basically just a fucking sheet of cardboard that you put up that stops bullets and does nothing else. This is the second worst ability in Darktide. Yeah, no, Wildfire enables synergies. Like, I'd rather have the synergies from Wildfire over the wall. The wall! The wall! No man on earth can make it fall! Do. This is broken. Do. This is garbage. Okay, let's see here. Telekine's shield has a 10% chance to stun enemies that pass through it. Specialist enemies and monstrosities have a 100% chance to get stunned, but also damage the shield. This is mildly okay. Ow! This is mildly usable. It's good against mutants, I guess. It's okay against dogs. It's just that you drop it at a choke point, and 1 in 10 guys get stunned going through it. It's more so against specials, but if you're using the shield to block bullets, then this kind of stops doing anything against specials that aren't mutants. Yeah, no, this is basically just useful against mutant waves and dog waves, I guess. Yeah, outside of those two very specific Maelstrom exclusive modifiers, this might as well, like, this is just a tax node, which is crazy to consider that one of the worst abilities in the game has a fucking tax node associated with it. Bolstered shield. Telekine's shield now holds up to 2 charges. Oh, no, wait. Telekine dome. The shield now forms a spherical shield. Wait, does it actually read like this? Telekine's shield now forms a spherical shield which shields for 25 seconds. Okay. Vita Vic. Anyway. Yeah, it basically just turns the shield into a bubble. And the bubble is significantly more usable. Like, bubble is kind of like B tier. Like, bubble's alright. Bubble isn't bad. I'd rather have bubble over an extra grenade any day of the week. I'd rather have bubble over a sail. Bubble might be A tier, man. I'd rather have bubble over everything in B tier. I'd rather have bubble over brain burst if I had to choose. If you put a gun to my head right now, I'd be like, we're playing Havoc? Yeah, I'd rather have bubble if I had to choose. This is a literal meme. Bubble for casuals is like broken. And it's broken for a very specific reason. This turns gunners off as a thing. It turns Beast of Nurgles off. Basically, it allows crappy players to do nothing but focus on the melee aspect of the game. And that is it's just absurd. Bubble is one of those things where the better you are at the game, the worse bubble becomes. And the worse you are at the game, the better bubble becomes. You are free to take that how you will. If you choose to get offended by that statement of truth, that truth nuke, as it were, then, you know, true nuke. Hold on. If the true nuke, you know, if that pisses you off, because what I just said, truth nuke. Big facts. Big facts. GIF. Give me the GIF version. Right here. Right here. Bubble is only good if you're bad at the game. If you swear by bubble, you probably aren't that good. And I don't mean that in an insulting way. I just mean that's just like factually true. Like literally truth nuke. But boy, it is good. If you're not good at the game, bubble is a gigantic crutch. It fucking supplements the inability to deal with gunners super hard. You can play Smite with bubble to never have to interact with the melee system and never have to learn anything about gunners or ranged enemies. And people wonder why Smite bubble is so hated. It allows you to play Maelstrom despite not knowing anything about the game. You could drop someone with 5 hours with Smite and bubble on Maelstrom, and honestly, they'd play it about as well as you could ever really play it, because it's so limiting. And everyone else just kind of has to play around it, or else you basically don't have a teammate. Listen, man, I'm only out here pushing the red button, okay? People getting mad, that's their own prerogative. All I can do is launch the nuke. Nuking is... Wait. Nuking is now legal worldwide. We just nuked the building. Okay, what am I doing? Bolstered shield. Telekine shield now holds 2 charges. 2 charges of dog shit is still dog shit. Instead of holding one piece of dog shit, you are now holding 2 pieces of dog shit. Okay. I mean, if that's what you're into. Sanctuary. Allies inside your Telekine shield replenish 10% toughness each second. Who cares? How is it even possible to lose toughness inside the shield? When your shield dissipates, all allies inside gain 50% toughness. This is okay. Or I'm sorry, toughness damage reduction for 5 seconds. And honestly though, this is like kind of what makes bubble not suck entirely, because whenever your bubble dissipates, taking half damage from gunners is really nice because it allows you to reposition. Like, this is about as good as the bubble. No, it's not. Tanner, shut up. No, it's not. It's not even as good as damage from book. I'd rather have damage from book than this. It's not even as good as smite. What are you talking about? This is a band-aid to no, you know what? Fuck that. This sucks. This is fixing a problem that's only induced by bubble in the first place. This is like when technology offers you a solution to a problem created by said technology. Sold to you in a subscription for $5.99, by the way. You wouldn't need toughness damage reduction when the bubble dissipates if the bubble didn't dissipate into you taking gunner damage. Because if you weren't using a bubble, you wouldn't put yourself out in the open so that when the bubble does dissipate, you need to take gunner damage. No, fuck this. This sucks. Fuck you. This is literally offering a solution to a problem that only exists because you're using bubble in the first place. Like, don't use bubble, and you don't need damage reduction when the bubble breaks, because you don't put yourself in a position where the bubble breaks and you immediately start taking damage. This is literally like solving a problem that's only created by taking this thing in the first place. Fuck Sanctuary, dude. This goes here. This has to go next to bubble for casuals. This literally saves people's lives. Shitty Smiker puts down a bad bubble, everyone stands in it, the bubble breaks, and you're still getting gunned down, and this lets you not die instantly? Like, come on. Come on now. Scryer's Gaze. Yoink. Yoink. This is better than Shout, I think. I think for a tryhard, this is better than base Shout. Reminder for all the people at home, this is the gold toughness node. Shout, on its own, does not give you gold toughness. All Shout, the base ability, does is refill your toughness and knock enemies over. That's it. That's all base Shout does. Scryer's Gaze, on the other hand, oh my god, it's a 500 fucking word essay. Trigger Scryer's Gaze. When entering Scryer's Gaze, you gain 10% damage immediately and 20% crit chance immediately, and suppression immunity. For every second in Scryer's Gaze, you gain 1% damage up to a maximum of 30%. This stacks with the 10%, giving you 40% base damage. The effect lingers for 10 seconds after leaving the gaze. While in Gaze, you build up peril. Build up is temporarily slowed down by enemy kills. At 100% peril, Scryer's Gaze ends. Okay. Scryer's Gaze is absurd. You press this one button, and you basically gain 40% damage and 20% crit chance for like 20 seconds. It can be, you're guaranteed to get this for at least 10 seconds after leaving it. And you're going to be in the gaze for about 10 seconds on average. So yeah, you're straight up just getting 20 seconds of like fucking 40% damage and 20% crit chance. That's really good. That is basically the same. Actually, no, that is a bigger damage increase. No, because of attack speed. Okay, let's put it this way. This is basically the same damage increase as Martyrdom. But instead of being a keystone that makes you give up your trinkets and health, you just get this basically all the time. Because it also has a 25-second cooldown. And Psychonetics Aura takes 1 second off for every kill that procs Psychonetics Aura. I think for less skilled players, though, it is worse. Because Scryer's Gaze It really is just going Super Saiyan. You press the button, and you're now 50% the man you were a second ago. You move faster, you do 50% more damage almost, and you crit 1/5 as often. Like, increase, extra. It's honestly kind of insane. Okay, what now? Scryer's Gaze now also increases your movement speed by 20% while active. So, I don't actually think you need this. I think you could because you get the same effect with metal, but I can't ignore if for some reason you're not taking metal with Scryer's Gaze, which I don't think anyone has ever done, then you would take this. And honestly, this is just as broken as metal because 20% movement speed is enough to let you outkite anything with even like the new Moonlight Greatsword. So like this is absurd. This is just while in Scryer's Gaze, have the ability to kite every enemy endlessly. Forever. For all time. Which, okay, that's not broken or anything. And honestly, this is broken for casuals as well. Just for the simple fact that it's just fucking movement speed. It's just constant non-stop movement speed. There's no cooldown on it. There's no proc condition. Dude, it is perfectly viable to use Scryer's Gaze just to retreat. So you take advantage of this, so you can kite into a better position. Like, that is a good use of Scryer's Gaze. Endurance. Scryer's Gaze now grants 20% toughness damage reduction while active. This is basically just one with the warp that's always active. And yeah, I mean, it's good. It's 20% toughness damage reduction that never goes away. It's literally just I have to put it next to one with the warp. Reality Anchor. Scryer's Gaze now reduces your pearl generated by 20% while active. This sucks. And this sucks because it disables precognition. And precognition is kind of the reason you're taking Scryer's Gaze. So, Reality Anchor, like, you just don't ever really need this 20% pearl generation reduction. I wonder how many people are gonna. Hey, if you started typing your comment, why are you calling it pearl? It's peril. I just want you to know you just got fucking. He baited you. He trolled you. Trump just trolled you, and that's okay. It's an ancient Alex Jones quote. But anyway, you just never really need this. Okay, I will say in a ball spam build, this is good. But ball spammers, guys, I am going to take a fucking stand. I am on the podium giving a speech right now. People who exploit macros to cheat a ball spam build are pedos. They were on the Epstein flight logs. Did you guys see that? The flight logs came out today. That's how you know what day I'm recording this on. And like, dude, fucking, did you guys see that? On the Epstein flight logs. It said, literally, it was bold and underlined and in brackets. It said macro using macro using ball psycher bitches. Every single one of them. All of them. Even if they weren't aware they were on the island, they were there in their sleep. So outside of that, Reality Anchor is basically pointless because you just aren't, unless you're going to use stabs with scryers, which you aren't really going to do outside of being a Epstein guy, which we don't talk to those people. Hold on, I need to pull this up.
Whoa, joke. That was a joke.
Okay, there we go. Just had to pull that up for my own safety. But yeah, this is just kind of not useful. Like, I'm not going to say it's bad because it does extend the time you're in Gaze, but I'd rather have, like, all of this shit over this. Why do I keep getting DM'd? Mustaf, what are you doing, Halal? Habibi. Mustaf Shalal, stop DMing me. Okay, Dude, I set my status to red. I set my fucking status to recording, and motherfuckers are still like, you know what? Now let me just drop this message. Like we dropped bombs in the Middle East real quick. Fucking Americans, man. That's all they know how to do. Anyway, for casuals, this is a little bit better, I guess, because like, you know, they have a hard enough time with peril generation. Okay, precognition. Weak spot kills count as 1 second spent in Scryer's Gaze. If you don't know what that means, remember before how every second in Scryer's Gaze gives you 1% damage increase? Yeah, this makes it so killing an enemy with the weak spot gives you 1 second spent in Scryer's Gaze, which is really good. For each second spent in Gaze, you now also gain 1% finesse damage up to 30% max. Finesse damage is your weak spot damage and your critical damage. And yes, it increases them both independently, and because crits, headshots are a multiplier. So you have your base damage, which gets increased by the multiplier. The finesse damage increases that multiplier. So you're increasing that multiplier. And then, let's say you get a critical hit. That critical hit is also a multiplier. And that multiplier is now being increased. So this is a multiplier getting increased by another multiplier that's getting increased. That is really nice. And so the fact that this can like have the time you need to be in Gaze, which can also be inferred as doubling the time you get Gaze's bonus damage, on top of just giving you a whole new source of damage, this has gotta be S tier, dude. It's gotta be Kane. And it's gotta go above the 25% damage, because this ends up being more than 25% damage. So yeah, I'd rather have this over Benediction. Oh wait, this is for casuals. Yeah, that's still fair. And I think it's true here too. The next winner could be now. Now. Gamble. Warp Unbound. Scryer's Gaze now also prevents overloading from perils of the warp during its lingering effect. It's okay. I mean, it's alright. If you're not going to abuse it with ball spam goes into broken tier. If you're not going to abuse ball spam, it's just kind of like upper A tier. You know. Like, it's okay. It just gives you 10 seconds of unlimited peril use, is basically how you read this. Which, honestly, that's not terrible. Like, it's okay. This makes Scryer's Gaze staff builds a thing, basically. But I don't think those builds are particularly strong. Except for the one on the Epstein flight logs, but we don't talk about that. Alright, Solidity. Increases quell speed by 30%. This is B tier, man. High B tier. I'd rather have this over Assail most of the time. But that is mostly due to pathing. But man, I am never quelling enough to actually care if I have this. And, honestly, dude, for casuals, this shit is S tier because it makes it so they don't have to think. And Solidity is also kind of S tier because they can just, you know, sitting back using the staff all the time means they're going to do a lot of quelling. And yeah, the worse you are at the game, the more you want to quell. So, you know. Like, the more you need to make each quell matter as well. Puppet Master. 50% radius for your coherency aura. It's another one of these fucking garbage skills. Just throw it in F tier and move on. Yep, right there, buddy. Right next to the other one. Yep, truck beeping sound effect. Beep, beep. Back it up. Yeah, back it up. Put it in the landfill. I'm not going to explain this every time, dude. Because it's going to come up again in Ogren. And it's going to go in fucking F tier again. Just, coherency is bad. It's bad mechanic. It sucks. No one cares. Nobody tries to be in coherency. It's not good. You don't really gain anything from it other than the couple abilities that affect it. Which, while good abilities, is not enough to actually warrant it. Whatever. Warp Rider. Deal up to 20% damage. Increases as your peril increases. Dre. Extreme Dre. I'm calling you out. I want someone to go in his fucking comment section and ask him this. Dre. You and me, we're cool. We cool. I like Dre. I respect him a lot. He's a great player. In fact, before he even really started uploading a ton of videos and started getting thousands and thousands of views, we actually randomly queued into a game, and he casually did no damage. He said, "Man, you guys are some of the best teammates I've ever had." And then he said, then I got a comment from him the day after. He was like, "Oh, that's why that game was so good. That was you." And I was like, "Damn, what's up, dude? I like your videos." But Dre, why on God's green earth, when I open up my fucking friends list and I inspect you, do I see you never using this? I don't see it in any of your builds in your videos. I don't see it in any of your builds when I inspect your ass. This node is basically just free fucking damage all of the time. But I don't ever see your ass taking advantage of it. Why? I could pull up one of his videos right now and I bet you he won't be using this. I don't know why. So basically, if you're at 50% peril, this is 10% damage. If you're at 100% peril, 20% damage. Since you want to be hovering around like orange, low reddish peril in the first place, this is going to average out to like 12-15% extra damage for free. By the way, this damage stacks with perfect timing. By the way, though, it stacks with perfect timing's 15% warp damage. So this is 20% damage for your dots. Hey, remember how we were at 50-something% damage with dots? Let's just throw 20% on the mix. Now we're up to 70% dot damage. Warp Rider has got to be S tier. Because anything that just gives you generic flat damage increase, especially in the quantities of 20%, is basically worth taking in every single build. I'm just putting it right next to the 25% damage increases. Okay, what's next? Crystalline Will. Overloading through perils of the warp no longer knocks you down, but you still take the appropriate corruption damage. This is fucking terrible. Why is this even in the game? I have a true level like 500 something psyker by now. I genuinely don't think I've ever blown up. I think it's happened like 3 times. And every time this happens, it's when I take a break from Darktide and then go back to playing Psyker, and then I play some weird jank like Assail Scryer's Gaze build where I'm generating like 70% peril in a second. And even then it'll only happen like once. This passive basically only exists for you to get the fucking penance. That's it. I swear to God, that is the only reason this exists. Is because they knew nothing they could add in this slot was going to be better than Warp Rider. So they were like, fuck it, man. If somebody's doing the penance, we'll give him an easy way to get it. But other than that, man, this shit is ass. Like, this is ass. This is unwashed, gross ass. Ass! How'd that one guy used to say it on YouTube? Ass. It's ass. I don't even know who I'm referencing right now. I just know it's a thing. There was a guy who used to go, no, angry video game nerd. He'd be like, ass. Whatever. Kinetic deflection. Oh, I'm about to piss people off. While below critical peril, so I think that's like 75 or 80%, blocking an attack causes you to gain peril instead of losing stamina. Gained peril is 25% of the blocked attack stamina cost. This is like C tier. There was a time when everyone took this and people used to Uncle Gubsy this fucking note, okay? Straight up, there was a time when people would like this fucking node, okay? They would straight up do that to this goddamn node. Every Psyker build, I remember Darktide YouTube 2 years ago. Everyone took this passive. Everyone glazed this passive. Everyone said this passive is like the best thing since sliced bread. But I am here to enlighten you all. I don't think it's that good. I have never ran out of stamina blocking. I have never aggroed a demon host. Okay, that's not true. But I can say in like the last 300 hours, I've never aggroed a demon host. Well, hold on. Does it count if your scum fuck teammate? Oh, wait. Guys, there was another group of people on the Epstein flight logs. Those are I remember, I was reading it. It specifically said people who aggro a demon host then leave. Those people, they were also on the flight logs. You know, the people that leave when it's lifting them in the air so that it targets someone else? Yeah, those people, they were also on the flight logs. Now, I guess this does pose the question, am I mad that they're on the flight logs or that I wasn't invited? A joke that I shamelessly stole from Seth Zintach. And he has Zintach in the name, so it's related to Warhammer I need to hurry up and finish this recording. I'm getting all loopy. Hang loose, brother. Anyway, I cannot tell you the last time that I actually ran out of stamina because of blocking. And if I'm not running out of stamina when blocking normally, why the fuck do I need kinetic deflection? I'm blocking like 3, maybe 4 hits max before I'm completely out of the situation. It's just kind of a wasted skill node, honestly. Yeah, no, I think this is low C tier. Honestly, it's kind of D tierish. This is one of those nodes where it sounds really good on paper. Think about it like this. This is why so many people take this shit. Because it sounds really good. Like, it really does sound good. Oh, it's basically take 1 skill point, get unlimited blocking. The problem is, blocking was useful in Vermintide, but it's really not super useful in Darktide. Like, you're just not blocking that much in this game. You're blocking like 2 or 3 hits at most. Also, I have a funny history with this node. One time I was trolling before. I said this node, you could take this and block a Crusher overhead. And there's still, years later, people in the Darktide LFG Discord that use that and they say, this guy, look, he's an idiot. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That little troll seed that I planted in the first Psyker breakdown like a year and a half ago, people are still like falling for it and using it as some kind of gotcha. Like, look, this guy doesn't know the game mechanics. And I'm just sitting there like, dude, how are you guys still getting trolled? You're getting trolled beyond the grave. I'm going to fucking die. This is where I would edit in like me falling off a bridge if I actually cared to edit videos. But like, I'm going to die, and people are still going to get baited by that. I swear to God. Anyway, yeah, you just aren't blocking enough to make this useful. Now, I will say, worse players benefit a lot more from this. Like, for a crappier player, this is probably like low A tier. Excuse me. The game's meta has just kind of moved past blocking. That's really what it's come down to. I can't tell you the last time the only time you block in this game is when you aren't comfortable in the situation you're in and you're just holding block while you try to get out of it. Look, man, I'm going to be straight up honest with you. I don't care if motherfucking JSAT himself tells you otherwise. I want you to independently think and use your goddamn brain. If you are in a situation often enough that you are forced to block while you walk out of the situation, if that's happening enough that this skill node sounds useful to you, maybe you should improve at the goddamn video game and stop putting yourself in that situation. All right? There you go. That's the fucking truth nuke on kinetic deflection. If you're using it enough that it's useful, you need to be in situations where you would use it less. And if you are in situations where you use it less, why even take it? Truth nuke. Truth fucking hydrogen bomb. Truth sun explosion. All right, what's next? Tranquility through slaughter. Non-warp ranged critical hits quell 4% peril. This is just insane. Like, this is definitely better than the auras. This basically triples the amount of time Gunpsyker can stay inside of Scryer's gaze. This one node that they added when they did the Psyker touch up, this one node basically like doubled your Scryer's gaze time in Gunpsyker, which that build was already insane. It did not need buffs. And then they added this shit, which was just a gigantic buff. And it's like, okay. Sure, I guess. I guess this is what we're doing now. Why is this so good? Well, your guns crit in bursts as Gunpsyker. So this isn't just 4% peril quell. Every single attack crits. And then every single crit is like 3 crits. So this is actually like 12% fucking peril. And basically, this just turns every gunshot into 4% peril quell with your crit rate. That's basically how this reads. Empiric Resolve literally does nothing. It's no, I'm sorry. Okay, Empiric Resolve. I am aware Meow thinks this node is really good. I'm also aware Meow is kind of a fucking schizo degen that like will autistically die on the hill that his one build is like the best. So I'm not exactly keen to take his word at face value. And I also know outside of him, literally no one ever fucking vouches for this node. 40% minus peril generation isn't good, and 30% toughness replenish is terrible. So this means Soul Stealer goes from 7.5% to like fucking like 6.2%. Basically, you regenerate across all your nodes 30% less toughness to gain 40% less peril. This is one of the worst nodes in Darktide because this actively hurts most builds. Most builds are actively made worse by this. 1, most builds are not generating enough peril in the first place to spam Venting Shriek and to like comfortably gain all their buffs. So that's problem number 1. Problem number 2, gaining 1/3 less toughness is a fucking gigantic downside. Is this worse than Revive Shout? I think it is. No, I think Empiric Resolve may actually be the worst skill node in the entire game. 30% toughness generation lost means this let's say you take, how many skill points are you spending on toughness generation? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's say you take Essence Harvest as well, so 5. You might take 5 toughness generation nodes in the average Psyker build. We'll say 4 in the average Psyker build. And this node is making those 4 skill points 30% less effective. So just by taking this node, you're basically like subtracting a skill point's worth of value from your build by taking 30% off 4 skills. That's like 120%. So it's like, if we assume, 4 instances are made 30% worse, it's like 120%. You're taking like 1.25 skill points off your build by taking this, just by default. And then you're getting less toughness on your kill, you're getting less toughness from like everything. So that's really bad. But then you consider most builds don't view generating half as much peril as a positive. Because then they'll never be able to, because think about it, you got to be at like 60% peril every 10 seconds to pop Venting Shriek. But you want to be closer to 80%, so you still have like 30% left over for Warp Rider and for one with the Warp. Because if you don't have that little bit left over, you like have their initial buff like statuses. Generating 80% peril in 10 seconds is something most builds kind of struggle with already. So like this has got to be the worst node in Darktide. Maybe Ogren's got some absolute diabolical shit cooking up. But like I think right now this takes the cake as the worst node in Darktide. Penetration of the Soul. 10% rending on warp attacks when above 75% peril. This is just 10% rending for your dots, which is kind of nuts. This is going into S tier because adding even just a little bit of rending to dots supercharges their effectiveness against carapace armor specifically. So think about this. Armored Ragers have carapace on the body now, and Crushers are carapace all the way out. Body carapace basically makes dots do like 80% less damage. For some fucked up reason, 10% rending is enough to make your dots do like 30% more damage to carapace. This one node basically is the same as adding another perk to your weapon. That's another 25% carapace perk. So that's getting the low end of S tier. Hey, you guys want to know how bad Empiric Resolve really is? Everyone in the community knows penetration of the soul is bugged. It literally does nothing. It's bugged in the code. It literally doesn't work. It has not worked for 6 months now. 6 to 7 months, it has not worked. Despite all of us being well aware of this fact, we still take it in every single build just so we don't have to take Empiric Resolve. Everyone in the community, apart from one guy, has universally agreed it is better to spend a skill point that objectively does not work and doesn't do anything, like, provably, because it's bugged, than it is to spend a skill point on Empiric Resolve. And people were doing that before I even started talking about it. This isn't like, oh, big YouTuber influences community opinion. No, because I didn't upload videos when this rework, like these new nodes first got added. I was taking a break from the game. So people willingly, on their own, with no toxic Tanner interference, decided it is fucking better to literally waste a skill point than take Empiric Resolve. That node is that fucking bad. There are very few nodes in all of Darktide where you can say that, where people would willingly choose a bugged node over it. True aim. Landing 5 weak spot hits grants your next ranged attack a guaranteed critical. Can only trigger once per attack. This is not good with Scryer's Gaze. With Scryer's Gaze, you get up to like 80% crit chance. So the way for True Aim to work... Okay, I'm going to explain this very quickly. True Aim with Scryer's Gaze sucks. Here's why. You crit in bursts with automatic guns. True Aim activates on the 6th attack specifically. You need to land 5 weak spot hits, then that 6th attack is a guaranteed critical. Can also only trigger once per attack. So think about it like this. With True Aim, you have 80% like crit chance with Scryer's Gaze. It's some like ridiculous number like that. So you crit in bursts of 2. Do the math with the las gun. You get 2 hits. So every 3rd attack, if you crit on the first attack, then the follow-up attack is guaranteed a crit, because that's just how machine guns work in Darktide. So this means the 3rd shot is when you need to roll your crit chance again. So you do the first attack, that means your first 2 attacks are crits. You do the 3rd attack, that means your next 2 attacks are crits. You're on your 4th attack. So the 5th attack is when you roll the crit chance. So if you get that crit, which is an 80% chance to get that crit, by the way, True Aim's guaranteed crit is literally wasted. True Aim genuinely does nothing for a Scryer's Gaze build most of the time. However, it is really good with the Void Blast staff and the Surge Blessing. And for that alone, I'm going to give it B tier. Because that is a really good synergy that's really worth using. And B tier has kind of just become the universal, like, this is mid, but it kind of synergizes with something tier. All right. Surety of Arms. 25% reload speed while below 75% peril. On reload, generate up to 25% peril based on the percentage of the clip restored. This is good. This gets A tier. Low A tier, but still A tier. Yeah, it's kind of around the backstab cooldown node. Because, honestly, guys, this contributes to a lot more shooting and a lot less downtime over the course of a mission. And you don't have to take the literal do-nothing dead node that's right next to it. So, you know, pretty cool, right? How do you do, fellow kids? Oh my god, I've been talking for so long now. Okay, let's talk about these keystones and let's get the hell out of here. Okay. Warp Siphon. Killing an elite or specialist enemy gains you a warp charge for 25 seconds, stacking 4 times. Your next ability spends all available warp charges to reduce the cooldown of that ability by 7.5% per warp charge. So Warp Siphon is weird because each individual node of Warp Siphon is kind of just B tier. But the complete Warp Siphon package is S tier. So this is going to be a little weird to figure out how to rate this. Oh my god. Oh, don't tell me I'm getting hiccups. I don't want to hiccup my way through the next 30 minutes of this video. I'm gonna jump in front of traffic. Okay. So Warp Siphon on its own, I'm gonna give it upper A tier. Now I'd rather have book over warp charges. So the reason why is honestly pretty simple. 7.5% warp charge combat ability regen is really nice. And this makes it so this is how you get like a 10-second venting shriek is through these warp charges. And yeah, that's good enough to be A tier. Okay. Inner Tranquility. 6% peril generation reduction for each warp charge is terrible. This is like D tier. Like, I can understand why you would use this if you're like a newer player. This is actually going to get a much higher rating for a fucking noob than it would for, yeah, like this is honestly going to get A tier. Because for a new player where they actually care about peril management, this is really nice. It's just like 30% less peril for free. Essence Harvest. Replenish 30% toughness over 5 seconds on gaining warp charge. Gaining a new warp charge during this time resets the timer. If instead of resetting the timer, it just stacked like Confirmed Kill does, if it just stacked like this, then this would be S tier. This would be broken, actually. As it is, I'm just kind of going to give it... It's definitely better than warp expenditure. Fuck out of here. Yeah, I'm going to put it about up here. It's a kind of just a B tier toughness generation node. It's like 7% toughness regenerated every second, which is not bad, but there is better out there. Empyrean Empowerment. Increases all base damage by 4% for each warp charge. You get 6 warp charges. 4 times 6 is like 16. This is basically just a second warp rider. So come here, buddy. Come here, pal. You can do it. Come on, Jeffrey. Put your back into it. But, yeah. This is just another way to further increase your dot damage. Though this does increase all damage. And, yeah. This goes here. Where did I put it? Right there. And Essence Harvest is still kind of shitty, even for noobs, but it's not as shitty as this stuff. Yeah, it's better than Warp Expenditure. It's better than Battle Meditation. Yeah, I'd put it up here, above the Smite stuff. Because new players care about that kind of toughness generation more, because it's more easier to work with. In Fire Reborn is fucking broken. So, it's broken in a lot of ways, actually. Killing an enemy with Soul Blaze, and when it says with Soul Blaze, it doesn't mean killing an enemy by Soul Blaze. It means killing an enemy with Soul Blaze applied to them has a 10% chance to grant you a warp charge. So just basically, if something dies with Soul Blaze, you're just getting a 10% chance to get a warp charge. Statistically, this will always outpace Psychic Vampire. And because of this reason, Psychic Vampire is going to get D tier. Just because, like, why would you ever take it? So even if you're just using Venting Shriek and, like, Perilous Combustion, that alone is going to give you enough Soulfire for Infire Reborn to be objectively better than Psychic Vampire. 4% chance for a Warp Charge when you were an ally in Coherency kill an enemy, it is 4% versus 10%. Because every single enemy should have Soul Blaze placed on them. If you're playing Psyker that cares about Soul Blaze, it should happen. And instantly getting, like, all 6 of your warp charges in, like, a fraction of a second means that your 7-second Venting Shriek can be spammed on cooldown, basically. Like, this node is why this shit is as broken as it is. Warp Battery can store 6 warp charges. Well, when you consider everything warp charges do, holding 33% more of them is kind of up here. I don't think it's as good as these damage nodes, but yeah, it's about up there. Look at where you came from. Look at you now, buddy. You're bald, and you got the slick orc physique. Where the fuck did I put this again? Yeah, no, this is definitely better than A tier. I don't think it's better than Psychonetics, though. Psychic Vampire has already been discussed. It's bad, but it doesn't really have a chance to be good. Okay. Empowered Psionics is a lot of reading. Oh my god, dude, my throat. Kills have a 7.5% chance to empower your next blitz. The Empowered Brain Rupture, 100%, it's free. It casts half as fast, or twice as fast, I guess, 50% reduction. And it deals 50% damage. Smite deals 4 times damage, and 50% faster spread between enemies, so it, like, applies quicker. Assail becomes free. It doesn't cost peril, and it doesn't consume a shard, and it deals 50% more damage. It's basically the same effect as Brain Rupture, but it's written completely differently. Whatever. Point is, Empowered Psionics is good. It's not as good as Warp Charges, like the whole package, but man, making Smite jump up to like 60 damage a tick, basically making it a secondary dot that holds enemies in place while you let Soul Blaze do most of the killing, that carries this thing pretty hard. Like, that carries it to A tier. But now I can actually look at the other keystones and get an idea compared to everything. I mean, I would rather have 4 times damage Smite over Field Improv, or this, or this. No, it can't be placed above Smite, or Scryer's Gaze. No, because I'd rather have Smite. This doesn't do anything good without Smite, and when Scryer's is just flat out better. I'd rather have the dot damage increase from Malefic Momentum. Yeah, that's fair, I think. Bio Lodestone increases the chance to gain Empowered Psionics on kill from 7% to 12%. This is terrible for the same reason Psychic Vampire is terrible. You would just never take this because the other option is just so much better. For casuals, it's right, dude. Smite's already crazy for casuals. Smite times 4 is crazy times 4. So, you know. Psychic Leeching. Using your Blitz while is active replenishes 15% toughness to you and allies in Coherency. This is alright. This is like a prime example of a B tier toughness generation node. It's just okay. Like, nobody would ever... It's honestly about as okay as Essence Harvest, because it applies to your whole team. Overpowering Souls. Guaranteed chance to gain Empowered Psionics on elite kill. Mind you, anything that kills an elite. Your dots, your melee, Anytime an elite dies, you just get this, which also means it can chain. So you place your dots. Let's say you place 7 dots, you venting shriek, then you spend a charge and you hold enemies in place with a 60 damage smite. Yeah, you're probably going to kill 3+ elites, especially if it's Havoc. Overpowering Souls, honestly, is as good as this, because this enables this to be usable every single time you go to use it. So yeah, oh man, that feels wrong. That feels so wrong. I feel like I have to take a shower after doing that shit. You can now hold 3 stacks of empowered psionics. This is going right next to these because you basically have to take these. Man, that feels wrong. Huh. An hour 30 minutes in. Jesus Christ. Depending on how much I have to say about Ogren, this really might be a fucking 10-hour video, which would be absurd. Unfortunately, dude, this Ogren part's gonna suck, because I really don't know too much. I might have to get someone to sit in with me for the Ogren part. Crazy, man. Really crazy. Alright, every second... Wait, did I do the casual list? Fuck, yeah, I did. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. We're losing them, Rambo. Every second, enemies within 25 meters get marked. I'm not going to say have a chance of being marked. So the way it works now is like every second, there's an internal check. And if Disrupt Destiny isn't active, it forces it to be active. Disrupt Destiny is a prime example that Fat Shark is like the game designers are fucking literal brain damaged retards.
Whoa, joke! That was a joke!
But not really, though, because actually think about what I just said. Every second, enemies have a chance of being marked. So you know how people used to always complain that sometimes they just weren't getting an enemy marked? Yeah, it doesn't even tell you what the chance is. So every second, enemies used to have like it was like a fucking 50 or like a 40-something% chance of getting marked. Now it's just every second an enemy gets marked. Which, like, okay, why wasn't it like that to begin with? The world may never know. Anyway, killing a marked enemy replenishes 10% toughness. I don't know why this needed to give you toughness. It also grants 20% movement speed. Why? Why did it need to give you movement speed and replenish toughness? Like, no, seriously, why did it need to do that? I always forget that base Disrupt Destiny gives you 20% movement speed and adds a precision bonus for 4 seconds. Each precision bonus grants 1% base damage. Oh, good. More damage for dots and everything else. 2% critical damage and 2.5% weak spot damage. Modifiers, so percent increase to multiplicative damage that multiplies one another. Okay. And it's 15 stacks. When the duration ends, 1 stack is removed and the duration is refreshed, which basically means you will never, ever run out of stacks of this. Okay. This barely skates out of being broken, but 20% movement speed is crazy. 15% movement speed, 35% movement speed, 55% movement speed. Psyker has more movement speed bonuses than I think every single other fucking class in the game combined. If not, he's just short of it. Why? Why? They could have lifted... Keep metal, lift this, give it to Ogren. Lift this, give it to, like, veteran. Like, I don't understand why all of this, dude. Psychers are privileged as fuck, man. They are living in the Hollywood Hills. What the hell is this? They have a single node that gives them 20% movement speed, 10% toughness, 15% damage, and like 40% critical and weak spot damage. Like, bro, do you know the things that a Zealot player would do to get Disrupt Destiny on Zealot? Perfectionism. Maximum perfection bonus stacks are increased from 15 to 25. Wait, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Wait, where is it? Fuck, the file's not found. I was gonna play the mystery thing. That clip will never die. So basically this makes you get almost double the damage effects, the damage increase. This is absolutely nutty. And the fact that now, instead of losing all the stacks at once, your stacks only go down by 1. This is as good as Destiny, because this is basically just the keystone times 2. Congratulations, you now have double the keystone. And let's just get this out of the way. Lingering Influence kind of sucks. Like, it's just kind of B tier. No, this is definitely better than One Motion as well. But, Lingering Influence increases the stack duration from 4 to 10 seconds. So I just want you to understand something. Let's just pull out a calculator here, do some quick maths. 2 plus 2, that's 4. Minus 1, that's 3. Quick maths. 25 times 4 is 100 seconds on the dot. For Perfectionism to be better than Lingering Influence, because Lingering Influence makes 15 times 10, which is 150. So Perfectionism is 50% less stack time than Lingering Influence. For Perfectionism to be better than Lingering Influence, you need to spend like half of your time with stacks above 15. Okay? And I want you to think about this. Because you're going from 150, because Perfectionism at you now have 25 stacks. So in its own way, this is increasing your stack time. Just instead of increasing your stack time, you increase the amount of stacks. But as long as you're over 15 stacks, it's just better than Lingering Influence. And if you have 20 stacks, that's 5 times 4, that's like 20 seconds. You can get so with Cruel Fortune, you get 3 stacks per kill. That's 12 seconds without Lingering Influence. You have to get 1 weak spot kill every 12 seconds to maintain. Wait, what the hell? You need to get 1 headshot kill, like on a marked target, once every 12 seconds to maintain stacks with Perfectionism. So as long as you get 1 weak spot kill within 12 seconds, Perfectionism is pretty much always going to be better than Lingering Influence. And then you consider that Perfectionism takes you from a 15% damage bonus to a 25% damage bonus, and like a 50% critical damage bonus to like a 80% critical damage bonus. And yeah, it's really hard to argue with this. Okay. Purloined Providence. Killing enemies marked by Destiny have a 20% chance to instantly quell 15% peril. This is basically as good as Battle Meditation. And Battle Meditation is not good. No, I think for casuals, though, Perfectionism is only like here-ish. It's only about Warp Charge level. And I think Lingering Influence goes next to it because, like, if you weren't speed and aggression and topping the leaderboards and kills, you can run into issues. Oh my god, it's the last node. Cruel Fortune. Cruel Fortune is just a mandatory tax that you have to take. So it just kind of goes... Getting 2 stacks is good. Okay, let's put it this way. No, this goes B tier because of synergy. B tier. So look, if you take Lingering Influence, never take this. If you take Perfectionism, always take this. Because this basically makes perfectionism the same as lingering influence. So I guess we just put it next to it. Do. This is like C tier. And this is... Where is perfectionism? This goes right next to it. Okay. Looking pretty good. Next we get to talk about Ogren. Oh boy, I really hope I can find someone to talk about Ogren with me because fuck, man. That class is terrible.
Ogres, my lord. Ogres, my lord. Ogres, my lord. Ogres, my lord.
All right, it's time to talk about the Ogren. There's a couple disclaimers I would like to get out of the way when talking about this class. Okay, so the first thing that you need to understand about the Ogren. This is the worst class in the game. And it's not even, like, comparable. He is so much worse than everyone else at everything else. I really hope to emphasize that here. Second thing, because people in the comment section have been asking me about it. In a previous video that I posted a few weeks ago, I mentioned the Ogren was getting a rework. And a bunch of people were like, huh? How do you source? Context? Source? And lo and behold, we get a trailer showing off that the Ogren is getting reworked. So I kind of put the pooch before the pound here a little bit, because I even mentioned it on a Mr. E stream months ago. I know a few people that live in Sweden. Oh, what do you know? 20,000 subscribers almost. You're bound to know someone. And he was taking a tour of the Fat Shark offices. And he got me in contact directly with some of the people that work at Fat Shark. And I don't mean the people that you see on stream or who deal with the community. No, like the people who actually are tasked with, like, writing the code for the game. And I got to say, like, a couple things to them. And the number one thing that I said was Ogren is the biggest piece of shit they have ever made. It is the worst thing they have ever made across all of their games. And do you know what this motherfucker told me? Insert the Giga Chad picture. We know. No, but seriously. And this is one thing I can kind of smile and take a little credit for, because Ogren was completely seen as fine. All the playtesters told you he was fine. Everyone told you he was fine for 2 fucking years. That's when we first got the talent tree rework. But your boy said he sucked. If you go as far back as the first veteran video, the veteran breakdown, your boy said he sucked as far back as then. Dude, you can go back to even the older videos, like from the beta, where I was doing double Grimoire damnation runs, and I still said Ogren doesn't have a place in the meta at all. You can go as far back as the first week of the fucking beta. You can even go on the Steam forums and find me saying that, or the Fat Shark forums. And it's like, there is something so riveting knowing that this shit, it pissed me off so much that I really wanted to just prove the point that Ogren was so fucking terrible that when we were doing Havoc, we explicitly did not want to use him. Like, there's no point to bring him. He's just worse than everyone at everything. And once more people started playing Havoc and it actually started punishing you for not optimizing a little bit, you either had to be really fucking skilled or just actually bring things that don't suck. And like 90% of the community won't even let Ogrens join their runs because they're just like, this class is just not good. It is so fucking vindicating knowing that my message got through and that Ogren is going to be getting a rework. Now, will that rework probably going to suck? Probably might not, probably won't fix any of the problems. But I just want to point out, because I know people will say, oh, no, that's not true, blah, 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 because it's like, you know, black sheep. You're not allowed to have any credit for anything. But I got to just point this out. Everyone said Ogren, every, like, playtester, like, all the people that, you know, relate to the community and devs and stuff, they said class is fine for years. Class is fine. Quit being a baby. Quit crying. Your boy comes around, makes a whole stream talking about how shit Ogren is, then proves how shit Ogren is by being the first to beat Havoc, not using Ogren, then telling everyone how to make Havoc easy, and then following that up by saying Ogryn is basically unusable and you should just avoid it entirely. People actually see, because Havoc punishes you, they see, oh, hey, guess what? Ogryn really is just fucking terrible. And all of a sudden, 2 years of nothing for Ogryn, only like a single new weapon, like literally nothing for Ogryn. And now, he's getting a rework. Now, I'm sure the guy who got Ogryn nerfed is now the one who is somehow responsible for getting the class reworked and buffed. I'm sure it has nothing to do with your boy making a gigantic stink about it for fucking years. Anyway, sorry, I just had to stroke myself a little bit there on that one. All right. Now, disclaimer number two. This class, because it sucks and has no place on any team for any meta challenge of any kind, I don't really have much experience with it. I've talked to a lot of people, and something that I've learned is that pretty much all of his talents don't do what they say. They are broken. You can have 2 talents that say replenish toughness. One just increases your toughness regeneration. One increases the toughness you gain from, like, your toughness generation nodes. And it doesn't differentiate between that at all. So, So if something on this list doesn't look quite right, if you're like, wait a second, this node, then it's probably just because I got something wrong or I confused one node with another node. So this Ogryn section, it's not gonna be the most accurate thing on planet Earth. I'm just gonna get that out of the way right now. I fully expect to get some of these nodes dead wrong. With that being said, with my little self-congratulatory, people will get mad at that, by the way. People will get mad at the idea of saying, like, you know what, I think I proved the argument good enough that they finally started listening. They'll say, no, you fucking narcissistic douchebag. Blah, 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 blah. Whatever. They can suck it. All right. Furious. For each enemy you hit during the same heavy melee attack, gain 2.5% damage on your next melee attack. Oh yeah, also, this is just going to be mostly shitting on Ogryn, because I just want to point out, in no uncertain terms, how fucking terrible this class is. For each enemy you hit during the same heavy melee attack, gain 2.5% damage on your next melee heavy attack. Do you remember this right here? Disdain from Zealot. Disdain was gain 5% damage on your next hit for each enemy hit, period. Didn't have to be a heavy attack. There's nothing to it. Just, if you hit an enemy, gain 5% damage, stacking 5 times for your next attack. Furious is locked to heavy attacks and only gives you half as much as Disdain does. Disdain already wasn't good enough to get picked in most Zealot builds, and this is half as good as that. This is like a C tier fucking node. This skill node fucking sucks. And it's C tier as well for casuals, because it's literally just Disdain but worse. It is literally just Disdain but worse. And this is how you know this class is off to a great start. So remember how Psyker starts with this, Veteran kind of starts with Out for Blood, Zealot starts with like Scourge. Yeah, you know this stuff. What does Ogryn start with? Ogryn starts with a node that is, objectively speaking, just half as good as the exact same node on another class. Wow. Great game design. Okay. Towering Presence, plus 50% coherency radius. Just more like belongs in the trash. This node, I mean, what do you want me to say? Despite what some garbage guides may have you believe, fucking coherency is not good. Neither is toughness regeneration speed. So, more like belongs in the trash. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I got the nodes confused. Okay, let's see. The best defense. Replenish, and this kind of replenish actually means to say restore, 20% toughness after hitting multiple enemies with a single melee heavy attack. This is basically mandatory in every single Ogryn build. Problem is, though, this kind of sucks. Like, it's better than warp expenditure, but it's honestly not that much better than this stuff. This, by the way, this is arguably Ogryn's best toughness restore in the entire fucking game. And guess what? It is barely better than nodes that other classes. Let's put it this way. Like, for Psyker, Essence Harvest is good, but it's not really good enough for you to ever take. The best defense is about as good as it's going to get for Ogryn. And honestly, think about it. 30% toughness across 5 seconds that is basically active constantly, or 20% toughness on a heavy attack. That heavy attack takes you like 3 seconds. So in those 3 seconds, you could have just got this 20% toughness. Difference is, this puts you at risk of taking damage because you're charging up a heavy or whatever. You're letting go a big, slow heavy. Whereas this is basically just always active. So it's even active when you're not attacking and retreating. One of Ogryn's best fucking nodes is better than a luxury node that isn't good enough to be picked for the other classes. I just need to point that out to you. Oh boy, this is gonna be rough. This is gonna be rough and a long one. This is gonna be rough and long. All right, let's do this. Steady grip, 5% toughness regeneration while bracing your ranged weapon. Every single gun is braced whenever you aim with him. This is actually Ogryn's best node right here. 5% toughness while ADSing, basically. So this node is good. Is it S tier good though? Let's look at some of the things in S tier. Is it as good as Quietude? Quietude is active when you're not doing anything. This requires you to slow down to a mud crawl. No. No, the fact that you have to stop dead in your tracks and basically do nothing, this cannot be S tier. There's no way. I'm looking at these other toughness generation nodes, right? This is giving you toughness for doing nothing or spending your class resource. This is giving you toughness for just dodging, which you're doing constantly. This is giving you toughness for killing people. This is giving you toughness for getting a critical hit. This is giving you toughness for killing people. This is giving you toughness for just ADSing your gun, which basically like sinks you in quicksand. It makes it so you can't move and you can't defend yourself. And the moment you stop ADSing, you stop getting this toughness. No, I would rather have the toughness damage reduction over this. I would rather have 2 dashes for the ultimate over this. I'd rather have field... No, this is definitely better than field improv. Yeah, I think this lands right about here-ish. Where... Did I even rate this for casuals yet? I think for casuals, this is pretty good. Like, I'd give it upper A tier for them. Just the fact that you don't have to do anything. You just... In fact, doing less stuff gives you more reward, which is going to be a theme with this fucking class. Smash 'em. Replenish 20% toughness after hitting a single enemy with a heavy melee attack. Hey, this is another node you kind of just have to take. Honestly, these nodes should be rolled into one. This should just be one node on his skill tree, and it should just say restore 20% fucking toughness on heavy attack. That's how it should be. Honestly, that shouldn't even be a node. That should just be a fucking passive. Frankly. Because, like, think about this. Think about this just from a perspective here. Furious fucking sucks. You don't really want to be taking this. Heavyweight is okay, but you need to take best defense and smash him. Basically, every single fucking build that isn't literal dog shit for Ogryn is taking these 2 nodes. And they're taking these 2 nodes because these are basically Ogryn's only means of actually getting toughness back. So you're basically forced to take them every single time. And guess what? If you only take one of these nodes, let's say you only take best defense. Okay, well now if you go to one-shot a Crusher with Pickaxe, which let's be honest, it's pretty much the only weapon you can actually use as Ogryn. Shield is okay, but it's not even in the same league as Pickaxe. Don't even fucking try to make that argument. So, like, let's say you use the best defense. Okay, now whenever you fight bosses or any armored enemies, you just basically lose the ability to generate toughness. Think about that. The Ogryn either has to take these 2 tax nodes so that he can generate toughness while fighting the Horde and while fighting armored elites, or he has to just not get toughness when fighting Hordes, or not get toughness when fighting armored elites, or he just has to spend 3 points No other class in the entire fucking game has anything even remotely comparable to this in terms of how expensive this is for how little. By the way, though, the Zealot gets 15% toughness just for fucking dodging. Just want to point that out. Dodging bullets, dodging elites, dodging trash, dodging specials. Just by clicking one button, Zealot just universally gets 15% toughness back for one skill node. And Ogren has to spend 3 skill nodes to every fucking heavy attack get 20% back. I just need to point this out. This is objectively worse than what Zealot, Veteran, and Psyker get for a single fucking skill point. And Ogren has to spend 3 goddamn skill points to get less out of it than most classes get for spending a single skill point. That's insane. This is 10% of your build. You only have 30 skill points. 10% of your build is spent automatically on garbage. Even though it's garbage compared to everything else. Like, look at this tier list. Can you, honest to God, look me in the eye and tell me that, like, Bubble is worse than 20% fucking toughness back every, like, 3 seconds? Are you gonna tell me, honest to God, that you would rather get 20% toughness back on a heavy attack than just have the ability to smite and just stop everything from attacking? Like, no, you're not gonna. Would you rather have 20% toughness back or 50% toughness damage reduction for like 100 points of toughness? It's the answer's fucking obvious. The answer is so fucking obvious. And then you start looking at the actual good toughness restore stuff, like the swap on Veteran. So this is 20% toughness just for swapping your weapon. And by the time you've done both weapon swaps, the cooldown will have refreshed. So this is basically just a permanent 20% toughness on weapon swap. Are you going to tell me that just... And by the way, this class can increase its weapon swap speed. You're going to tell me that... Because the time it takes Ogren to swap from, like, pickaxe to kickback and swap back is, like, this time... Like, the time it takes the Veteran to swap between both of his weapons is about how long it takes the Ogre to do his fastest heavy attack with the pickaxe. So you're going to tell me in the same time that you did one heavy attack to get 20% toughness back, Veteran has gotten 40% back from this. Or he just shot the plasma gun once and got like 50% back from this. Or Psyker shot for 1 second with a machine gun and got 50% back from this. You see the issue here? And then you consider that all of those are just single point investments that stack with each other. And these are 2 mandatory investments. Oh my god, this class is fucking terrible. Yoinky sploinky. Put the yoinky sploinky on him. Hit him with the yoinky sploinky. Okay, heavyweight. 30% damage against bulwarks, crushers, plague ogrins, and reapers. Also receive 30% damage reduction against the same. This has one use. Letting the pickaxe one-shot crushers. Albeit, though, that is a very good use. But, like... Hey, guys. You know Veteran gets the same node? Just 20% with no damage... 20% with no damage reduction. I'm not even gonna... The only damage reduction here that's useful is the Reapers, which, okay. But Reapers are literally... I think, no exaggeration, Reapers are the rarest enemy type in the game. I think, like, not counting bosses, you will kill less Reapers than basically everything else. So the damage reduction is pretty much only good against the Reaper. And Reaper exclusive damage reduction... By the way, I just want to point out, every other class, their damage reduction nodes look like this. 50% for 100 points of toughness. Like 30% just for everything. Zealot has fucking, where is it? Like 50% for everything all the time. Ogren, 30% against one enemy that you will fight like 4 of in a run. You don't need any more damage versus Reapers. Damage versus Plague Ogrins is nice. Damage versus Bulwarks is whatever. Crushers being one-tapped by the pickaxe is a nice perk, but that's basically all this is 25% carapace damage. This is the equivalent of that perk on your weapon. So this is like C tier. Like, unironically, genuinely, this is like C tier. Because, like, think about it. If you lifted this node, look at the nodes next to this. Would you, let's say you're playing Veteran. Would you rather have 30% damage versus Ogrins and 30% damage resistance to Ogrins, or like 25% faster reloads. You know? Would you rather have the whole team having 5% more crit, or one person gets 30% damage versus crushers? You see what I'm saying? You know, it's just like most of this stuff isn't that good, but man, this is even worse somehow. For casuals, I think it's better. I think it's like B tier for them, just because any form of damage and damage reduction is going to be good for them. Linchpin. Toughness replenished while incoherency is increased by 50%. Right, so this is where we get into that weirdness. This is not toughness replenished. Like, when it says toughness replenished while incoherency is increased by 50%, this doesn't mean you get 50% more toughness back from your previous toughness replenishment nodes. No, this just means your coherency toughness regeneration is increased by 50%. In the garbage you go. Like, what do you want me to say, bro? This shit is garbage. So, coherency toughness, it's bad. It ain't good. It's really bad. You have it turn on. I want to put this into perspective for you. When an enemy is targeting you, your coherency toughness regeneration shuts off. Ogren is the biggest character, so he gets targeted the most. So that means he gets the least use out of coherency toughness regeneration. And if you want to use Linchpin, you have to use Towering Presence. And Towering Presence is only usable if you're gonna use fucking Linchpin. They're parasitic nodes that feed off each other in the worst way. Independently, they are garbage. And together, they form together to make like the Mechazoid of fucking garbage. Hold on, wait, I have a clip for this. Hold on. LTG Mechazoid. Like, dude, this shit is like, oh fuck, I can't find it. I should have had this out. But there's a clip where LTG's losing in that Power Rangers fighting game because the dude is just spamming the Megazord, and he's like, he's like, this dude's using the Megazord! And that's how I feel about Ogren. Ogren's entire top row of skills is just a Megazord of garbage. It's so hard to describe. Like, hold on. Let me just pull this up to show you this, just how crazy this is. So you want steady grip in every build. To take steady grip, you have to take Towering Presence. Towering Presence is fucking terrible. The only way to even give this an effect is to take Linchpin. So you're kind of forced to. But at the same time, you really don't want to. So 1, 2, 3 skill nodes. You could argue 30% of your Ogren build is just bullshit tax that you don't even want, and you would never take it. Let's put it this way. If you had the option, if Furious, Towering Presence, and Linchpin were right here, here, and here, leading into this blitz, and if this was set up like Zealot, right? Let's say we had one line here that was just the best defense, smash 'em, rock. Then you had the other side that was just like steady grip, heavyweight, bomb. And then you had Towering Presence, Linchpin, Furious, bombs away. No one would ever go here. No one would ever take this. Ever. Never. You'd never see a single build do it. But, like, at the same time, you see a lot of Ogren builds taking these nodes because they kind of feel like they have to. It's so garbage. It's so garbage. Rock is Ogren's best blitz. But you guys want to hear the hard truth nuke? Wait, is this the casual or the tryhard? Look, this Rock is worse than Assail. I said it. There, I said it. Rock is worse than fucking Assail. It is. Rock is just straight up worse than Assail. And you know how I know it's worse than Assail? Because the closest thing you can compare Assail and throwing knives are the closest thing you can compare Rock to. I know because it's become a meme now, thanks to Reginald and JSAT and their constant trying to do challenge runs with Ogrens. This class has become a meme. So a lot of especially toxic people are trying to play Ogren like their life depends on it, to like just, it's kind of like ego lifting. And Rock is like one of the only things about Ogren that doesn't absolutely suck, as the Rock would say. So this is going to sound sacrilege, but guys, I feel like you need to get off the Ogren pill for a bit and go back to Zealot and use throwing knives, because throwing knives are just a direct fucking upgrade to the Rock. They both fill the same role. Let's put the differences into perspective here. Toss a big rock at an enemy, effective against carapace armor and unyielding enemies. Yeah, so are throwing knives because of Uncanny Strike. You pick up a new rock every 45 seconds and can hold 4 rocks. So you could hold 4 of these. They aren't instant hit scan projectiles. That's a bit of a misnomer, but still. They are not instant hit scan things like the knives are. You can hold 4 of them, and you only get one back every 45 seconds. You get 12 throwing knives. You get a throwing knife back for fucking killing an elite or picking up ammo. You get throwing knives are instant, which means you don't have to pull them out, and there's no throwing animation or anything. And everything that rock can kill, throwing knives can pretty much also kill. Just, you get 3 times as, or I'm sorry, you get 4 times, you get 3 times as many throwing knives as you do rocks. They come out faster. They kill almost all of the same stuff in the same number of hits. And even if it takes knives 2 hits to kill the same thing as rocks, because you have 3 times as many of them, even if you had to spend twice as many knives, because they come out instantly, there's no animation, there's no throwing animation, there's no nothing. You just press the button and it happens. Guess what? You can throw 2 knives faster than an Ogryn can throw 1 rock. So even if everything took 2 knives to kill, it would still just be a direct fucking upgrade to the rock. You can use knives to cancel just like the rock? Dude, the rock is cooking up fucking shit. And the rock has to be worse than a sail for the exact same reason. Assails come out faster, can be canceled just like everything, just like knives and rocks you can cancel with the animation. And while assail is useless versus armor, rock is useless versus everything that basically isn't like armored or an elite. Really, the reason you're taking rock is the same reason you're taking throwing knives, because 1, the other 2 options are just absolutely suck. And like, this shores the kickback is Ogryn's best gun, but it kind of sucks at sniping elites and specials. Well, guess what? You kind of need rock to snipe like a flamer before he runs in, or like a sniper or something. So like, you're kind of pigeonholed into taking rock. But like, I don't know, man, unironically, I would rather have a sail than the rock 9 times out of 10, especially because I can just hold right click to target the assail on a sniper or a dog or whatever, and then left click to throw it. Sure, I'd have to do like 2 to kill them, but I don't know, I just don't view that as a problem when you consider the versatility of assail, that it also is really good against hordes. And like, Ogryn doesn't need rock to kill crushers. He already fucking one-taps them with the pickaxe. So like, why do you care if it's good against carapace or not? Oh my god, this sucks. But if you thought that was bad, you're gonna... Did you enjoy the shitting on rock section? Well, reharden your cock, my friend, because you're gonna love this. Bombs away. Throw a box of grenades with great strength, okay, and enthusiasm to deal high damage to a single enemy. Hitting an enemy causes the box to break open, releasing 6 grenades around the target. Bro, this is terrible. This is fucking terrible. This is foul. This PU. This stinks, brother. Brother, ew. Okay, so the box hits for a few thousand damage. That's okay. Then the grenades blow up, and it's basically like 6 nerfed frag grenades that blow up because they don't do bleed, and I think that each grenade explosion does like 25% less damage than a normal frag. But you can only hold like 2 of these. It's like not enough to matter. Just, would you rather... This thing is a glorified fucking crack grenade. But a crack grenade does more damage than it. So, you don't have enough of these. And you have no grenade generation as Ogryn, by the way. So, if you're going to use these for horde clearing purposes, then you're going to have to pick up basically every single grenade on the map. Okay, I would rather anyone else pick up grenades. That it's not as good at clearing hordes as fire grenades, and it's not as good at dealing with single targets as crack grenades. Do you remember when Kanye West was like, what the fuck does Lady Gaga know about Polaroid, or about cameras or whatever? That's how I feel about Ogryn. Like, dude, what the fuck does Ogryn know about, like, sniping, you know? Like, the idea that you're gonna throw the box at a big threat and it's gonna kill it, and then it's gonna kill everything around it, is a fantasy. It is straight up cope. It never happens. What, you're going to throw this at a sniper and then it's going to blow up nothing around it? Or what, you're going to throw this at a dog as it's running in and maybe it kills like 5 members of the horde? Like, bro, who cares? I'd rather you just throw down. Can you look me straight in the eye? Can you do like SpongeBob? I'm going to go in there, walk up right to the manager, look him right in the eye, and I'm going to tell him that I would rather have 2 boxes than 3 fire grenades. Nah, bro, at least the fire grenades can kill like 200 fucking trash mobs. The box is going to kill like 50 tops. Tops. Are you going to tell me, are you going to look me dead in the eyes and tell me you would rather have the box over like the 4,000 damage of a crack grenade? Really? Come on, dude. I fucking hate crack grenades. Like, it's... Oof. It's bad. Ogren is dire. Situation dire. DEFCON 1. The fucking Pentagon thief is coming to steal Ogren's lunch money right now, dude. This is not good. It's not going to get any better for him. Steady grip, where are you? I just need to remind myself Ogren has at least 1 good talent node. All right, okay. We soaked it in. Oh yeah, for casuals, Rock is even worse. So believe it or not, I think Rock is just a worse. I think Rock is way worse than Brain Burst because Brain Burst doesn't have a cooldown timer. Brain Burst, you could just kind of use it, and Brain Burst does everything you want from Rock, but without the timer of Rock. So yeah, if you're not Rock canceling, then Rock is just worse Brain Burst. And for people at the skill level of Heresy, Brain Burst is already not good. Merde. And the problem with Box of Grenades is that it's trying to be a crack grenade with the direct damage, and then it's trying to be a frag grenade with the AoE damage, but it's not as good as a fucking frag grenade. 1 frag grenade with the bleed, better than the entire box. 1 crack grenade, better than the entire box for single target. So, like... Fuck, dude. Why? Why is it like this? Frag Bomb. Throw an Ogren-sized frag grenade with a 16-meter blast radius dealing increased damage at the center. This will kill more trash mobs than the box. There is one way to make Frag Bomb good. On 3-veg with fucking... On a 3-veg with... Basically, well, really, it doesn't have to be 3-veg. It can be anything that has enhanced blitz with the veteran field improv. Because then the Ogren holds like 3 of them. 3 of them. Thanks. You want me to hit it from the back. Ogren is that barber. Ogren is that fucking, you want me to hit it from the back. He's that guy. And, what am I even saying? Oh my god. I fucking hate this class so much, dude. Anyway, so Frag Bomb can actually clear hordes. So it's at least a little bit better than the Rock. Would I rather have... No, the Frag Bomb's better than this. Is the Frag Bomb better than the Crack Grenade? No, it's not. No fucking universe, dude. No. Okay, I'd rather have Frag Bomb than Crack Grenade, but because of the grenade or veterans just grenade support, that kind of makes the Crack Grenade better than the Frag Bomb. No, dude, this thing has to be worse than a fucking than a Crack Grenade. There's no way. I don't believe it. I don't fucking believe it. I don't believe this is better than Crack. No way. Slam. 25% impact bonus on melee attacks. Get in the fucking trash can. Get in the fucking trash can. I know some people swear by some of Ogren's impact nodes to like break bulwark shields, but fun fact, the pickaxe can just hit over the bulwark shield. And the pickaxe is the only Ogren melee worth using. Like, I know shield isn't bad, but being not bad in a sea of shit when there's, like, something that's actually good right over there is just, like, why? Dude, okay, Ogren, all of Ogren's weapons are just a sea of caca, a sea of doo-doo, a sea of dog shit, right? And then you get to the shield, and the shield is literally your boat. The Ogren is on the shield like a boat, using the baton to, like, paddle himself to land. And what is that land, you might ask? Land is the fucking pickaxe. Impact is irrelevant on the pickaxe. It's irrelevant on the shield. Dude, get in the fucking trash can and get off my goddamn screen. No, I'd rather have 2 wounds over this. Genuinely, I would rather have 2 wounds over this. This is not as bad as a smoke grenade, but goddamn is it close. Because who gives a fuck about 25% impact? If you do not look up the telepots video right now, and I put a gun to the back of your head, and I said, explain to me the mechanics of impact and darktide, there is a 100% chance your fucking brain is painting the wall. Okay? That should tell you how garbage and irrelevant this shit is. Again, by the way though, if you want the best blitz, so you have to pay this tax and this tax. We're going to assume you don't take this because you're smart. So this is 1 tax, 2 tax, 3 tax nodes that you have to fucking take. Why? Why? So even if you don't take linchpin, you are spending at the absolute bare minimum just right now. We haven't even gotten to the halfway point of the skill tree, and every single build for Ogren has to take bare minimum 30% of the skill nodes on useless garbage you don't want. Fat Shark, you've truly outdone yourself. This is coal. This is fucking brimstone. This is Vanta Black brimstone, dude. This is the worst shit ever. Soften them up. Enemies damaged by you take 15% more damage for 5 seconds. Now, you might expect me to put this node in, like, S tier. But there's a problem. Right? There's a problem. Brothers, there is an imposter among us. There is a imposter among us. You either have to not take rock when rock is basically critical for Ogren to function as a non-disabled animal, or you can take this. In a vacuum, this node would be S tier. This node would be like up here. This would be with the mark. This would be like, wait, no way. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Darktide Games Lantern. How much? It's 15% damage, yeah? Wait a second. No, wait, maybe Enfeeble shouldn't be an A tier then. Hold on, wait. He's doing research. Bogdanov, he bought? Dump it. Hold on. Maybe I'm just confusing the icon. Okay, wait, if redirect fire is down here in A tier, then this has to be down here in A tier. And then when you consider that this is only slightly better than redirect fire and Enfeeble, in a vacuum, if I directly compare this to redirect fire, which is the focus target damage applied to your team, and Enfeeble, which is 10% to your team, 15%, it's only like 2% more than redirect fire, and it's only 5% more than Enfeeble. So, like, I don't think that's really, and it's only on 1 target. This isn't like, like Enfeeble, you can put this on like 50 targets at once. Dudes, bros. Wait, am I seriously talking myself into soften them up not being S tier? I mean, it kind of isn't. Like, it's in a vacuum, it would be upper end of A tier. The problem is, we're not living in a motherfucking vacuum. We're living in an oxygen-rich environment. And I can't ignore the fact that you have to take either bombs away or frag bombs to take this. So I think this kind of just slips out of A tier and is basically right next to rock and is just rock alternative. Like, I don't want to. Everything screams that this node should be placed higher. But an Ogren build without rock is not a good Ogren build. And you can't have this and rock at the same time. Ogren bros, I'm so sorry. I didn't even realize just how dire this situation actually was for you. Ogren bros, why? Why did they do this to you? Bro, can we have like a holiday to remember all the Ogrens that died to the fucking the fascist officers at Fat Shark? Because goddamn, dude. I think for casuals though, this shit is S tier. I think, yeah, I think this straight up doesn't matter. I think the fact that it's just damage for everyone, it's basically redirect fire for the Ogren. We're only 38 minutes into this video. Looks like we're not going to hit that 10-hour mark after all. Well, I don't know. We still have to organize every one of these skills afterwards, which that might take a fucking hour in its own right. So, you know. Ogren bros, I'm sorry. I didn't realize the situation was as bad as it is. We're down to the abilities and we've only got a single A tier node. This is rough. I don't want to do this, dude. I feel like I'm picking on a mentally disabled person right now. This is bad. Indomitable. Charge forward with great force, knocking back enemies and staggering them. Okay, that's good. Gain 25% attack speed. Okay, that's good. And 25% movement speed. Okay, that's good. For 5 seconds. You blew it. You blew it. You had it and you fucking blew it. Charges stop on... Yeah, whatever. If this said, like... If this was active for, like, 15 seconds, this... This is almost good. But you guys want to know something that I just find so funny? So remember how we're directly comparing skills here? You might expect this to get S tier because it's very similar to Zealot Dash, but this cannot be S tier, sadly. If Zealot Dash is S tier, and we read what Zealot Dash does again. Games Lantern? Oh? It's not working? Okay, I guess we'll try Build Editor. Dude, even Games Lantern doesn't want me to do this. Bro. Okay, Zealot. So you get half your toughness back. That's good. 20% attack speed for 10 seconds. And with the ability, with Invocation, you can keep that 10 seconds up and the double charge. You can keep that up 100% of the time you're fighting. This being 5 seconds with nowhere near as good of cooldown as Zealot means you can only keep this up realistically uptime-wise like 20-30% of a fight. And then you consider that the base ability does nothing for your toughness. You get the toughness as a modifier. The base ability kind of sucks. The base ability is like C tier. It's good as a stun, and like the 5 seconds of attack speed is good for literally one single attack, but that's it. It's not as bad as Furious, though. I'm going to put it at the top of C tier. But I would rather have like all of this shit. I would rather have it over this. Because like, you're not taking this because you want to, you're taking this because you fucking have to. Oh my god, even all of Ogren's abilities fucking suck. Bros. The West has fallen. Hold on, wait. I need to pull up a video for this because I'm actually getting depressed. I'm actually getting fucking depressed. Hold on. Okay, what's the next ultimate? Now, Chorus, I wish it was Chorus of Spiritual. Okay, this right here. Stomping Boots. Replenish 10% toughness per enemy hit with Indomitable. This is good. Finally, we have a fucking S tier node for Ogren. This isn't just good. This is fantastic. Like, I think this is straight up what this is probably going to be Ogren's best node. Because this just means you get to press one button. You can start the charge and then immediately stop the charge, get the attack speed for literally one attack, and then get all your toughness back. You stun everything and get all your toughness back. This is actually good. So you know what? Good job, Ogren, for having at least one fucking skill that is like not terrible. I just realized I can't show this video because it has fucking little Dark Age in it, and it's probably gonna get the whole video fucking sagged. Whatever. Okay, Trample. For each enemy hit by Bull Rush, you gain a stack of Trample. Trample increases base damage by 2% for 8 seconds. Max stacks 25. Okay, so we go from like the 20-30% uptime of the, or no, this is 5 seconds. So this is up for like 35%, and the other thing is up for like 20-25%. The problem is that the cooldown, like, why is this not 12 seconds? If this were 12 seconds, or Ogryn just had a way, or if Indomitable was 20-second base cooldown, or Ogryn just had more ways of reducing his cooldown, because 8 seconds, because you have to consider, this starts as soon as an enemy is hit by Bull Rush. So you start Bull Rush, enemies start getting hit, and then you press F to stop Bull Rush. It takes you about 2 seconds for the Ogryn to put his arm down, pull his weapon up, and start attacking again. So you've already eaten into 2 of the 5 seconds from the attack speed. Then you get the attack speed for 1 attack. Because as soon as you pull back and let go, the 5 seconds is over. So this 8 seconds is only good for like 2, if you're lucky, and really well timed, 3 attacks. And then you have like a 15-17 second wait before you can do it again, realistically. It's just 8 seconds is not as long as you think. This is fucking nothingness for a buff like this. So if this was like a 15-second buff, this would be S tier. But bros, would I rather have Brain Burst or this? No, I'd rather have this over Brain Burst. So I think this just narrowly ekes into A tier. For casuals, Indomitable, the base ability is like D tier. I have seen more casuals straight up get themselves killed with this. They will charge, not stop the charge, and then be surrounded. There'll be a horde coming in that they have to fight, while the horde they just trampled over gets up and turns around, and they're surrounded and they die. So this is low D tier. This is like borderline broken though. Well, no, if they knew to stop the charge, this would be broken. So I'm going to just put this, we're going to put this in S tier and organize it later. And Trample is A tier. Even though, man, no, dude, that 8 seconds is a fucking problem. And they don't spam it, so no. Honestly, Trample's kind of bad. Right, think about my logic here. The fact that the only way you gain this ability is by spending the ultimate, and the ultimate is sometimes a detriment if you don't know what you're doing. And you kind of have to spam the ultimate on cooldown for this to be good. Sheesh. This is rough. I'd rather have it over field improv, though. So, like, if I was a fucking noob. Pulverize. Apply 5 stacks of bleed to enemies hit by Indomitable. This doesn't, like, really, it's just 5 stacks of bleed. So, can I really put this in S tier? Hear me out, though. This is only good because of fucking, that one skill. Where is it? This is only good because of Delight in Destruction. That's it. That's the only reason this is good. Delight in Destruction is the only reason this is good. Without Delight in Destruction, this is just a mediocre amount of damage, because Ogre doesn't really have bleed synergy. He has literally 2 perks that mention bleed. So, like, Bleed Ogre and Bleed Grin isn't really a build. It's more just 3 nodes that you kind of just always have to take. And then I just look at Flesh Terror, which is a blessing on a weapon that lets you apply 8 stacks on crit. And classes like Zealot that make use of Flesh Terror. Flesh Terror is 8 stacks, and Zealot has like 80% crit chance. Yet Flesh Terror is no longer seen as good enough to really run for most people. So if 8 stacks on 80% of your attacks isn't good enough to run anymore, then how is 5 stacks once every like 17 seconds on everything possibly S tier? This is just a vessel to apply bleed for Delight and Destruction. I don't think that synergy is... Like, the synergy's strong enough to be S tier, but I'm not rating the synergy, I'm rating the node. I'll give it A tier just because of the synergy. 5 stacks of bleed isn't bad, and the synergy's good. But if this node did a little bit more, it would sneak into S tier. This is definitely better than Trample, though. better than Field and Prop, better than Enfeeble. Yeah, it's better than team damage purely because of the synergy. Dude, you would fix so many of Ogren's problems if you just made Indomitable. You could have like 2 or 3 charges of Indomitable, and you made the movement speed and attack speed last for 10 seconds, and you made Trample last for like 12 seconds. That would unironically make Ogren such a better class. For casuals, I think the bleed is like S tier because of the synergy. The synergy carries this all the way up to the top, I feel like. All right. Loyal Protector. Taunt enemies within 8 meters, making them attack only you for 15 seconds with a 45-second cooldown. This is abysmal dog shit for the most part. This is D tier. There was a time when I thought this node was usable, just as kind of like a generic damage buff, but there is one problem with that mentality, and it really showed my lack of knowledge on Ogren at the time. You only get this for 1 wave of enemies. So, if this shot out in waves... Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. If this shot out in waves... go away. Like fucking Chorus did, it would be actually pretty damn good. But the fact that... Okay, again, let's compare this to Chorus, because that's kind of the closest comparison. Chorus gives the entire team invincibility. It staggers everything. It pushes everything back. It suppresses gunners that are like 70 meters away from you. And it gives everyone on the team 100 gold toughness. Chorus does all of that. So it basically pauses the game for 10 seconds. Then it gives everyone like 50 to like 70% more toughness, which synergizes with their toughness damage reduction, and it synergizes with everything else. It also stops gunners that are like on the other side of the map. This stops 1 set of enemies within 8 meters. Shout is 8 meters. Fuck, dude, we can compare this to fucking Shout. This is the same range as Shout, and Shout knocks everything over and gives everyone gold toughness. 50 flat gold toughness. This just makes the same enemies that get knocked over by Shout fully capable of still dealing damage, just stacking it all on the Ogren. Bro. I'm about to call the Ogren a racial slur, but he'd be too stupid to understand it. Like, we need a racial slur just for Ogrens. Hey, can some real Warhammer racists in the comment section just tell me if there's like a slur for Ogrens? Because I want to call them that. Because holy fuck, this is not good. Chat, is the Ogren unsalvageable? Okay, yeah, no, this is just shit. No, this is worse. I'd rather have a barrier that stuns mutants, because at least that, like, that's something, like, I can deal. I don't need enemies taunted. I can deal with all the untaunted enemies myself. Okay, valuable distraction. Enemies affected by Loyal Protector take 25% base damage from all sources. This is the only thing that's good about Loyal Protector. Everything else is just not usable. I'm going to put this in the same vein as Redirect Fire. No, because Redirect Fire is active the entire mission. This is a 45-second cooldown and is only active on 1 set of enemies within 8 meters. Whereas Redirect Fire is basically active the entire game. So it has to be worse than Redirect Fire. Where did I put the one node? Where did I put the 1 node? The Soften 'em Up. Where is Soften 'em Up? This has to be as good as Soften 'em Up. Because to access this, you can't take Indomitable. And Indomitable is just better than Loyal Protector, just at a baseline in every way. Now, I think for casuals, I think Taunt is a little bit better. Like, I would say Taunt is honestly about on par with this stuff. And the Taunt damage increase is a little bit better as well, but it's about the same league. Like, the only use this has is if you're playing Havoc 40 and every enemy is just loaded up with dots, and then you just press this, and within 8 meters you have like 30 fucking armored guys super stacked up, and now they just take 25% more damage. That is like legitimately the only use for this. Go again. Staggering an enemy replenishes 2.5% cooldown of your loyal protector. Okay. Wait, it doesn't say. Is this for each enemy staggered? Fuck, I forgot to ask. Okay. I'm gonna assume, wait, introducing Schwab trading? Schwab, like Carl Schwab? The anal schwabbing drones? Bros, it's day 500 of 15 days to flatten the curb, and I lay down perfectly still as a Schwab-sponsored fucking Economic World Forum anal schwabbing drone flies overhead. Anyway, I'm gonna assume this is for every enemy you stagger with this. But there's a real chance this is only a 2% cooldown. No, there's no way. There's no way Fat Shark would do this. There's no way. No, I don't believe it. That makes this okay. The problem is all it's doing is letting you loyal protector again. I'm going to give it B tier because it's cooldown. Now, this is honestly about the same tier as the backstab node. Granted, the backstab node is giving you this for a much, much, much better ability. So, actually, it's just kind of worse than the backstab node. Actually, yeah. No, hold on. This can't be better than the ability itself because it's just giving you cooldown for the ability. So if you don't care too much if the ability's on cooldown or not, then a cooldown node can't be that good. Big Lungs. Loyal Protector has 50% radius. I mean, this is okay. This is average. We're dropping this in average. So the thing with this is just how it should work. Ja rules, fake Timberlands. Like, this is just how it needs to work in the first place. Loyal Protector just needs 50% more radius built into the kit. Why does it have the same radius as Shout? Okay, now we're getting into we're getting into the really bad stuff. It's over. The West has fallen. Point Blank Barrage. Swaps to and reloads your ranged weapon. Hey, can we get this for the one veteran version of this ability? You have 25% rate of fire, okay. 70% reload speed, okay. 50% reduced braced movement speed penalties, okay. Can we just get that in general? And gain 15% close range damage for 10 seconds. Wait a second. Point Blank Barrage is only active for 10 seconds and has an 80-second cooldown? So if I'm reading this right, this is just 25% fire rate. I mean, this would be okay for the kickback. This thing fucking sucks. Wait a second. 25% rate of fire. Almost double, but not actually double reload speed. And 15% damage. That's it? That's all it does? And it has the longest cooldown in the game. Okay. Oh, it's over. It's so fucking over, bros. The West has fallen. There remains only one solution. T-O-D. Total Ogren death. T-O-D is the only solution for the Ogrens. Oh my god, dude. Dude, I'm about to start sounding like the fucking Emperor of Mankind, but I'm gonna extend Xenos to fucking abhumans. Okay, so this is about as good as Focus Target, which I placed it about B tier. But this is slightly worse Focus Target now that I'm thinking about it, which is C tier. All right. It's so Jover, bros. What's next? Bullet Bravado. While Point Blank Barrage is active, replenish 2% toughness for every shot fired and 10% toughness on each reload. This is, okay, Point Blank Barrage can be used at the kickback, albeit not to too great success, but it can be used. And it's primarily used for the fucking Twin Link Stubber, which is insane. Like, okay, the Twin Link Stubber sucks compared to the kickback. I'm just gonna be honest with you. And this is okay with the Twin Link Stubber, but like, I don't know, man. I don't feel like this node is that good. 2% toughness for every shot. Like, yeah, okay. But dude, doing those shots, you're just gonna activate steady grip. Get the fucking D tier and get away from me. I mean, it's like the top of D tier, because this is a lot of toughness. Wait, let me think about this a little bit more. Because it is a lot of toughness, but it's only for 10 seconds. No, this is basically just 1 bar of toughness restore. This is very similar because you're not going to sit there and shoot while you're losing toughness. What are you, fucking retarded? You're not going to do that. That's like having brace damage reduction. Like, who gives a fuck? Sometimes foreshadowing is relatively obvious. 10% toughness on each reload is terrible because unless you're using the kickback, you're not reloading. And even then, you'll spend half the time reloading. So you only get like 3 or 4 reloads off. No, man, it's not toughness when you need it. You don't ever really need toughness when you're just sitting there gunning away. If you're sitting there gunning away and you're losing enough toughness to where you feel like you need to regenerate a lot, you're probably getting shot at and you're probably going to die. Now, I will say, the worse you are at the game, the better this gets. Like, this is basically just steady grip for shitters. Now, should I put this next to steady grip? No, it's worse steady grip because steady grip is always here. We're going to put this in B tier. It's worse steady grip, but it's steady grip that's active without bracing. So I guess it's moderately okay. Bros, I'm running out of things to say for this class. Hail of Fire, 30% rending to your ranged attacks while Point Blank Barrage is active. This is okay. This is not bad. 30% rending is enough to be noticeable, and the weapons that this applies to genuinely appreciate the rending. So I think this goes by about Malefic Momentum and Smite. Yeah, I think this is nice and snug right around there. Yeah, okay. I would agree with that. Light 'em up. Ranged attacks apply 2 stacks of burn while Point Blank Barrage is active. Light 'em up is actually pretty good. This basically keeps whatever you're shooting at burn cap. And burn cap with 30% rending is nice. So if I consider, this would go right next to this. But if I don't consider this as part of this, then this goes like down here. But realistically, you're never using this without this. So we're just going to keep them next to each other. Because honestly, they're about as good as one another. So Point Blank Barrage fucking sucks, but it has pretty good modifiers. But man, the issue is just Point Blank Barrage is terrible. Gunlugger Ogren is garbage. And the reason why Gunlugger Ogren is super garbage is because it takes so much ammo to do what a veteran with a plasma gun does for taking up no ammo. So it's really hard to justify playing this because it's just kind of worse. Again, this leads back into the issue that Ogren always suffers from, is that he's just worse than everyone at everything all of the time. Like, why play Point Blank Barrage when you could play Focus Target with, like, a Columnus? Like, the only thing Gunlugger can do is good boss damage. But then you look at a Zealot with a Thunderhammer who almost one-shots a boss, and it makes you go, like, why even bother? Fuck my stupid Ogren life, you know? Fuck my stupid Chud Ogren life. What comes next? Ah, yes, the biggest noob trap node in the game, Crunch. 40% damage bonus and 40% impact bonus to your fully charged melee attack. Thrust is how much again? Hold on. How much is thrust? Could you please remind me? How much is thrust again? Thrust is 20% strength that stacks 3 times at a full melee. So thrust is 60% strength, not just damage, strength, which is better than damage. So crunch is like thrust if thrust wasn't that good. Because oftentimes the 20% from one stack of thrust is enough. But I want to point this out. I'm like 90% positive you can one-shot crushers with the pickaxe without crunch. Which just makes crunch pointless. Because you just take thrust and then you don't need this. Like thrust, you already one-shot everything with thrust. And thrust is just this but better. So this is just, you know how I like to say that this is like adding a tier 1 blessing to your weapon. This is like tier 1 thrust almost. So yeah, this is on par with a tier 1 blessing. Usually something that's on par with a tier 4 blessing is about S tier. But how is something that's on par with a tier 1 blessing? It's kind of D tier. Right? It's kind of D tier because at least it does something. Now, I'd say it's better than Fire Team. Yeah, it's just you never take it. It's a noob trap. Like, it's not terrible if you're gonna use it. The issue is, if you're gonna play Ogren seriously, you're using the pickaxe. And that's the end of the discussion. If you're using the pickaxe, you're using thrust. And that's the end of the discussion. Well, a pickaxe with thrust can already one-tap a crusher. So why take, mini thrust? And if you're not using the pickaxe, stop. Because it's just so much better than everything else. And I think for casuals, this shit is going into F tier because it is a noob trap. It is actively a detriment to take crunch and try to use it. You are better off just picking thrust and only taking like 1 or 2 stacks of it and just letting go of your heavy whenever. Batter. Inflict 4 stacks of bleed on heavy melee hit. This is good. But it's only good because of synergy, so I think I have to give it B tier, no? 4 stacks of bleed on heavy melee hit. Now, this is on par with Lacerate. And Lacerate's okay. Here, we'll give it top of B tier. Now, because of the synergy, it's better than Brain Burst. Better than Bubble? Better than Trample? Because you do a lot more heavy attacks. Nah, this is actually pretty good. Is it better than Field Improv? No. No, it's not. It's only 4 stacks of bleed. For casuals, though, I think this is like S tier. I think this is fucking crazy good. I think it's like the lowest end of S tier, but it's just adding another blessing to your weapon. That's pretty good. And it has that crazy synergy, which we're going to talk about. Maybe it should be S tier here as well. What comes next? What? Okay, wait. Oh, this should be next. Hard Knocks. 1% damage to your next heavy melee attack on enemy stagger. Stacks 25 times, lasts 10 seconds. The larger the enemy, the more stacks earned. This sounds good if you don't actually test it. But it's like kind of impossible to get 25 stacks unless you're just like sitting there staggering enemies with push attacks over and over and over again. Because you only build it like 1 stack at a time. I've had a lot of people tell me that this node is a gigantic noob trap, and if you actually test it in the Cycadium, it is borderline useless. But honestly, that's not what I care about. What I care about is the fact that Stay Close is a terrible aura, and you have to waste 1, 2, 3 points to take this. So you're giving up 10% of your build just to take this. Then you consider, I'm going to be honest with you, an Ogren build that doesn't waste 10% of their build to take Hard Knocks is going to be better than any build that waste 10% of their build to take Hard Knocks. So for that reason, Hard Knocks is getting like a low D tier. And it's multifaceted. It's the fact that its placement is fucking terrible, and it's kind of a trap. It's not like, at least from what I've been told, it's not like you push attack a horde and you just get 25% damage on your next attack, which even then, it still wouldn't be that good. Like, I would give it like a C tier maybe, or maybe top of D tier. The problem is the placement, man. Think about this. You're already spending boom, 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 I want you in my room. There's 10% spent on tax. Then you go boom, bang, bim, bop, bizzle, bam, boop. Or no, I'm sorry. You go boom, bang, bimble, bop. Yeah. And then you take this. 1 point you don't want to spend. You get this point you don't want to spend. And I guess this point. So you're spending almost 20% of your talents, on your entire talents, on useless fucking garbage that you don't want, if you include Hard Knocks. If you include Soften 'em Up and Hard Knocks, you're now spending like 23% of your build on absolute trash that you don't want. It's over. The West has fallen. Okay, It's my little dark age. We're talking about Ogren. Big Boom increases explosion radius by 27%. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, Chief. This is nice. Like, it's okay, but it is in such a fucking trash place on the skill tree. I know you can use this with like shock malls, and it's actually kind of cool. And you can use this with the frag bomb, and you can use this with the one kickback alternative that's the grenade launcher. Like, this node isn't bad, but by God, King, is it in the worst fucking place imaginable on a skill tree. Because of how bad the placement of this node is, I'm going to put it right next. I'm going to put it at I'm going to put it at the low end of C tier, because it has a use. It has a use. Just, if you're going to use this node, you have already resigned yourself to, I am going to play a mediocre build that I enjoy. And honestly, I respect you if that's what you're doing, but would you rather reload the plasma gun 25% faster? Or would you rather give the whole team 5% crit chance? Or would you rather generate 20% less peril with a Scryer's Gaze boosted trauma staff or whatever? All of that is a million times better than my shock mall now bigger boom. Ammo stash increases your ammo reserve by 25%. So this is good. The problem though be it, this is only usable if you're gonna play Gunlugger Ogren and you're gonna be using the Twin Link Stubber. Problem, that build is fucking garbage. It is terrible. It sucks at everything that isn't boss damage. It's great at boss damage. It's like S tier boss damage. But outside of that, it is like B tier or lower for literally everything else. So Ammo Stash's effect is like S tier. The problem is, see, Veteran has this same node and it's godlike. Thing is, though, it's right in the main path of all the nodes you want to take as Veteran. So every build includes it, even if they didn't want it. This is how far out of your way? You know, you're taking, like, you can't take, you have to take Point Blank Barrage. You have to use the Twin Link Stubber. This ultimate isn't as good as this ultimate, and the Twin Link Stubber isn't as good as the kickback. And then, you know, this is a waste of points. This is a waste of points. And it's just, and then this is fucking terrible. So this is like adding another 2 or 3 tax nodes to your build. Man, get in fucking C tier. You're literally next to Big Boom. You and Big Boom are the same. Squidward, we're like brothers, only closer. Like, it's a good node, but if it was placed anywhere else on the tree, you would make a detour and grab it. The problem is, like, you can't have this in Indomitable. And every fucking build wants Indomitable. This is usable on one build, and that one build is mediocre. That's just such a fucking consistent problem with Ogren. Bone Breaker's Aura. 10% heavy melee attack damage for you and allies in coherency. This is okay. In fact, this is going right next to Focus Target. Or the damage boost from Focus Target. Because, I mean, it's basically just that. Actually, no, it's worse than that. Because 1, it's less damage. 2, it only applies to heavy attacks. And 3, it's only when you're in coherency. I think I just talked myself into putting this in B tier. It's less damage than Focus Target. It's only for 1 attack and not all of your damage, unlike Focus Target. And it's only when teammates are standing right now. It's so fucking over. It's never been more over. It's so over, bros. It's so fucking over. It's so goddamn over. Stay close. Plus 25% toughness replenishment for you and allies in coherency. Again, this is not toughness replenishment like replenish 20% toughness after hitting an enemy. No. This is not replenishment like on Veteran where it makes, or I'm sorry, like on Psyker where it makes you get that much percent more toughness back from your nodes that give you toughness. No, this is 25% toughness, coherency, regeneration speed. Bitch, I live in a fucking trash can. I just... Truly, fat sharks are the king of game design. 20% damage against suppressed enemies for you and allies in coherency. Just get in the list. All right, so why is this not good? So this sounds good. The problem is most everything dies before it gets suppressed. Only ranged enemies can be suppressed, and you don't really need 20% damage against ranged suppressed enemies. Because 1, if they're suppressed, they're already getting shot at, which means they're already taking damage. 2, if they're already taking damage, they aren't going to have enough health left to that you care that the next hit. The fact that you need to already have sort of damaged them to suppress them kind of kills this node. And like the only person who really gains anything from this is the Veteran. And it's like, is the Veteran, like if they're using the plasma gun, do they even give a fuck? I don't think this helps the plasma gun reach any breakpoints. I don't think this helps the Columnus reach any breakpoints. Just get in F tier. Just get in F tier. Just get the hell in F tier. Get away from me. Okay, what comes next? Too Stubborn to Die. 100% toughness replenishment while below 33% health. I'm pretty sure this is actually just toughness restore and it says replenishment again. But even if this doubles your toughness regeneration speed while below 33% health, who gives a fuck? And if it just gives you a full bar of toughness back, also who gives a fuck? Like, it's mildly useful, so I'm going to put it in D tier. But, like... You're never taking this over Delight and Destruction. Ever. Never, ever, ever, ever would you do that. Nuh-uh. Never, bro. No build should ever have this. Because no matter what it does for its effect, they're both D-tier bad effects. Delight and Destruction. 8% damage resistance per bleeding enemy and melee rage. Stacks 6 times. Oh my god, we finally achieved something that was broken. This is just... Let me just bask for a second in the glorious, the incandescence of this node. This is basically permanently active 48% damage reduction. This goes right next to Enduring Faith, because this is basically just Enduring Faith for Ogren. This is, I'm going to say without a doubt, Ogren's best skill. This is truly the absolute cinema of Ogren game design right here. And I hate to say this. Actually, no, this is better than, because this is only toughness. This is just full damage reduction. even for the health. So honestly, this kind of gets into the exclusive upper echelon tier of like, no, this is completely broken. 80%, or I'm sorry, 46%, or no, I'm sorry, 48. 48% damage resistance for your health and for your toughness. As long as you're fighting things, which, let's be honest, you always are fighting things, is crazy. This makes Ogren go from like 300 health to almost 600 health. Like, this is the effective damage that an Ogren has to take. This basically, like, doubles Ogren's effective damage that he has to take to actually go down. This single node is the reason why four-man Ogren teams have the highest Auric win rate. Because you can take a literal dumb fuck animal, put him on Ogren, give him batter, give him delight and destruction, and tell them just hold W, don't stop attacking, and don't even worry about anything else, and put 3 fucking health curios on them, and they're probably going to win 90% of every mission. There is no thinking, there is no nothing. For casuals, this shit is honestly about as broken as Smite. This basically makes Ogren the brain off. This is like the girlfriend class now. Because your girlfriend who sucks at video games, you just throw her on the Ogren, tell her to take this node, tell her to take the pickaxe, and tell her to not stop heavy attacking, and she's probably gonna get to play the game and never have to be revived. Attention Seeker. Blocking or pushing enemies taunts them for 8 seconds. And no, despite what a lot of people think and told me on stream, we tested this, blocking bullets with the shield does not proc this, which is the only possible use this could have. Why are we like this? Pain without love. Pain. I can't get enough. That's basically what playing Ogren is like. Get out of my face immediately. Get stuck in. On activating Indomitable, you and allies Incoherency gain 20% movement speed and are also immune to stuns and suppression for 4 seconds. Yeah, right. I'm going to be honest with you guys. So you activate Indomitable, this procs. By the time Indomitable ends, you get like 2 seconds of get stuck in. You get a solid 2 seconds of 20% movement speed. It's good. But this is probably the worst movement speed talent in the entire game. Because you activate Indomitable, you pop it, and then you sprint forward. And then let's say you immediately end Indomitable. You get 2, maybe 3 seconds of use out of this. This is kind of mandatory. You kind of have to take this. But you're not taking it because it's good. You're taking it because if you don't take it, Ogren is so slow, you basically never get to actually contribute to a fight. Because your entire team gets there and kills most things as you show up. This is probably the worst staple skill in all of Darktide. This is the worst skill that you kind of have to take. It's good for taunt. It's okay for... No, it's not good at all for the Gunlugger. And for Indomitable, it's just the awkwardness of pressing charge and ending charge and the timer's ticking down while you can't move and all those animations are happening. That is the one thing holding this back. Can we just make Get Stuck In last for 10 seconds? Please? Pretty please? Then it would be like up here. Dude, I think for casuals, this is low D tier. Because, like, brother, they aren't even going to recognize it's active. Pacemaker. I just had like a full autism moment. I was trying so hard to say Peacemaker and not make a John Cena joke and laugh. Pacemaker. Hitting 5 or more enemies with a single attack grants 25% reload speed for 5 seconds. Who the fuck told you? Who the fuck? Does he look like a bitch? Who Who cares? No, actually, who cares? This is okay on the kickback. This is okay on the kickback. But outside of the kickback, this is basically fucking unusable. Who cares? Twin Link Stubber takes forever to run out of ammo and you actually reload. Also, why is this only for 5 seconds? This should, you know what this should be? This should be a stacking buff, where hitting 5 or more enemies with a single attack grants 25% reload speed, stacks 5 times, and it doesn't go away until you cash it in and actually reload. That's what this should be. As it is right now, who cares? Where? It's going right next to the veteran version of this same thing. Where is it? Where did I put it? All right, there you go. Unstoppable momentum. 20% movement speed for 2 seconds on ranged kill. Oh my fucking god, why? You want to have this. You pull out the kickback, you shoot the enemy, and then you run away. But like, guys, it's 2 fucking seconds. This is the exact... No, just get next to your brother and try not to cause trouble. Capiche? 2 seconds is just nothing. Holy fuck, dude. I think Ogren... Bro, there's gonna be more Ogren talents in, like, D tier than, like, half the classes combined. That's crazy. No stopping me. Become uninterruptible while charging heavy melee attacks. Just get an F tier. So why... This skill, you actually see a lot of people take it. This makes it so that if you get attacked by an enemy while charging your heavy, it doesn't stop the heavy. Like, it doesn't make you lose your charge. The problem with that is if that is happening often enough, you just are not that good. I'm going to be real with you, Chief. For a tryhard, there is no reason to ever take this. Because, like, just don't get hit while charging your attacks. Because if you're taking 1 hit while charging your melees, you're going to take a bunch of hits. And you can't just shrug off a bunch of hits without it chipping away at your health. How about you just take 1 step back before charging so you don't take those hits and you save yourself 2 skill points? Because remember, the only way to take this is to take 2 stubborn to die, which basically does nothing. And if you're in a situation where you're just taking this so that 1 single piss pack rat doesn't interrupt you, then honestly, dude, like, that's just a minor annoyance. But that doesn't actually make your build better. Like, that doesn't allow you to do anything. Like, yeah, it sucks when that happens, but, like, okay, stop getting hit so much. Like, I don't know what else you want me to say. For casuals, though, this shit is really good. This is, like, A tier. This no stopping me enables you to always land hits for batter, which enables you to always have delight and destruction up. So this is gonna be, like, high up for A tier. This is one of those nodes where it is just strictly the better you get at the game, the worse it becomes. I just think it's kind of an extreme example of that. Dominate. Plus 10% rending for 10 seconds on elite kill. Where is rending strikes? Yoo-hoo! Rending strikes, my beloved. Where are you? My beloved, where are you? This is just rending strikes with a timer and a condition to activate it. Get in the fucking trash can. Payback time. 20% damage for 5 seconds after being hit by a melee attack. 1, 5 seconds is nothing. It's garbage. Who cares? 2, why are you getting hit? The goal is to take as little damage as possible. So, like, you can't just tactically get hit because 5 seconds isn't a long enough window. You'd have to be, like, lining it up. Okay. To make this node work, I just want to point this out. You have to waste 1 skill point right here. Then you have to take 2 skill points. You have to take these. You have to take this to get this. You have to take this to get this. And you have to take this so that you can continue attacking while getting hit to proc this. Okay, so hold on. How many tax nodes are we at again? One, two, one, two, three, 4, 5, 6 tax nodes. Potentially 7 if you're taking not rock. It is possible for like 33% of your Ogren build to be nothing but useless tax nodes that you don't want to take. So for that reason, the fact that getting hit will interrupt you, or you can spend 3 skill points to make that not the case, which is 10% of your build. This is not worth 10% of your build. This is getting F or D tier. I'll say D tier because it can at least actually do something. It's got a synergy, even if I think it's the most retarded thing on planet Earth. Bruiser. 4% combat ability cooldown reduction when you or an ally in coherency kill an elite enemy. This is Psychonetics Aura that instead of giving it to your whole team, like Psychonetics Aura, which is what makes it broken, it only gives it to yourself. And then you consider that the only thing you're getting from this is charge. And charge's benefits, the biggest benefit of charge is the toughness restore, which, okay, that's nice, and the bleed, but you get more bleed from batter anyways. Somehow you made Psychonetics Aura not good. This is the closest thing to an S tier node that's not actually an S tier node. Because one, you have to take Get Stuck In, which is whatever. It's okay. It's not good. It's not bad. But the problem is, Ogren just doesn't really have an ultimate that you kind of just want to spam on cooldown every single time the cooldown is glowing. I can't, it's crazy. It's actually crazy. Okay, what comes next? Reload and ready. 15% range damage for 8 seconds on reload. Okay, this is good, actually, for the kickback. This is really good. Problem, one, why is it timed? This means that unless you're just going to... this is only usable on the kickback. And this is only usable if you plan on shooting the kickback over and over and over and over and over again. Because if you shoot, reload, then swap your weapon to do anything else, this timer goes away. Which means, unless you're going to shoot like 2 or 3 kickback shots in a row, which literally, when the fuck do you ever do that? Spoilers, if you're good at the game and you watch good players, you'll notice you never do that. And then you consider that you have to take Pacemaker to get this. Just get an F tier. Let's just get an F tier. It's absolutely crazy to me that it's crazy. If this was just 15% range damage on reload, then like it would be fine. Hell, even if it was just for like 20 seconds, it would be fine. But 8 seconds, the fact that Ogren has seemingly 2 types of guns. It has guns that reload a lot and do a lot of damage, and guns that don't reload a lot but shoot a lot. So they're trying to balance the gun nodes on Ogren. They're trying to make one line on the skill tree cover 2 playstyles. That's the problem with these nodes. Because, so they're trying to please everyone, but in the end, they're just making garbage that isn't good for anyone. Because this is okay for the Twin Link Stubber, but you spend a lot more than 8 seconds shooting that thing, which means this is only active for like what, like 30-something% of your magazine? That's fine. But then you consider that build isn't good, and that weapon isn't that great, and like it's usable. Then you consider the gun you actually want to use this with, the kickback, because that gun reloads a lot, but you're never just repeatedly spam firing it. So it's not active for most of the magazine on the stubber, and it's not active for most of your attacks on the kickback. If you want this to work with the kickback, it needs to be 20 seconds. But then if it's 20 seconds, it's active for the entire magazine of the stubber, which is crazy. So you see the problem here? Ogren has 2 types of guns that worked in 2 completely different ways, and they're trying to make nodes that are good for both of them without being overpowered for one of them. And they're trying to do that with just one row of talents. Ogryn is just an unfocused mess. That's the problem. Massacre. Killing an enemy grants 1% critical chance for 10 seconds, stacks 8 times. I mean, this is okay. 10% critical chance is good. Like, it's a lot. Problem is, it's just in such a bad spot on the skill tree. You never want to be over here. Like, I'm going to throw it in B tier, and God will sort him out later. Because 10% critical chance is good. Well, actually, no, it's not fucking good because Ogryn doesn't benefit from crits. Oh, sorry. I'm getting way ahead of myself. Never mind. This is actually D tier trash because I just remembered Ogryn basically doesn't crit and has the smallest crit modifiers in the entire game. So he barely ever crits. He's like 1% innate crit chance. And when he does crit, it's only adding like 20% more fucking damage or something. Whereas everyone else, it's like 4 times damage. Sorry, I forgot I was talking about a class that's non-functional and has special restrictions against it. No, on any other class, Massacre would be like an S tier node. But on Ogryn, it somehow manages to be terrible. Implacable. 15% damage reduction while charging melee attacks. So if you don't take No Stopping Me, then this is an F tier do nothing node. And if you take No Stopping Me, it's a D tier do nothing node. Because you really shouldn't be taking that much damage while you're charging melee attacks in the first place. So again, this is another mandatory fucking tax node. Get into F tier. This is just another node that you're like borderline forced to take just to get to the thing you actually want. No pushover. Your push is a 250% stagger. Can only trigger once every 8 seconds. This is narrowly escaping F tier and getting into D tier because it has some use. Like, it can push open a bulwark shield, but again, the only weapon worth using on Ogryn can just attack over bulwarks, so why bother? And it's in a terrible spot. It's right above Feel No Pain and right below the Bruiser. So, like, it's not in a... you're not in a good position. You don't hold any cards. You're not in a good position right now. You don't have the cards. This thing fucking sucks. Won't give in. 20% damage reduction for each knocked down or incapacitated ally within 20 meters. Okay, so this is... it's all shit. Why is it all terrible? Okay, so let's say you have 2 allies going at 20 meters isn't really as big as you think it is. That's about the distance between where you spawn in the Psychanium and where enemies are standing. Little bit, it's a little bit more than that, but still. So if there's like an entire horde of enemies with armor between you and your downed ally, you're probably not within range to get this. Second off, even if you are within range to get this, 20% is it's so-so. It's not bad. But like, okay, you know, it's just okay. This doesn't help you get them up. Movement speed would help you get them up. Attack speed would help you get them up so you can clear enemies out to actually get the revive off. Like, this we're going to put it in like the top of D tier, but this is heavily subject to change. Mobile and placement. You take 20% reduced damage while bracing a ranged weapon. Do they expect you to just stand there and brace your gun like in the middle of fire or something? On Havoc 40, if you're taking damage while bracing, you're just gonna die within the next second or two. You know? So it's just... ugh. Dude, fuck, man. This is terrible. 20% reduced damage while bracing. 20% isn't that much. And like, the only thing this is really good for is if you're getting shot, which it's okay. Okay, because it's decent if you're getting shot at, which you will be with this build. We'll give it like low C tier. All right. Now let's talk about the keystones. All right, it's keystone time. So I talk about this, organize everything, and then that's it. This has been quite the project. Heavy hitter, 5% damage for 7.5 seconds on heavy attack hits, stacks 5 times. This is the only not terrible Ogren Keystone. And it's actually pretty good. It's straight up S tier. Like, I think it goes up here with the other Keystones. It's 5% damage, not melee damage, so this works for your gun, which is a huge part of why this is so good. And you're basically always able to keep this up in fights. It has like 100% uptime. It's the only Ogren Keystone worth considering. Just getting started is the 10% attack speed node, which goes next to the other 10% attack speed nodes. Thing is, though, you have to have heavy hitter at 5 stacks, which is kind of weird. So this is definitely the worst of the attack speed nodes, because it's actually possible to lose this, and you just don't have it when you're starting a fight, which sucks. Unstoppable, while heavy hitter is at 5 stacks, toughness replenishment for melee kills is increased by 100%. This is kind of B tier. This is not good. Zealot has a better version of this, or I'm sorry, Zealot has a worse version of this. Blood Redemption, 50% toughness on melee kill. So this is just that, but better. So this is kind of top of B tier-ish. And lastly, Brutish Momentum. Heavy hitter duration is refreshed by light attacks. This is terrible, and no one ever takes this because why would you? Ogren's heavy and lights are so similar in timing, and the heavies are just better at virtually everything. This is just kind of a waste of a skill point. And I think for tryhards, everything is basically the exact same rating on all this stuff, honestly. Here, I'm going to make my life easier. I'm going to put this stuff down here and then organize it when we're done. All right. Feel No Pain. This is a keystone that I get to pat myself. I get to stroke myself a little bit here. All you fucking Ogren players that told me Feel No Pain is good, actually, then Havoc came out and it's borderline garbage. Like, you guys all had the chance to put your money where your mouth is and prove me wrong. And then I ended up getting proven right by none of you even completing Havoc 40 within like the first few days with Feel No Pain Ogren setups. So, you know. Meanwhile, me and my methods were the first people to do it, and all the toonking Ogren players took way longer. But somehow they will still insist they're right. Ego is definitely a crazy thing. Anyway, you are blessed with 10 stacks of Feel No Pain. Each stack grants 2.5% toughness replenishment, there's that word again, and 2.5% damage reduction. Taking damage removes 1 stack. Stacks are restored every 3 seconds. So the 25% toughness replenishment could take it or leave it. It doesn't really matter. If you're taking this, you're taking it for the 25% damage reduction. But, man, this sucks. When you consider that Zealot gets 50% damage reduction just for existing, and Ogren gets 48% for the bleed stacks, and fucking the point is, so for one, this is damage reduction, so it's better than toughness damage reduction, but not by a whole lot because it's only 25%. So honestly, this keystone would have been so much better if it was just like 50% toughness damage reduction at 10 stacks. This keystone is terrible and does absolutely nothing to help you win. This just lets you take more damage. But something I just want to establish right away, tanking is not a playstyle. Getting hit is not a good thing. The more skilled you are, the less you get hit by everything in general. The less you get hit, the less you need Feel No Pain. Even in Havoc 40, Feel No Pain is pretty fucking terrible. The only reason people use it is for the simple fact that unless you have teammates that can supplement you and, you know, basically make gunners not a problem, book zealots, bubble psychers, etc., then Ogren gets so badly pinned down by gunners because of his lack of mobility that he kind of has to take Feel No Pain to not get shredded by them. But if you do have like 2 book zealots or a shield psyker, there's no reason to take Feel No Pain. Every single thing Feel No Pain does for you, you can get by just playing better. That is just the objective truth of the matter. Like, I'm sorry, there's just no way around it. There's just no way around it. For that reason, Feel No Pain is one of the worst keystones in the entire game. I can't give it F tier because it actually does stuff, but like, it's gonna be at the very low end of D tier. When Feel No Pain reaches 0 stacks, you push back enemies, replenish 20% toughness on a 30-second cooldown. If Feel No Pain ever reaches 0 stacks, brother, if Feel No Pain ever reaches 0 stacks, then straight up, Tanner Lindbergh, manifests in your house like this. If you ever reach 0 stacks of Feel No Pain, your fucking closet door opens up behind you, and Tanner Lindbergh himself in a suit shows up like this. I just feel the need to make this joke because, dude, how the fuck is it possible to take damage? The stacks come back every 3 seconds. You have to take 10 ticks of damage within like a 10-second window to lose all of these fucking stacks. I can't even conceive of a way you could lose these stacks. And then, when you lose the stacks, you only get 20% toughness back, and this isn't even as good as base shout. Bro. And why is this on a cooldown? Like, what the fuck? This is terrible. This is one of the worst keystone modifiers in the entire game. It's gotta be. It's gotta be Kane. Strongest. Pushing enemies restores 1 stack of Feel No Pain. Just get down there. Just get in line. I don't even know why this is a thing. It comes back every 3 seconds. How? Okay, this is how I know Feel No Pain was not designed with even like high stig in mind. How fucking much do they expect you to just face tank? Genuinely. Face tanking isn't even a playstyle, and nor is it something you should even try to be doing. People say the dueling sword is a crutch. No, dude, shit like Feel No Pain and fucking, what's it called? Feel No Pain and Delight in Destruction. These are the actual crutches, dude. And the final one is Toughest. Feel No Pain grants 2.5% toughness replenishment per stack. Toughness, coherency, regen speed. Just get in line. Now, if you are a crappy player, Feel No Pain is like A tier. It becomes much better the worse you are because the more damage you take. However, every single one of these modifiers is terrible. Feel No Pain is just a spend 1 skill point to get 25% damage reduction. That's basically all it is. Heavy Hitter is spend 2 skill points for 10% attack speed and 25% damage for everything. How the fuck can you ever try to say that that is worse than 25% damage reduction? Like, it's absurd. And now, for the worst keystone in all of Darktide, I am going to read this out. And I want you to try and not burst down laughing. I am going to attempt to get through this. But I firmly believe that this is the single worst thing in Darktide. I saved the worst for last. The worst of the worst. Burst. Let me put on a voice for this. Hold on. Burst Limiter Override. 8% chance of triggering Lucky Bullet and not consuming ammo when making ranged attacks. 8% chance that when you shoot, it doesn't take ammo. Outside of sitting here for 20 minutes, going over, like, pulling out the clipboard, putting on the fucking maid outfit and pulling out the clipboard and turning on my camera and, like, mathing out on a fucking whiteboard how awful this actually is, it is hard to put into perspective how irrelevant this is. Dedicated gunlugger builds wouldn't take this if it didn't have maximum firepower attached to it. That's literally the only reason you would use this. But 8% chance. This means you need to, on average, shoot about 12 times to get 1 bullet for free. The twin link heavy stubber has like a 120 bullet magazine. On average, every single time you mag dump, mind you, you only have like 6 magazines with that weapon. This will save you about 12 bullets. Just statistically. You're saving like 12 to like 15 bullets. You have like 6 magazines. You are saving about 70 bullets. Not even a whole magazine with this keystone. Assuming you mag dump everything all the time. You never stop firing. This is the single least impactful keystone in all of Darktide. This could be a node. This could be a non-keystone normal node at the top of the skill tree. So every single build could take it for 1 point. And there is not a single build that would willingly spend a skill point on this. In the entire game, you would never see a Gunpsyker take this. You would never see a Lasgun veteran take this. You would never see a Zealot take this. You would never see any build ever take this node. Even if it was borderline free. Like, if it was right at the top of the skill tree. You would never see a single class or weapon willingly take this node. Ever. If that's all this was. This is literally Vanta Black Brimstone. This is as bad as a keystone could ever get. I have no idea how Fat Shark thought this would be okay as a keystone. This shit needs to be like a 20% chance to be worth it as a keystone. Maximum firepower. 200% ability cooldown reduction for 2 seconds when Lucky Bullet triggers. Some people might be expecting me to put this up in S tier, but I'm not. Lucky Bullet triggers so infrequently, even with the Twin Link Stubber. And Point Blank Barrage's cooldown is so massive, clocking it at like a minute and a half at 80 seconds, almost a minute and a half, that getting 2 seconds of fucking, what's it called? 2 seconds of, I'm really trying to remember the name. Invocation of Death on Zealot. 2 seconds of the Invocation of Death effect that gets triggered once every like 10 seconds. Whereas Invocation of Death is triggered every second. This is Invocation of Death if Invocation of Death wasn't good. Or rather, just was super nerfed. This is B tier. And honestly, you can suck it. The build that this is associated with fucking sucks. The keystone this is associated with is arguably the worst keystone in all of Darktide. And the actual effect only lasts for 2 seconds when it takes you way longer than 2 seconds of straight shooting to proc this once. Dude, Lucky Bullet doesn't even make the fucking triggered attack a crit without a modifier. Speaking of, good shooting. The shot that triggers Lucky Bullet is a guaranteed critical if it hits. This is insulting. This is actually literally insulting. 8% chance to crit on a class that has virtually no crit bonuses. So even if it crits, you literally don't care. Get in F tier. You genuinely don't care if the attack crits because it makes borderline no difference in the damage. And, like, this should just be a part of the fucking keystone. More burst limiter overrides. Your chance of triggering Lucky Bullet is increased to 12%. This is borderline mandatory if you're going to take burst limiter override. But all it does is add 4%. This makes the keystone 50% more active. So now you get like 85 or like 90 bullets back for mag dumping all 6 of your magazines with the stubber. Okay. You know, it's like 12% is still borderline fucking nothing. Unusable with everything other than the Twin Link Stubber. The problem here, the biggest problem, is that the Twin Link Stubber isn't that good. It's just not that good. I would rather have the Columnus over the Twin Link Stubber. Straight up. Straight up. I think the Columnus does the Stubber's job, but better. And the craziest thing is all of Veteran's keystones and nodes. Here's the thing that's crazy, right? They say Veteran is the gun class, yeah? But Veteran has like 0 nodes in the entire game that only affect guns. All of his damage nodes, or just utility nodes, affect both his guns and his melee. Oghren has all of these nodes that only affect his guns and are only possible to really use with a single gun. Which I would be insulted, right? If I was an Oghren game designer, if I had to design Oghren weapons, I would be straight up pissed off. I'd be like, dude, why does all of his nodes on the skill tree, they're basically only good for this one stubber gun? What the fuck was the point of making the grenade gauntlet? Genuinely, what the fuck was the point? You can't make the grenade gauntlet work with like literally any of this shit. It's so clearly designed around only working with this one weapon. And that one weapon just is, it's like a B tier gun. Like, it's whatever. It's not good, but it's not bad either. More burst limiters are going down here. And I think for casuals, I think it's the same thing. No, if anything, I think this is like D or C tier. Because casuals will not pop their ultimate on cooldown. They'll hold on to it, which makes this do literally nothing. Okay, let's see. What's next? Oh, the answer is nothing. Okay. So now, what we're going to do is we're going to go through and organize everything. We're going to organize everything. Most of it's already organized. So this should maybe take, what, 20 minutes tops? Stealth, easily the most broken thing in darktide. This is the only thing in this entire game where, not even this game, in the history of Fat Shark as a studio, where if you post a run and you say, guys, look at how good I am, look, I did this like true solo, and you're using this, half of the community will like vilify you and say the run doesn't count. Dude, even Shade and Vermintide 2 never ran into that problem. That should speak volumes to just how absurdly busted Shroudfield is in Darktide. Gold toughness on Shout, I definitely agree with this. Because it's so spammable, and it fundamentally alters so many of the game's mechanics. Psycho Aura, yep. Yeah. Invocation, yep. Okay. Yep. And then these are the nodes that don't fundamentally break a game mechanic, so to speak. They're just so powerful you would never take a build without them. Empathetic, yep. This, yeah. Movement speed, yeah. No, I think this, honestly, I think Enduring Faith should be up here. I think it deserves this spot. 50% damage reduction that has 100% uptime is fucking ludicrous. Movement speed. Movement speed is always going to be better than flat toughness, yeah. I think the grenade generation nodes are better than these toughness nodes. Until Death straight up breaks the death mechanic. Shredders. I don't know if shredders are broken, honestly. I don't think they constitute being broken. I think they're more just really fucking strong. Okay. Duelist is also just really strong. It's not really broken. This node is nuts. The 30% crit chance from this shit, this is retarded. This is straight fucking retarded. Cooldown. Okay, I would generally agree with this. Alright, I can already tell you Scryer's Gaze is not the best thing in the game that isn't broken. That's probably the dash. And then Base Shout. And then Scryer's Gaze. Martyrdom. Okay. Now, I think the attack speed is better than this extra stacks. Okay. Okay. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Let him cook. Let him cook. This is good. This is good. Mm, okay. Reciprocity. Yeah, I think that's better than weapon specialist. Okay. This is the thingamajigger. Oh yeah, let me call my random shit lost in the woods guy. Let me get my doohickey guy on this one. I'm trying to remember the name of this. I feel like I should. Oh, this is precog. Yeah, precog. Precog is good. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Oh, tranquility through slaughter? Yeah, honestly, I think that's better than benediction. It like triples the duration of Scryer's gaze, which is absurd. Benediction, Seer's presence. Seer's presence might be rated a little bit too highly here. Extra ammo. Mm, I don't think the extra ammo's better than the keystone stuff. No way. No way. Veteran was the first class I did, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's stuff that it needs to be rated against. Desperado. Desperado versus Stalwart. No, Stalwart is definitely way better than Desperado. Um, Heavy Hitter is arguably better than the damage reduction from Marty Dom, which would make it better than Stalwart. Yeah, I would generally agree with that. I don't think Seer's Presence should be this high. I think Seer's Presence should be like low S tier. Uh, okay. 10% crit chance. Yep, I agree with that. What is this guy on fire node? I'm forgetting the name of this. Dude, I literally just did this. My brain is fucking fried. What node is guy on fire? Oh, this is Soul Drinker. Yeah, because Soul Drinker is... This is like 10% crit chance. This is 5% crit chance and crazy toughness restore. This is better than these two. Um... Is 15% warp damage better than 25% close damage? Bolter, Flamer. Nah, I think these two are about tied. And then this is... Yeah, this is Empyrean. No, I think Empyrean is better than both of these. Because it's just more damage. This is 20% flat damage for like everything based on peril. Yeah, these are all kind of about the same. Okay, I agree with all this so far. This is going down here. I'm opening up 2 more links so I can have Veteran and Ogren open at the same time while I do this. This is a Veteran node. This is Onslaught. Yeah, Onslaught is crazy good. Honestly, I feel like Onslaught should probably be higher, if anything. These are the 4 attack speed nodes. Venting Shriek. Okay, what is this node again? This is a veteran node, I think. No, this is a zealot node, isn't it? Fuck. Yes, this is sustained assault. Sustained assault is just like basically permanent 20% melee damage. And this is channeled force. No, sustained assault's better than channeled force. Okay, I kind of agree with this S tier. I think this is Truth Nuke. Okay. This is Bruiser. Better than this. Better than this. I don't think that's better than Book. Smite, yep. Okay. Man, Psycho's got a lot of shit in A tier. Yeah, this looks mostly right. I'd probably put Enfeebled down at the bottom. Holy fuck, I just realized how much stupid work. Does anybody even care if this stuff is lined up left to right? Here, I'm going to give this a cursory glance. I don't want to be here for like an hour and a half doing this. Although that would push the video over 10 hours. Pyrocynical moment. Nah, this is good as is for the most part. And honestly, it's fine that most of the Ogren shit hovers at the bottom. Dude, look at how much Ogren shit is in D and F tier. This is fucking crazy. It's like half of F tier is Ogren. You never realize just how bad the fucking Ogren question is until you actually look at it all laid out like this. Ogren is half garbage, man, dude. Ogren is fucking terrible. All right, I'm going to say this is pretty much the final list for tryhards. And I'm going to say this is pretty much the... Nah, we'll go through and we'll fuck it. What else do we have to do? It's only time. Okay, this is Blazing Piety. Okay. Right. Truth. Okay. Malefic. Yeah. Really, what needs to be moved around most is like veteran and Ogren stuff. So far, pretty much all of this makes sense to me. I would generally say this stuff is all better than the thing before it. Except, honestly, Duck and Dive is getting mega downgraded. Like, I actually think Duck and Dive is kind of C tier. I overrated the synergy way high. I don't think Duck and Dive is an A tier skill. I can't think of any build I've taken recently that makes use of it. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Fine. Good. Great. This skill's alright. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. You know what? I think this is generally okay. I'm a little hesitant on putting this as low as it is, but I just don't think it's all that useful, you know? And you know what? Keep their heads down. I'm downgrading this to B tier because suppression just isn't that useful. Okay. It's definitely better than, like, this. I think it's better than Assail. Momentum. Okay. Right. Hmm. Yeah. I think this is mostly accurate. Twinned Blast. Is Twinned Blast better than Lingering Presence? Yeah. Yeah, it is. One motion, I feel like, needs to go down. It needs to go down, like, here-ish. Same with Competitive Urge. Competitive Urge is not very good. But, like, it is usable, so B tier's fine. Is Tunnel Vision better than this? Fuck no. Tunnel Vision is not better than that. Okay. So far, this is okay. And then C tier. Is there any obvious problems in C tier? Not really. And then all of this shit I don't even care about, honestly. All right, this is the final list for tryhards. Let's go through it. Okay, this is the broken tier. This is the S tier. This is the A tier. This is the B tier. This is the C tier. D tier. And this is the worst. Oh, real quick. I'd have to say that these 3 are the worst 3 skills in Darktide right here. And I'd have to say the bottom 5 has got to be like these 5. It's got to be these 5, dude. These skills are fucking atrocious. And then this is the list for casuals. This is the S tier. This is the A tier. This is the B tier. This is the C tier, D tier, and F tier. All right. I think that about does it. I hope you enjoyed this. I genuinely don't think anyone will have watched this all the way to the end. I wouldn't expect it. This was an interesting little project. Okay. See you later. I consulted with the people. They can't take me off the mic. I consulted with the people. And you know what? There's really only one chance at a 10-hour-long Darktide video that isn't fucking just gameplay clips or multiple unrelated videos tagged together. And this is probably the only chance we're ever going to have at actually rating these skills with the original Ogren skills. I highly doubt anyone else is autistic enough to do this, let alone before the Ogren rework, which means we're probably going to lose a lot of this information to time. So you know what? We're doing it. I'm going to actually fine-tooth comb this shit, and I'm going to look through. All right? We are going to fucking analyze. We're going to put this shit on a goddamn microscopic... What am I even saying, dude? Harvest Delights... Mana Pro chicken treats. Yep. Okay. So, stealth. We all know stealth is broken. We all know gold toughness shout is broken. We all know that psychonetics aura is broken. Can we agree these are the 3 best skills in Darktide? I feel like maybe Invocation of Death above psychonetics aura. Does Ogren... Man, I really don't want to say Ogren has a top 5 skill in Darktide. But, man, 50% flat damage reduction really is just overpowered. So, Invocation of Death is probably better than Psychonetics Aura because of Shroud Field. Yeah, I would agree with that. Because Psychonetics doesn't fundamentally break any one thing. It's just overwhelmingly, dominantly powerful. 50% fucking damage reduction flat. If everyone could take this, everyone would take this. This skill is ridiculous. Dude, this might even be better than Psychonetics Aura, honestly. Fuck, is it better? Is 50%? No. And you know why no? You know why it's not? I actually have a good reason for this. It's only active when enemies are bleeding in your face. If it had an easier activation condition, then I would say yes. This is the 3rd strongest skill in Darktide. But I cannot, in good faith, because there is downtime on it. And then Psychonetics Aura, yeah, okay. We've got our top 5. Who yo 5 greatest goats? Who your 5 greatest goats, huh? Top 5 goats NBA all time right now. Leave it in the comments. Okay. In Fire Reborn really isn't that broken. All it does is break warp charges, and I don't think breaking warp charges is enough to justify being rated this highly. In fact, I don't think this is broken at all. The more I look at this, the more I think this is like S tier. But like a high S tier. Obviously not, you know. We're going to put this like up here. Same with this. I've decided this doesn't break anything. It's just really fucking good. Like around here-ish. The rest of these skills break some kind of basic game mechanic by either giving you too much toughness, this does too much damage, too much stun, too much utility. It stun lock bosses, it stun locks armor packs, it stun locks everything. It can wipe out hordes. It can fucking... You have an unlimited number of them. I also have a bit of a cantankerous statement. I think that the grenade generation talents are better than just about everything else. Mm, maybe not Enduring Faith, though. Maybe not Enduring Faith. That might be a little bit better. Because it's just active for too long. This is definitely better than Survivalist, and Survivalist is definitely better than Enduring Fate. Actually. After it's been nerfed? Nah, man, I think 50% damage reduction in one node is too good. I think it's too good. I think it's better than Survivalist. Okay. Okay. Yep, I agree. The 2 movement speed nodes are better than just Toughness generation. I think Until Death is more broken than Toughness generation because it subverts death. Duelist is just a shit ton of damage. Duelist isn't broken, right? It's just a shit ton of damage. Scourge. Scourge is 30% crit chance. Scourge is too much for one node. It applies bleed on hit. It applies 30% crit chance. No, I think Scourge classifies as broken. It's too much for one skill. This cooldown is broken for Veteran, and never having to reload definitely alters a fundamental game mechanic. All right, I'm a little iffy on Duelist. In fact, I'm going to put Duelist like down in S tier. Yeah. This looks much more correct to me. Okay. Okay. I think I'm locking in this broken tier. I think this is the best of darktide ranked against each other. A lot of veteran skills. Surprisingly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 veteran, 7 veteran skills. 8 veteran skills. Veteran's got a lot of crazy shit. How much is Zealot though? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and how much is Psyker? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Really? Veteran has the most broken shit in the game. Makes sense. Makes sense. He is super solid as a class. All right, now to organize this monstrosity of an S tier. I agree that the best thing in this entire row is the dash. I changed my mind. I think that Scryer's Gaze is better than stock Shout. Shout without gold toughness is only okay. Scryer's Gaze is game-changing. Stock Shout's probably better than Duelist because it knocks everything over and is super spammable. I'd rather have Duelist over Martyrdom. Duelist is definitely better than Martyrdom because Martyrdom is a playstyle. Duelist is just a node that goes along with every playstyle. Every build has Duelist, but not every build has Martyrdom type of thing. Disrupt Destiny is better than the attack speed. Yeah, it just provides so much, including movement speed. Is Infire Reborn... Yeah, I'd rather have 25% attack speed than Infire Reborn on a Psyker build. If I could swap those, I would. Is Infire Reborn better than 80% of the effect of the damage of Destiny? I think it is. Because it just lets you spam Venting Shriek so much harder. We got the 2 stealth skills, which are the Tweedledee and Tweedledum over here. Which is this again? This is a Zealot skill. This is the 1 modifier. Fury Rising. This is basically permanent uptime on one of the best Zealot keystones. Yeah, I think Tweedledee and Tweedledum are better than this, honestly. It's going up against 40% toughness and 20% damage reduction. And doubling the duration of Shroud. Yeah, I think the fucking Mauler twins over here are just going to be better than almost everything. Like, I think I'd rather have them over this, honestly. This is the chorus suppresses enemies. Ooh, watch out. That's a good one. This is the Ogren one. Is this better than the Ogren ability right next to it? Is this better than getting all of your toughness back every time you charge? Yes. Okay, what is this? This looks like Zealot. Second wind. Oh, fuck. Is getting all your toughness back when you charge better than getting 15% toughness on every single dodge? I don't think it is, man. I don't think it is. I really don't think it is, given the context of Zealot dodging being so important to his buffs. I don't think it is. I don't think it's better than a throwing knife. I'd rather have a fucking throwing knife over a toughness restore. Just a one time every 17 seconds, give me all my toughness back. Is it better than the fucking zippity doodah? Is it better than 100% cleave on Psyker? Yes. Okay. Then 100% cleave on Psyker. Is that better than reciprocity? Fuck no. Is that better than weapon specialist? Default weapon specialist? I'd say they're honestly about tied. Okay, what about precognition? 30% finesse damage. Yeah, okay, I would agree with that generally. Tranquility through slaughter. Is that better than benediction? 15%, no, 15% toughness damage reduction for the whole team has to be better than this. Is this better than, what is this again? Sorry, there's 15 skills with this Ogren getting headshot icon. This is confirmed kill. In the build, in a vacuum, yes, confirmed kill is better than tranquility through slaughter. However, in the context of tranquility through slaughter being used in Gunpsyker, it's way better than confirmed kill. So yeah. Is confirmed kill better than heavy hitter? Is confirmed kill better than heavy hitter? That is a tough question. 25% damage versus... No, I would take heavy hitter over confirmed kill every day of the week. Is confirmed kill better than... What is this shit? Is it better than stalwart? Yes. Yes, because with stalwart, there's going to be a lot of times where your fury is not active. Is Marty Dom's toughness damage reduction better than stalwarts? That's tough. I think they're about equal. Because they're about as good as one another. They're just different. Okay, so are they both better than Soul Drinker? Yeah, probably. Is Soul Drinker better than Fuckface over here? Desperado. 10% crit chance is big, and 20 and half of Duelist effect is also big. I think Desperado is better than Soul Drinker. I'd rather have this on most builds. But this is 5% crit chance, so. In fact, I think I'd rather have Desperado. I think I'd rather have Desperado than most of this stuff. I think I'd take Heavy Hitter over Desperado, though, if you gave me the option. Would I take Desperado over Benediction? Probably not. Okay, Soul Drinker is absolutely better than Fully Load. Is Fully Loaded better than 10% crit chance? No. No, absolutely not. Is Fully Loaded better than... Oh, no, this is way better than this shit. Like, I think this is better than heavy hitter. This is the warp charges give damage node. Is fully loaded better? No. Is fully loaded better than 25? Yes. Yes. I think the Anointed Blood is worse than fully loaded. I think Anointed Blood is probably better overall if you really crunch the numbers. No, I think Warp Rider's better than Anointed Blood. Once you consider dots and how this is just always active, basically. Yeah, these two are about on par. Are they better than Onslaught? Fuck no. Dude, imagine Onslaught on a Flame Staff build. Oh my god, that shit would be broken. Attack speed, okay. Sustained Assault. This is the critical hits are free. Free ammo node. Yeah. Okay. I can see this. I could see this being better than Sustained Assault, actually. No, this is just permanent 25% melee damage. Actually, I think this goes up here with Heavy Hitter, because it's basically just Heavy Hitter. This is target down. Replenish 5% toughness and stamina for each stack for all allies. God damn. I think that goes next to these two, actually. This is... I don't actually know what skill this is. This is Anticipation. Yeah, Anticipation's definitely better than Empiric Resolve. I think the Heavy Hitter attack speed's better than Empiric Resolve. Okay, you know what? I agree with this. I think this is actually an organized S tier. I think going top down, left to right, these skills are better than the ones next to them. All right, now for A tier. Hey, yo, it's A Train. Okay, gentlemen, I have brought you all here to discuss the fate of communism's future. And to do that, we need to decide, is Bruiser an S tier skill or not? 4% combat ability reduction when you or an ally in coherency kills only an elite enemy. Now, the pros, this is a shit ton of cooldown. The cons, the abilities you're giving the cooldown to all fucking suck. I think if Ogryn had a single ultimate that didn't suck caca poo poo pee pee, then I think this would be a S tier, potentially even broken skill. But this skill is the nuclear button chained to the mentally incompetent person that cannot press the button, because like he's like really small and he can't reach the top of the chair, so he can't actually reach over and press the button. That is actually a perfect fucking analogy for this. Bruiser is the giant red press here to launch nuclear, because this is potentially one of the best skills in the entire game. Like, this is potentially a top 3 better. This could be better than Invocation of Death even in like Havoc. Like, imagine if Ogryn had Venting Shriek. You know? This would make Ogryn better than Psyker. And like, this thing is a giant red nuclear button. However, the Ogryn in this analogy is small, so he cannot reach the end of the desk to push it. This is basically a make Ogryn one of the most unbalanced classes in the game, press here to start now kind of thing. Okay, I'm going to stop talking about this now. Is it better than Fury of the Faithful or Blazing Piety? Why the fuck is Blazing Piety in A tier? This is S tier. Hold on, what? 15% crit chance? Oh, but it can run off. No, fuck that, dude. That's got to be better than the damage skills. Okay, like now that I'm actually looking at the full list, yeah. The only reason this is higher than this, see, Fury Rising does a lot for this skill. Yeah, I mean, because if you're getting this, this is presumed. Okay, this intuitively, this is the kind of thing that I expect, like, some chud in, like, the LFG Discord to screenshot and be like, this list makes no sense. He rated the 10% crit node higher than the base 15% node or whatever. But, like, also, I'm hovering over Stalwart. I'm talking about this right here. But it makes sense because to get this node, you have to take this node. And without this node becomes worse. This node without this node is worse than this node. And because this node requires you to take this node, we can presume you have them already. Whereas we can't presume you have that for this base ability. There you go. Is Book... No, Book is better than Bruiser because Bruiser has nothing to actually give cooldown to that's productive. I don't think this is better than spamming harder. Is this supercharged brain burst skill better than Smite? Mm. 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 Is like 20,000 boss damage on demand better than Smite? Yeah, I'd think so. This skill's really fucking underrated. Alright, what is this shit? 30% rending when point blank barrage is active. Oh, and the light 'em up. I think Smite's better than these generally. It's generally got more good use cases. No, I think Warp Unbound is better than... I think Warp Unbound is better than both of these, honestly. Smite and the thing. Warp Unbound lets you do some stupid fucking silly, goofy-ass shit. This is the... You know that Sam Hyde clip where he's like, don't you feel silly? Don't you feel a little ashamed? That's kind of Warp Unbound a lot of the times. Because you just spam at 100% with all of your buffs maxed out for like 8 seconds straight. And you just don't ever stop attacking. Malefic Momentum. I'd rather have Malefic Momentum over this most of the time. I'd rather have Malefic Momentum over Smite. Yeah. I don't know if I'd rather have Malefic. I mean, no, placement. It's all about location. And the location of this skill is fucking ass. Okay, is Empowered Psionics and its modifiers, because this is all one big package. Is this better than whatever Zealot skill this is? Let me pull up the Zealot list and find it real quick. Holy Revenant, 25% max health instead of dying. No. No, this is more useful. Is 20% toughness damage reduction while gaze is active. Basically, are the yes, the damage reduction skills are better because they actively stop you from dying. This just helps you make a comeback after you've died. Really, I don't even know if this skill is going to sit in A tier. Because, like, it's just kind of not an A tier skill, honestly. Because the not dying part comes from Until Death. Holy Rev is just kind of like a very small amount of icing on a cake. Not enough to cover the whole cake. Is Holy Revenant better than this? This thing. I'm petting this thing. Purge the Unclean. 20% boss damage. Yeah, Holy Revenant's better than this. Also, the double dash is better than this. Also, when considering the synergy, I think the bleed is probably better than this. Steady grip is also better than this. The double dash is definitely better than the bleed. Steady grip is probably better than the bleed. Because this is a fuck ton of toughness. Is this better than... Wait a second. What is this? Oh, this is Infectious Zeal. I was so confused for a second. This is allies in coherency gain 50, or I wish they gained 50%. No, they gain 5% crit chance while Blazing Piety is active. Basically, this is the Prescience aura, but like it's actually useful. I'd rather have 20% boss damage on a Zealot, honestly. Honestly, I'd rather have that than 5%. I'd rather have Superiority Complex over this. Would I rather have Superiority Complex or 20% boss damage on the Zealot's Bolter? That's tough, but I think I'd rather have Superiority Complex. Okay, I'm liking this. I'm liking how this is shaping up. Wait a second. I think 2 dashes is better than Holy Revenant. But I'd rather have damage reduction than than 2 dashes if I had to choose. Like if I play Zealot, I'd rather have Iron Will over 2 dashes if I had a choice. Is this better than that? Is Redirect Fire, which is like 12% damage for your whole team all the time, is that better than 5% crit? Is 12% base damage better than 5% crit chance? I would generally say yes. Yeah, I would generally say yes. Is 12% damage for the whole team? Yes. Also, yes on Superiority Complex. I just think this other stuff is just another tier of useful. Is 5% crit chance for the whole team better than 30% headshot damage? Yes, because it's not actually like a full 30%. Where the fuck does field improv go? This is tough, man, because field improv is only as good as your teammates. Like, if your teammates don't recognize that field improv is even in play, then the old prov isn't exactly good. I think 4%. I think the 4 bleed stacks is better than field improv. Controversial opinion, I'm sure. This is the Psyker skill. This is the Pew Pew skill. Empiric Shock. This skill's good. But is it better? Is it worse? No, field improv I would rather have over this. Is Empiric Shock better than 50% toughness damage reduction for 10 seconds on leaving stealth? I don't know, man. I kind of don't think it is. Because Hunter's Resolve is pretty fucking good. But it's only 10 seconds. No, they're about tied. They're about tied. They're about tied. Okay. Nah, I think Close Quarters Killzone is better than this. Okay, well. No, Focus Target is better than both of these. Fuck that, dude. No, wait, Tanner. Base Focus Target. This is like 20% damage to one target. Like a boss? 20% boss damage? For the whole team? Yeah, no, that's better than that shit. This is basically just Empiric Shock, if you think about it. So, yeah. Okay, now to shore up something. Oh, God. That I'm sure is controversial. Pious Cutthroat, I don't think is all that good. But it's definitely better than this stuff. I just don't think it's better than consistent universal team damage like these two. Yeah, no, I'm leaving it there. This skill is, yeah. 25% reload speed at the cost of all the peril. It's good, but it's low good. Trample is also probably really low. By Crack of Bone is good in the build that it belongs to. But outside of that build, it's kind of not good. Ugh. Yeah, okay. By crack a bone. Yeah, no, I'd agree with this. Is trample better than by crack a bone? Yeah, probably. Is where does bubble go? In havoc? I'd rather have bubble than 5% team crit chance. I'd rather have bubble than holy revenant. Would I rather have bubble or a second zealot dash? Because no way would I rather have bubble over toughness damage reduction nodes. Those three. Would I rather have bubble or double dash? I would say double dash so I don't have to rely on the bubble. Is brain burst better than by crack? Yes. Enfeeble is no way better than by crack a bone, and Enfeeble's probably better than this. All right. Oh god, 30 minutes recording and we're only at B tier on one of the lists? Oh no. Oh no. How long is this gonna take? All right, we could speed this up a little bit, but I'm very confident in what we've got so far here. Okay, Ogren Heavy Attack Aura. Are you better than Momentum? Fuck no. Are you better than Essence Harvest? Yes. Is Essence Harvest better than the other thing it's right next to? Psychic Leeching. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Is Psychic Leeching better? Yeah, because it's 15% for the whole team. Hold on, wait, did I kind of cook with this? Hold on. These two, are you guys better than whatever the fuck that is? That is Point Blank Barrage. Toughness Restore when you shoot. No. No. Yeah, no, they are. Is okay, exhilarating takedown. Replenish 15% toughness and gain 10% damage reduction. Stacks 3 fucking times. 8 seconds. Procs on weak spot kill. Refreshes itself. Okay. Man, this skill is really fucking good. Exhilarating takedown. I wish you were not locked behind long shot. That's like the one thing holding this skill back. Let's see. What even are you? You're a psyker thing, but what thing? Wait, this isn't a psyker thing. What thing are you? You're a doohickey. Oh, replenish 2% toughness for each spent stack of momentum. That's better because you spend stacks of momentum when you actually need toughness most of the time. Whereas this is just shooting. It's just shooting. Just shooting isn't that good because, like, if you're just going to go ham with the dude, if you're about to go, as AI Donald Trump would say, if you're about to go balls deep into some fucking gun shit right here, you probably are in a situation where you just don't need that much toughness to be restored. Gain 3 stacks. Yeah, I'd rather have 3 stacks of momentum than this. Okay, I am learning that this skill really doesn't compare to these other skills. Ogren Bros, it's so over. It's so fucking over for the Ogren. Nah, this is better than quelling 30% faster. That's for damn sure. This is definitely better than suppression. Is suppression better than assail? Fuck no. I'm counting all the assail stuff as one package, by the way. These 3 skills are just rolled into one, as far as I'm concerned. And I'm considering assail just has these 2 built into it, but it costs 3 skill points instead of 1. That's just kind of how I'm looking at this, just by the way. By the way, though. Is quelling 30% faster better than assail? I don't think it is, man. I don't think it is. I'm kind of feeling a fat fucking no on this one. I'm kind of feeling a fat ass fucking white bitch no on this one. Is this better than rock? Hell no. This is arguably better than this because of positioning. Rock, yeah. Is quelling faster better than rock? No, I think rock is better. Okay. So, I'm not going to ask if soften them up is better than the 50% suppression. We all know it is. But is it better when you consider that you have to waste you have to waste your blitz and like 3 skill points to get it? That I don't think it is. Because man, suppression really can just like shut off a whole row of gunners. Nah. Is soften them up better than valuable distraction? Abso-fucking-lutely it is. Is valuable distraction better than perfectionist? Perfectionist increases shroud cooldown, but gives it a load of damage. Yeah, no, you don't really need this extra damage. The damage is overkill and the cooldown increase kind of sucks. Twinned Blast. Is the old Twinned Blast better than Lingering Influence? Hold on. Twin Blast? In Havoc, the answer is yes. In normal gameplay, the answer is no. Also, I think I've decided I'm probably only going to do this organizing for the tryhard list because this is just kind of the list. This is like the main list. This is just kind of more niche like, yeah, you know, like Heresy to low, like Auric High Stig player. So this doesn't really need organization because the organization doesn't really matter there. Plus, a lot of what I'm saying applies there too. All right, so what the fuck? Today's veterans like you, like me? How does it know I'm a veteran? Dude, I'm a veteran of the Kekistanian conflict of 2016. I have advanced prostate cancer. What the fuck? Okay. Where was I? Is Lingering Influence better than Twinned Blast? No. No, it's not. Is Cruel Fortune better than Lingering Influence? No. Is True Aim better than Cruel Fortune? No. Are the 2 grenade nodes better than True Aim? Absolutely. This is the veteran swap damage node. This gets absolutely killed by bad positioning. Positioning fucks this thing super hard. Like, this would be a high A, low S tier skill if it was in a better position or if the things surrounding it were better. Literally, look, like a sail is good enough that running a sail is like fun and fine. And you see what it does to this. This skill is the same skill as this skill. They're even they have the same icon and they're in the same position and they do the exact same thing. The only difference is a sail is actually worthwhile and Scryer's Gaze is really fucking good. Whereas smoke grenades and stealth on veteran are pretty god-awful. So you can see just kind of like the difference in ranking from that alone. Is True Aim better than it? Yes, because you can actually use True Aim in most builds and like get some use out of them. This Dazzle skill. This is Disdain. No, Disdain is better than this because of positioning. Blood Reputation or Revenge or Blood Redemption is absolutely better than this. No, this is better than Warp Expenditure. I would rather you play Commando Stealth Vet with smoke grenades than fucking use Warp Expenditure most of the time. This is the backshots node. This is the 30% gun damage for backshots with Zealot. You want me to hit it from the back? Hold on. Wait. I have a clip for this. Fuck, it's gonna take way too long to find this clip. But it's just a Soyak video where he's like, you want me to hit it from the back? And, That's basically this node. It's Beast of Nurgle racism. You want me to hit it from the back? Little chuddy. This is Bring It Down. I think. Wait, why is it red on Games Lantern? I don't think this is red in game. I think bro, it says I have one unread chat message on Steam, but from who? Who sent me the chat? It doesn't show me. That's gonna bother me for so fucking long. Okay, focus, Tanner. Focusing. Are back shots better? Yes. Warp expenditure? No, you're worse than 20% boss damage. This is also better than this. 20% Ogren and boss damage is better than just 30% Nurgle damage. Is warp expenditure... Why did I get so loud right there? Is warp expenditure better than Beast of Nurgle racism? Or, I'm sorry. Is it better than whatever the fuck that orange prick is? That orange prick is outlining all human-sized enemies. Yeah, I think this is better. Wait, is that the book damage? No, Ecclesiarch's Call is much better. I don't know why this is even down here. This should be like up in A tier. Because this gives dot damage to your whole team. Granted, not a whole lot. But I'd rather have this over like Bubble. Yeah, I think it slots in nicely right there. Why were you in B tier at all, my friend? Shalal haram. Shalom. Ah, the language of the slaves. I have use for you. Where was my position? This thing. And this guy. I'm here petting this this thing. Okay, what the fuck is this skill node? Dude, I genuinely cannot remember what this skill node is. It's like a guy. This is what I imagine like the Palestinians are like when they get blown up by Israel. I imagine this is just like, this is them. This is him. Literally, this is him. Oh, wait, hold on. I forgot. If I'm gonna say something like that, I have to show this.
Whoa! Joke! That was a joke!
We do not endorse the killing of anyone in the Middle East or otherwise for that matter. Oh, this is the Master's Retribution. Basically, this is the every 10 seconds don't get hit by a dog skill. Yeah, I think that's worse than this. This is also probably worse than One Motion. Perilous Combustion synergies are better than this. Perilous Combustion's better than One Motion. This isn't better than all this toughness. What is that? You want me to hit it from the back? This is +1 smite jumps. Yeah, this is better than this. 7% elite damage is better than the smite jump. Hit it from the back. 25% peril gen decrease from venting shriek is definitely better than most of this shit. Like, this is going up here. This is an Ogren skill. Ogres, my lord. 50% loyal protector radius. Yeah. A joke. This is better than these three. I would agree with that. I don't think it's better than an extra smite jump. This is just better than this, so I don't... Oh, yeah, I said I was going to reorganize these Ogren skills. This is better than this, but worse than Disdain. Because this is just double this effect. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, this is kind of better than all this, except for the grenades. The grenade vet's way better than this shit. Competitive Urge. I agree. Lucky Box. No, wait, what the fuck? This is maximum firepower. Dude, the brain rot. Yeah, I agree. Maximum firepower is not good at all. It solves a problem that's only incurred by playing a build that wants to use maximum firepower in the first place. If you just played another build, you would be better at like everything and not have to take this. Mustafa Shalal Habibi Shama. We're like, okay, we're halfway. We're halfway done with these skills. Oh no, not the allergies. Okay. Is Indomitable better than 5% crit chance? Yes. Is 5% crit chance better than this? No. Is 5% crit chance? I'm going to start speeding up now so that we aren't here for literal hours. Purloin Providence sucks and is going down here for now. This is Battle Meditation. This also sucks and is going down here. What is this? This is the Veteran skill. Yeah, Close Order Drill. Up to 30% toughness for allies and coherency. That's better than Prescience. This is also a Veteran skill. I think. No, this is a Zealot skill. You want me to the back? This is Thy Raft Be Swift. Thy Raft Be Swift, thy backshots be plenty. This is better than Prescience, man. Come on. Shalom. Is it better? No, it's not better than this. Okay. What the fuck are you? Oh, this is Shield of Contempt. This is definitely better than Prescience, but it's just weirdly placed and hard to proc consistently, and like Buggy skill would be has a potential to be huge. Look, guys, all I'm saying is I would leave some investments in Shield of Contempt, because all it would take is one little change for this thing to go to the moon. All right. Is Prescience better than a fire grenade? No. Fire grenade with Uncanny Strike should actually be like up here. Is Prescience better than this reload talent? I would say yes. Yeah. What is that? Come on, Jeffrey, you can do it. What is this? Put your back into it. Gates and Musk can fucking suck it. I'm full of references today. I'm like a Marvel movie. Ooh, consume. Be entertained while I look for this skill. I'm totally not stalling for time as I look through each skill tree to find this one skill. Oh, this is Dance of Death. Spread and recoil for 3 seconds on successful dodge. Bro, this fucking sucks. This is going down here for now. I feel like that parrot. This sucks. Yeah, the 2 reload skills are about as good as one another. Oh, yes. Okay, 3 reload skills, yeah, about as good as one another. This is Overwatch, I think. That game fucking sucks. I think this... No, wait, this is Close Quarters Kill Zone. Which means this is Overwatch. Huh. $10 isn't that much, but if you're using Shout, it actually has like 70% uptime. I don't know how that slipped in there. Shalom, Habibi. Shalom, Imam. I slipped and the kebab just fell in my mouth during Ramadan. Does this mean Allah wants me to be fed? As the Imam sits there with the most shocked expression you've ever seen. Okay, what is this? Oh, this is Executioner Stance. No. This is better than all of this. Which means it's better than this. This is better than Shield of Contempt. No. This is better than all of this. I can't in good faith do that, honestly. No, Executioner Stance is not as bad as like a fire grenade. No, Misa, no. Okay, what now? Where were we? This is 5 seconds of 30% damage when leaving stealth. Oh my god, Da Vinci Resolve, go away. This is actually okay. It's just it needs more time. I don't think it's as good as the Ogren damage node. What the hell is this thing? Enemies within, enemies without. Replenish 2.5 toughness per second, 2% toughness per second, while within 5 meters of at least 3 enemies. Dog shit. But is it worse than... No, dude. 5 seconds is just nothing. Is this better? No, I'd rather have the ogre and racism. Fuck ogres. Uh, which is this marksman's focus talent again? Oh, this is long range assassin. No, I'd rather have the backstab damage than this. I would much rather have 8 focus target stacks than this or this or this or this or this or even the reload abilities. But not more so than prescience. Uh, wait. Yeah. What are you? No, this is the stamina restore. Yeah, no, this sucks. That's long range assassin's definitely better. What is this fleet-footed motherfucker called again? Am I stoned? This is a veteran. This is the one skill. Wait, I know what this is. This is the one where you stamina, toughness break. Get back in the fight. That's what this is called. Yeah, you get half your stamina back when your toughness is broken and stun immunity. I mean, it's alright. It's alright. Yeah. Yeah, it's alright. Get back in the fight. I'd rather have it over this, though. This is one of those things that died on the hill of positioning. Invigorated is definitely better than this. But this effect is so much stronger than all of this shit. Kill zone. Yeah, no, this is fair. You belong here. Born leader. We're gonna act like this skill doesn't exist. You are a zealot skill. What are you? Oh, the voice of Terra. This should go like up here. Like voice of Terra is actually okay. It's usable. Okay, is Killzone worse? Or no, is Born Leader worse than that thing right there? On taking damage, heal 20% of that damage occurs over 4 seconds. Yeah, I'd rather have this over Born Leader. I'd rather have this over Killzone, honestly. Is Born Leader better than reload speed on melee kill stacks 5 times? Satan Gunslinger is really fucking strong. It's just in the literal most dogshit position known to mankind. This should go like up here. Kinetic deflection has to be better. This has to be like the worst skill on here, purely because of positioning. You will never, and I mean you will never, take this skill in your entire life unless you are taking that aura for Havoc. That is the only time you will ever use this skill. Is kinetic deflection better than Born Leader? Probably. Is it better than this shit? Yes. Yeah, it's better. It's better than all this stuff. Because you actually use this. Better than the yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fair. What comes next? Go on, let it roll. This is that one ogre skill. This is Furious. No. No, Furious is not better than Born Leader. This is the explosion radius. Furious is better than it. Fully loaded is better than the explosion radius. What is that? Right there? Oh, brace damage reduction? This is awful. This is going down here for now. Hey, 53 minutes. Hey, guys, I want to point out we have almost hit the fucking 10-hour mark. We've almost done it. We have almost hit the 10-hour mark. Oh, my fucking goim. We've almost done it. Let's close this fucking video out. I'm so sick of working on this. Okay, what's it called? This is a veteran skill. This is a stick. This is duck and dive. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. No, man, this is better than the Ogre and shit, but not better than Furious. This is Purloin Providence. Oh my god, we're drudging between the shit now. Battle Med is better than Purloin. Purloin is better than this, the dodge. And this is better than this, because you'll at least sometimes use this. Alright, there we go. That's the C tier sorted. 2 more tiers, and unfortunately, they're like the beefiest fucking. We're gonna be here for like another 20 minutes. Oh man, I am so curious to check the analytics on this video. I can't wait for this video to get like 6,000 views and like nobody, like literally 20 people maximum make it this far. Not even. I bet like 2 people maximum make it this far. All right. All right, Tanner, you can do this. You can do this. You guys know that poster? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Right here. This is literally me right now. This is literally me. Literally me, RN. Okay. What the fuck is this skill? Oh, this is the damage reduction for knockdown enemies. This skill is certainly a skill that exists within the video game. Is it better than Get Stuck In? Fuck no. Absolutely not. Is this better than Unstoppable Momentum? Fuck no. Is this better than a flashbang? Fuck no. Is it better than Crunch? Yes, because Crunch can be avoided. You might take this because of Feel No Pain. And you might take Feel No Pain because of Havoc. Is Crunch better than this? Fuck no, because this skill's actually not that bad. It just needs the most minorest tweak. Skirmisher, 5% to all base damage for 8 seconds after sprinting, stacks 5 times. If it didn't take like 4 seconds of continuous sprint to start building stacks, if it started building like a second after you started sprinting, this would unironically be like an A tier skill. I would take it in pretty much all my builds. But the fact that it takes so much time investment to get going is just not good. Crunch is definitely worse than Infiltrate. So is Skirmisher. So is this shit. So is a Flash Grenade. Nah, dude, this is the fucking final boss of D tier. The final boss of Ohio. This shit is the final boss of D tier. Because, like, it's still stealth. It's just the shittiest stealth we've ever seen in a Tide game. But it is still stealth. I would rather have this over these 2 talents. Hey, look at that. I think in 30 seconds, I think we're about to hit the 10-hour mark. What's next? What's next? What's next? What's next? What's next? This thing. This thing. This is Volley Adept. I think Volley Adept should go next to these, honestly. I've changed my mind. All these reload skills are about the same. Is Crunch worse than this? This is a Zealot skill. And it's near the top if I remember right. This is Vicious Offering. Replenish 10% toughness on heavy attack kill. That's definitely better than Crunch. And, frankly, all of this stuff except for the movement speed. What are you? Wait, this looks like Long Range Assassin. Didn't we already do this? Oh, no, this is Focus Target itself. Oh, God. No, you can at least use Focus Target. No, they're both terrible. Okay, what are these 2 red boys? Hey, guys, we did it! We crossed that fucking accursed threshold. I genuinely didn't expect that going into this project. I really didn't. For the Emperor only lasts for 5 seconds. No, this is definitely better than this. So is Marksman. Marksman is better than both of you, and Crunch, and Skirmisher, because you can at least use Marksman with, like... No, this goes right next to this, actually, because that's at least usable with, like, Shout. Oh, yeah, speaking of, I'm going to release this tier list to the public when I'm done with this, so you can make your own. You can also vote on it and tell me how shit it is and how stupid my opinions are. Okay, what is this? What are you? Dude, I just want to be done so badly. But I gotta finish it out. This is unremitting. Motherfucker, this is a sponge. This shit is a dude, this is a curio roll. No, Fire Team is better than this, because Fire Team works on bleeds. I'd rather have the stamina over the one bleed that's in the worst spot known to mankind. Fire Team's also better than this. I'm not gonna lie. Kind of low key. Kind of on the down low, as it were. Okay, what are you? You're a veteran skill. I know you're near the bottom, I think, or like around the middle. Yeah, Catch a Breath. Catch a Breath is... I'm going to say it's better than this, but that's more so because of it's just better positioned on the skill tree. It's also better than this. It's definitely not better than this. Well, I don't know, man. 10% damage is not a lot, and 5 seconds is literally blink and you'll miss it. So they're all about the same. Long Shot takes about 20 meters to start being active, which is terrible. Ah, yes, Crack Grenade. Is Long Shot better than a Crack Grenade? I don't think it is, bros. I kind of think Long Shot is worse than a Crack Grenade, dude. Ugh. I think this is worse than a Crack Grenade, too. And I think Frag Bomb's better than them. Oh, they're definitely both better than this garbage, though. This is the thing that Mr. E straight up gaslit, gatekeep, and girl bossed me on. Mr. E on his stream convinced me that this shit works for yourself. This is where if the veteran kills an enemy next to someone that's meleeing it, they get like a bit of damage and toughness and shit. And he told me this worked for yourself. So I wanted to try it with a shotgun weapon specialist build. And then I tried it, recognized it didn't fucking work at all. And I was like, huh? Mr. E. Diddy straight up just diddled me. He diddled my brain folds with inaccurate information. No, this skill's terrible. Hey, what's this? I know this belongs to the Zealot, but where? Oh, this is the Bleed for the Emperor. No, I'd rather have this over Bleed for the Emperor. Bleed for the Emperor is awful. Fleeting Fire. Activating Range Specialist grants 20% reload speed. But activating Range Specialist means you have Always Prepared if you have Fleeting Fire. And if you have Always Prepared, what the fuck are you doing manually reloading? I mean, it's still better than Bleed for the Emperor, don't get me wrong, but... Activating Melee Specialist grants stamina cost reduction. Oh my fucking god, dude. We're dealing with some real winners right now. Wait, no, this is Bring It Down. Then what was that other thing that I called Bring It Down that wasn't... What are you? This is literally Bring It Down, but recolored. Wait, no, it's not. This is a square. Bring It Down's not a square. No, this is the one for the fucking Veteran Ultimate. Yeah, bigger they are. Outlining all Ogans. I already explained what the problem with this node is. Is this better than outlining for your teammates? Yes. Yes, it is. Are the outline nodes better than Deadshot? Yes, they are. This is the taking damage thing. No, this is better than these. You. This is the one that has a 10% chance. This is 10% chance to brain burst. This skill, I've already explained why it sucks. Is it better? Yes, it's better. Yeah, it's better than all of this, actually. At least I can understand the fucking argument for using this. Okay, I'm going to put this right above Crack Grenade. No. I can at least understand the argument, even if I think it's a shitty one. Everything that's like from here to like here, I do not even understand the argument for. From like here to here, I'm just like, dude, this shit sucks. What is this? It belongs to Ogre, but what Ogre skill are you? I literally just did this like 2 hours ago and I already forgot, dude. I fucking hate Ogre. Oh, this is Hard Knocks. This is that bait skill. Yeah, it's better than the ultimate. I agree. Honestly, I kind of just agree with all of this, frankly. Though I think Feel No Pain deserves to be much higher. Like, kind of around here. Does it, dude? The final boss of Skibidi versus the final boss of Ohio. Battle for the shit toilet crown. Uh, let me do some calculations. Bleep, 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 bleep. Stealth is better. Yeah, who could have saw that coming? All right, boys, we're in the final tier now. That was so fucking stupid. Okay. Gentlemen, shall we? We are in the final tier now. This is the worst of the worst. We have gone below hell, and we are now in Vanta Black Brimstone territory. What is the best, worst thing? Okay, is Wildfire is Wildfire is Wildfire Sorry, I just had a fucking anaphylactic shock for a second there. Better than whatever the hell that ogre ability is. And that ogre ability is uninterruptible. Yes. Is 15% range damage for 8 seconds on reload. So far, that's the best bad thing. Is uninterruptible better than Sanctuary? Sanctuary shouldn't even be down here. Sanctuary should be like in the C tier, honestly. I'm putting it next to this. Even though it's just kind of worse, but still. Closest point of reference. Is uninterruptible better than Shield? Yeah. Yeah, I think it is. Shield is really fucking bad without the stun. And 2-time Shield without the stun. But there's no way to get 2-time Shield without the stun. Ah! Oh, my aching tentacles. This is all bad. Yeah, uninterruptible is better than these two. Rending Strikes. Rending Strikes, my old friend. And your compatriot buddy. This is better than the shields. And it's better than uninterruptible. Dude, these from here, from Rending Strikes onward, these are the only in F tier circumstantially kind of abilities. These are the abilities that people can use, and like sometimes it's understandable. So maybe they're more D tier, but I digress. This is the one where you lose your stamina and you get damage for melee. This is desperation. No, it's not. This is punishment. Melee attacks that hit at least 3 enemies grant 5% impact strength for 5 seconds. Stacks 5 times. At max stacks, gain uninterruptible. Wow. Welcome home, brother. This is suppression immunity. This fucking sucks. Swift certainty. Increase sprint speed by 5%. And the other two things don't work anymore. This is just 5% sprint speed. Which isn't bad. I'm going to go ahead and say suppression immunity is better than this, but not by much. This skill is Gorbino's Quest garbage, dude. This is Leave No One Behind. Is Leave No One Behind better than Chink in Their Armor? No, Chink in Their Armor is better than this. Oh, fuck. Exploit weakness. Melee critical hits apply 10% brittleness to the target. Uh, uh, exploit weakness is definitely not as good as leave no one behind. What about that next skill though? What are you? What pond scum were you dredged out of? Oh, coherency toughness regen. You should be down. No, this one belongs to Zealot, which actually is okay because it has one fucking build with Shroud Field. So it's better than the ogre version. Plus 2 wounds, plus 2 goons. What are you? What pond were you dredged out of? This is a Zealot skill, isn't it? Or maybe a Psyker skill? I don't know who this skill belongs to. Don't tell me this is an Ogren skill. Guy running? No. No, it can't be. No, this has to be a veteran skill. What the fuck? I'm not seeing it on Games Lantern. What is this thing? Wait, I swear to God, I'm not seeing it. Let me check Zealot again. What? What is this skill? I feel like it's 8 seconds for something. Hold on. Just everybody just chill for a second. Okay, I can absolutely confirm it's not. It has to be a Psyker skill. There it is. Mind in motion. Movement speed is not reduced while quelling peril. I'd rather have 2 wounds over that. Oh god, the 3 goons lined up. This is another skill where I forgot what it is. Dude, I don't generally think about these terrible skills very often. What are you? Okay, this is Hammer of Faith. 30% impact strength. Yeah, no, I'd rather have Mind in Motion over this. You hear that? Oh, what is this? This is Veteran. This is Stealth, I think. Oh, yeah, this is low profile. This actively fucks your teammates. This actively fucks your goddamn team. Right. Yeah, no, this is definitely worse than this thing. No. No, it is, because at least this is when we start getting into actually harmful territory. Oh my god, this is the same icon, but with one tiny little thing different about it. What pile of excrement were you crawled out of, worm? Give me a second while I look through all the skills. Dude, I don't remember this one. Oh, it uses the exact same icon. It has to be a Zealot skill. It is a Zealot skill. Stagger on melee weak spot hits. This is Crab Walk. This is Camouflage. Camouflage sucks. Low profile is better than Camouflage. Yeah, no, low profile, definitely better than Camouflage. Ogres, my lord. This is... What is this? Dude, this has just become find the fucking skill. This is Slam. Oh my fucking god. It's all the same bullshit that no one uses. Smoke grenades are worse than Camouflage, yes. I would agree this is worse than those. I would agree this is worse than all this. Yeah. You know what? I kind of think this is just accurate for the most part. I think this is accurate. I think this is the final list. Right here. All right, this is broken. This is S. This is A, B, C, D, F. I'm sure you can change anything in here interchangeably. Mostly ordered, left to right, top down. I did it. I did it for the rock.